power outage numbers also continue to rise. Remember, you can stream us online and make sure that you're just getting us through the app or online just in case the power outage numbers go out. So again, for eastern Oklahoma at this point in time, the fire threat is mostly east of Highway 75. This showers are still in our far eastern counties around Ottawa down to Delaware County. The pink is rain, the blue is smoke. Just to kind of give you an idea, we're using our debris detector. So this is something that we can tell what is meteorological in the atmosphere, like rain or hail, versus what is not meteorological, like smoke or debris. So at this point in time, the blue, all those plumes west of Tulsa, that's all smoke. And then to the east, you have your pink, Jay, Rose, and then back up towards Miami. That's all rain falling, even around the Tahlequah area. So the dry line is right in here. I'll highlight it down with the mouse. We have Kevin up in Veneta watching the backside of those cells. That dry line will continue moving east, and your fire threat east of Tulsa Trav will continue to increase as we go through the afternoon.
Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Speaking of Kevin up there to the east, hey, Kevin, we're going to come to you next. And if you can stay on that line of storms as they move to the east, what have you noticed? Because you're right on that boundary now as they're off to the east a little bit. What do you have visual with those at this particular moment? They're severe up in southwestern Missouri, southeastern Kansas, and the last strong ones coming up around the Miami area. What did you see with that?
Yeah, Travis, not really a whole lot. There's, heavy rain with it. I didn't see any lightning at all, surprisingly, with it. Like I said a little bit ago, the winds were pretty strong on the front side of it, but surprisingly, after they moved through on the back side, the winds have died back down and are running about 10 miles an hour now, Travis. All
right. Enjoy that for a minute, because that's not going to last very long. That's part of the problem, so it's going to be a different scenario playing out for a lot of folks. Stacia, I don't know if you're able to grab Traffic 1 right now. If you could, just to give you an idea of what it's like here in Tulsa if you haven't looked outside lately, just to kind of get a camera's view of how this is going. Some of these wind gusts, our camera, which is a very solid camera, unfortunately is just shaking because we're getting these wind gusts. Maximum wind gust we had was 68 miles an hour. So again, there's folks out there. Some folks have, of course, it's basically spring break for just about 95% of the people because a lot of folks have taken some time off, but the camera's just shaking just because of the strong winds. So once again, we continue to have some strong damaging wind gusts across the area and those power outages Stacia was mentioning. Let's go back and get another update on the latest on the fires that are to the west of Tulsa. Again, the ones that were down at Glenpool and Jinx and Broken Arrow have seemingly been taken care of. Thank you. Our fire departments. To the west, our fire departments are working overtime. And as you can see at this moment, again, the smoke plumes across the area. Vaughn has been tracking one of those. I'm looking at Vaughn. He's going down a road right now. Vaughn, give me an update. Where are you headed right now?
I don't really have too much of an update for you, Travis. I'm trying to make it. It's quite a ways west. Well, it's going to be east of Stillwater, but it's going to be to the south of Highway 51, I believe. But it's really hard, like you were saying. It's really hard to pick out where these things are at. Thank you.
All right, yeah. And Stacia just mentioned that we have a wildfire issue right now with a fire warning. And so that's going to be, again, that's another one that's going to impact Merrimack, Skidee, and Blackburn. So those are communities that are going to be in the line for this wildfire. And that's 4 miles south of Skidee right now, moving rapidly northeast. So these are the fire issues we're dealing with at this moment. Brandon's up in Osage County. Brandon just had a shot a minute ago. I'm trying to look. Oh, yeah, I see him still. So Brandon's on, where is Brandon right now? There he is. Now, Skytook Lake area. Brandon, what do you have for us?
Travis, yeah, we're just here on 1405 south of Highway 20, where firefighters are. Looks like this fire is approaching the backside of this creek, so it's encroaching on this house. So they look like they're going to try to attempt to stop this fire here, crossing 1405. That's the latest we have right now. We haven't been able to get any information from emergency management, but firefighters are just working strong right now, Travis, and we'll watch it.
All right. Absolutely amazing storm and a huge storm, to say the least, of what's going on with this. So once again, this is all to the west-northwest. Tulsa so far has pretty much been clear of any issues. We still have several hours to go. The red flag fire warnings continue in effect for the entire area through 10 o'clock tonight. They've expanded it till 10. And we figured, it's just a dry environment and lots of wind. So you see where Vaughn is located. And then the fire warning will continue to move to the north and to the east. And then John Durkee continues to be around the Manford area. He backed up a little bit. John, quick update from you. What do you see from your location now? Did you back up are you on 51 or you're on 48? So you had to go back
I'm
south?
on highway. I went back north, okay. About a quarter of a mile, and turned back around. And it is still coming this way. The wind very, very strong here, Travis. And I was told just a few minutes ago by one of the emergency responders that it appears a house just up the street from me here on the highway has sustained some damage. Now, that's unconfirmed at this point, but this home has sustained damage, according at least to this one emergency responder. Back to you.
All right. Thank you, John. Appreciate it. Moving back north to where Bob is located. He's moving across northern Osage County right now. So we're going from Creek County, Tulsa County, and then Osage County. Brandon's there, and also we're in Hominy, and also Bob's covering and heading back into around the Pawhuska area. Looks like down 99 or so. Bob, give me an update from Big Heart, if you would.
Hey, Travis, we had one wildfire on 99 just south of the Oklahoma-Kansas border. It's moved into a wooded area. It's been slowed down. There's fire units out there. It's not anywhere near any houses right now, and it's going to take a while to get out of there. But just driving, we're getting winds. We've stopped. We had a 68-mile-an-hour gust. We had several 64, 65. It's like driving through a severe thunderstorm. The only thing we're lacking here is the rain. Back to you, Travis.
All right. Thank you, Bob. Greatly appreciate it. So once again, with these fires, they're just continuing across the area. We're going to get a live report, too, coming in from out of south of Jinx in just a few moments. What did you say, Matt? Is he there yet? Okay, and so again, the showers and storms are off to the east. Stacia mentioned the higher humidity is east, so we don't have any fires going on here right now, but that's the dry line. And then once you get west, especially right in here, this is where it gets really dry, and that's where these fires really amped up. Western Oklahoma's been hit with a whole bunch of fires. They've got a lot going on. I'm trying to look from Oklahoma City. They look even worse than us because they even have more dust. We're going to have a lot of dust coming in. We have it now, but it's even thicker to give you an idea of how crazy it is. I'm looking at a couple of shots. REM 23. Could we take REM 23, guys, just for a moment? I don't know who that is, but I was just going to show you what's going on out west of Oklahoma City right now. So this is part of the smoke and also the dust, and there's like these grass fires going in multiple places. Air quality is terrible. What is that, Stacia? Very unhealthy air. So again, if you have asthma, and that's not just for Oklahoma City, that's for us as well. So again, it is a bad situation for breathing and everything else there. All right, so Cal is down in South Tulsa County right now. So he's not too far from, hopefully he's not near my place. Anyway, Cal, get an update. I want to get an update from you. What's going on?
Travis, we're about a mile east of Highway 75 and 121st. This is a fire that has now been put out. We'll show you the damage, though, and how shocking it was to how close it got into this home here in this neighborhood. This is the first house in the neighborhood, but you can see the flames took over the front yard. The people who were renting this house say they were inside, started getting a ton of notifications on their outdoor camera system. And they looked out and saw the flames coming right up to the house. You can even see that it got onto their wooden fence that is built around the house here and spread to the backyard of their home. They say it was just seconds from the time they first noticed the flames to the point where it got to their driveway and even threatened their home. They said thankfully they did not have any damage to their home. Their neighbors, though, came out. They grabbed some hoses, trying to put it out, trying to save the neighbor's house as well. The good news is there's about a fire department that's about a half-mile away. So they say the firefighters were able to get here quick. They're glad it wasn't worse, but you can see everything's black out here, and they say that they are counting their blessings after they were able to not have anything worse happen here at this fire. Travis.
All right. Hey, thanks, Cal, so much. Appreciate that. Yeah, that's a little too close to my place, so don't like that idea, and I don't want it near anybody's place. We're going to move over toward Manford right now. And at this time, Reagan is over in the Manford area, and that's where John is on the south side of that fire, basically. But it looks like there's some problems going on in Manford where they're getting a little nervous. Reagan, what do you have for us?
Yeah, Travis, we're here along 61st Street, just west of Highway 48 right now, where this fire is heading towards the highway right now. This fire was kind of getting out of control in this field right here. There were several horses in this pasture, and it was really flaming up with those strong gusts that we've been talking about. These fire crews actually just came out with a truck, one of their grass fire trucks, and put out a lot of the fire. So that's good news right there. There's actually several crews that are out in this burned area right now trying to get that fire put out. But just about 10 minutes ago, I mean, this thing was just blowing across this pasture. Those strong southwest winds are just pushing it. Now, what we're concerned about is there's homes, several homes right here just to the northeast of where this fire is right now. And I know those crews are in a structure protection mode right now, trying to protect these homes. And you can also see those horses. Those horses were out in that field, and as those winds picked up and moved those flames, they ran to where it's safe right here. But right now, Manford Police, the Park Rangers, Creek County Sheriff's Office, they all have Highway 48 blocked off from 51st to 61st. They're not letting anybody through. People are upset and frustrated. They cannot get to their homes, but they're keeping everybody out to keep everyone safe. Now, this area of Manford and Creek County, a lot of livestock. People are concerned about getting their livestock to safety. So I've heard a lot of people talking about trying to get their horses to safety. So that's kind of one of the concerns right now. But man, these winds are really moving that fire pretty quickly. I talked with Manford Police. They did say they have a line of fire crews along Highway 48 right now. We haven't gone down there yet. They have a line of fire crews trying to keep this fire from hopping the highway and just keeping it contained in this area. We'll keep an eye on things, of course, and have an update coming up in a little bit. Trav?
All right. Hey, thank you so much, Reagan. Appreciate it. And I know all the folks in Manford appreciate it as well, for you and John Durkee down off to your south and to your west. So again, that's the Manford area at this time as we're trying to make sure that folks stay safe. Again, can't thank all our volunteer fire departments and our fire departments in general for all the men and women that are out there fighting those right now. So saving homes and people's way of living. Okay, that's a look at what's going on right there. Let's go back over to where Vaughn is located to the west. Again, these are the fires that are west of Tulsa, and we do have at this point Vaughn. Let's get an update from him because he's out there not too far from just east of Stillwater now. Vaughn, what do you have for us?
Yeah, I'm on Highway 108. I'll be southeast of Stillwater. It looks like the majority of this fire is now it's off to the west of 108 still. I'm coming up on Ripley. So as soon as I get up here and get a visual, I still haven't got to it. These things are it's hard to determine how far they are away from you when you see the smoke. So we're coming up on it. I'll give you another report pretty quick. Back to you.
All right. Hey, thanks, Vaughn. Again, our guys are all across the area at this time. I know Alan, I don't see Alan's video right now. Is Alan's video up? I can't see him at this particular moment. Is he on 39? No, he's on 34. 34? Oh, there he is. Okay. Hey, Alan, I'm going to come to you. Are you in Bristow right now?
Yes, sir. Bristow proper, just drove to the downtown area. Not seeing a whole lot of smoke, flames in the area, which is great for this neighboring community, for everybody around them. Right now, headed a little bit further south. Got reports of some smoke in the Welty area. Going to take a quick peek out there. Got max about 45-mile-an-hour winds in the area. Other than that, it's pretty good for this community right now. Thank you, Travis.
And that's what we're worried about is over in Creek County quite a bit, and hopefully nothing goes. I mean, Manford's in Creek County, so we still have to deal with that. Stacia's been watching a lot of things. Thanks, Al. We'll let you go. Stacia's been watching a lot of the numbers. What do you have for us?
So much wind today, Trav. The wind is just ferocious at times. Here's a look at current wind gusts, 47 in Tulsa, but back to the west, we still have almost 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. I want to show you how strong it's been in a few locations today. Stillwater just had a 74-mile-per-hour gust. Of course, Vaughn is on that fire just to the southeast of Stillwater. Bartlesville, 65, Stroud, 66, Pawnee, also 66, and Tulsa, in the 2 o'clock hour, had a 68-mile-per-hour gust. So that's the top-end wind speeds or wind gusts that we've had so far today. Now, for our gusts currently, again, that's what it looks like at this point, but the humidity values have now dropped. I want to point this out in prior, because last time I showed you this, humidity values were about 40%, and now they're looking at about 20 to 25%. So your dry line has now pushed east of prior. So you're down to 22% humidity. The air is getting much drier. Your fire threat is going to come up. We still have about 45% humidity in Tahlequah, but again, as the dry line continues into your area, your drier air is going to move in pretty quickly. Look how dry it is out to the west of Tulsa, Pawnee, Stillwater. Of course, right now our biggest fires are out in Creek County, Pawnee County, parts of southern Osage County. So the fire threat still remains very high west of Highway 75, but the fire threat is starting to increase now east of Highway 75 as those winds are picking up, and also as the relative humidity values are dropping. The temperatures are warm, but the humidity is starting to drop. I want to mention air quality very unhealthy around the Tulsa Metro in spots. This is because of the dust being kicked up from these winds. And so if you suffer from asthma, respiratory problems, stay inside for the rest of the afternoon, because it is going to be rough to be out there for you, and all that dust being kicked up into the atmosphere. So it's not ozone today, it's particulate matter, and it is the dust up into the atmosphere from all of these winds. Now, power outages, of course, up to 14,000 Tulsa County, Bartlesville and Washington County, about 700, Osage, about 400 customers, still about 800 in Pawnee County, Creek now 1,500 customers, Rogers County at about 1,000. As the winds continue to pick up east of Tulsa, power outage numbers will continue to rise. These are from arcing winds taking the stress of the 50, 60 mile per hour wind gusts, and we're not going to get the winds to subside until tonight. So the wind gusts are going to continue very strong through the rest of the afternoon. The fire threat will remain and, of course, increase east of Tulsa as the drier air continues to get pushed to the east. I'll show you where the dry line is, because you can see it on radar. It's this thin line that's now east of Veneta, east of Pryor, extends down Lake Hudson into western Cherokee County. I'm kind of highlighting it with the mouse here, east of Muskogee down to Shakota. So that's the dry line. And these cells that have formed are all on the east side of the dry line and more of the moist air, the moisture. So these cells are bringing in some nice rain. Kevin's on the cell up by Miami. They're not severe. We did have one severe storm up in southeast Kansas, but the dry line will continue to move east. The rain will get pushed into Arkansas, and of course the fire threat will increase east of Tulsa. But right now the big fires, these smoke plumes, that's all from really large grass fires, Trav, to the west of the metro.
All right. Hey, again, thanks, Stacia. Appreciate it so much. And you said 74 mile an hour wind?
74 in Stillwater.
Holy cow.
Yeah.
So those are the conditions that we're dealing with. Steven's in here with Jalen and Chloe, Stacia, myself. We had to give Alan a break. He has to be back and working some more later, so we want to give him a break right now. But as far as what's happening at this point, these are the smoke plumes with the fires. Bob is moving southbound a little bit, nearing Pawhuska right now. Hey, Bob, I want to get an update from you. I think I'm not seeing exactly where you are, but I'm saying you're just north of Pawhuska, or what's going on right at this moment?
Yeah, we're pulling into Pawhuska, and we've got just a lot of smoke coming up into the area. It may look like dust because we can't give you the shot to the right yet, but there's a smoke coming up, and it may very well be the smoke from down there on that Merrimack Hallett fire that's coming up here. We also show some hot spots up in here, so we're trying to work our way towards that.
Okay. Hey, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Just a little south of that is Brandon. Let's talk to Brandon for a minute, and then we're going to talk to Emery. Brandon, what do you have for us? What's going on with you?
Okay, Travis. Well, I just got word from Osage County Sheriff that they're going to shut down this section, probably I'd say about a half a mile section here at 1405. They're worried of this fire crossing 1405 like we've been talking about earlier, and there's some homes that are in the vicinity that could be possibly threatened by this fire. So they're taking a last minute stand to try to keep this fire from jumping 1405. And right now it's just very, very smoky and lots of fire agents trying to fight this fire right now, Travis.
All right, thank you, sir. I appreciate it once again. So give you an idea, from Morgan's Corner, that would be just not too far from Skytook Lake. A lot of you guys that live around Skytook Lake know where Morgan's Corner is. And here's Brandon. He's on 1405 road. So that's what they're worried about with this area, with the smoke and fires coming up from out of the south and west. So that's one of them. And so also Emery has been on the east side of Tulsa, near Admiral. And Emery, what's going on the east side of town right now?
Well, Travis, a good reminder that these wildfires are concerned even in an urban area. We're near Pine and Mingo. 244 is just to the south of us, and this is a fire that Tulsa Fire just left going somewhere else. Now, this is right by a mobile home park, you see. This was just in a grassy field, but they had an overwhelming response here. 2 brush trucks were able to respond just within minutes. Had a big ladder truck on the far end just in case it went any further. Other trucks inside that park to protect those houses, so they got it out pretty quickly. But you can see this burned, this is an area probably 50 yards long. Not a big fire compared to what's happening out west, but a dangerous fire because in an urban area it can hit so many houses so quickly. Fortunately, they had this fence as a defensive line, and so they were spraying water on that fence just to keep it off of those houses. But a close call here in northeast Tulsa near Pine and Mingo. Travis, back to you.
Thanks, Emery. Again, you know, it doesn't matter where you are. I mean, that Emery's just kind of proof of that, showing us what can happen in these urban areas. And that, you know, happened down at Jinx, now on the east side of town. And again, for the next couple of hours, we're going to have to deal with this. Our showers and storms have moved pretty much into the far eastern stretches. Kevin's up around the Miami area. Hey, Kevin, just one quick update from you. Give us an update from the Miami area on this line of storms, if you would. Just anything to tell us about?
Yeah, Travis. So I'm headed up I-44 right now, coming into Miami. The further north storm is moving too quick to keep up with. The ones that are just to my west look like they're starting to fall apart. So right now, just getting rain, and there's definitely a lot of wind with this too. It's blowing me all over the highway, Travis.
All right. Yeah, I imagine in high-profile vehicles are going to be a big problem, especially as Station mentioned a little bit ago with that 74-mile-an-hour wind gust at Stillwater. That's not even good on semis whatsoever. All right, so that's, again, the storms moving out of the eastern side, and we still have quite a bit of stuff going on throughout the entire state. Unfortunately, there's some big fires out west, and so it is not a good scenario. Here's the latest, and this is a great image. Stacia's put this together for us. So we have up northwest of Copan Lake, Hula, we're seeing a fire developing on the Kansas-Oklahoma state line in Chautauqua County. And then we have Osage County. You can see what's going on here. That black indicates it's just expanding. And that's because of that humidity levels going down, the winds very high. So that's rekindled a few fires that were in a few areas anyway that were pretty much down. But when you get winds like this, oxygen blowing in on it, it just stokes the fires and stokes what's going on with just a few embers. So this is what's burning now in central Osage County. And then now Pawnee County is really bad. And then the ones just north of Oklahoma City are really bad. Additional fires, as we have been mentioning, are in southern portions now of Creek County. Allen's heading down into those areas to make sure that we get a bird's eye view. Sequoia's been down around the Henrietta area. Let's go to Sequoia for a brief moment. Sequoia, just a quick update from you. What's going on down at Henrietta?
We just had a small grass fire at a residence here in Henrietta. As you can see on the road, there's limbs down everywhere, winds blowing very hard. Fire department's right in front of me. The grass fire guys, they got it out. So, man, we were really lucky because it got really close to a structure in town here in Henrietta. Back to you, Trav.
All right. Hey, thanks. I appreciate it. So again, you guys south, it's quiet. We're keeping it quiet down there because we know it's not going to stay that way, unfortunately. But fires are continuing to blow and go across several areas across the region. Let's go to John Durkee, get an update from him. And then if Reagan's available, I want to talk to him back into Manford in just a minute. John, if you would start coverage there. What do you have for us? Because you and Reagan are pretty close to each other, it looks like right now.
Well, the smoke is just boiling right across Highway 48. And as Reagan was mentioning a while ago about the horses, I've seen several horse trailers coming out of this area, people rescuing their animals. It's real close to coming across Highway 48 right now. There's an ambulance just up ahead of me, another emergency responder kind of blocking traffic where I am right now. And it's at Virgil Evans Road and Highway 48. And just about to come across the roadway. Back to you.
Oh, okay, man, I tell you, though, it still looks like it's still blowing and going. What are you estimating winds right now?
We're probably 40 to 45 miles an hour, Travis, with gusts maybe a little bit higher. But okay. I don't know if you can make out the American flag up ahead of me. It's just straight out.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, barely can see it back up in there. All right. Hey, thanks, John. Appreciate it. So you can see where Reagan is located and John. So they're pretty much kind of in a similar location. So this could be jumping. This is smoke plumes coming up across areas of east side of Manford and over the lake at this point. So if you're getting a lot of smoke, that's from that. We'll be talking to Station in a few more minutes with another update, but we want to go on over to where Brandon is located, get another update of what's going on just on Skiatook Lake area. Brandon, can you give us another update on from your position? What's going on?
Yeah, Travis, still status quo. The firefighters are still holding their position here. They presumably believe that this fire is going to attempt to try to get through this brush and across the creek and possibly across 1405. Osage County Sheriff has got the highway, the road shut down for probably, I'd say, about a half a mile, maybe a mile in between this fire because there's just a lot of heavy, thick smoke. You can see there in our shot that flag. If I pan it over, like John said, it's sticking out, and we're getting winds right now of about 40 miles an hour measured on the anemometer. So that's close to sustain. Back to you.
Whew. All right. Yeah, the guy and everybody's still fighting the fires. Okay. And again, that's an Osage County bunch of fires. We'll show you some more in just a few moments. Let's go over to Station, get some more updates on power outages and what's going on with fires. Station.
Well, power outages will continue to increase, Trav, as the winds just will not back down. We do have reports of a trailer flipped up at Osage State Park because of the wind. And again, 50, 60, 70 mile per hour winds here in eastern Oklahoma. Strongest winds are Tulsa back to the northwest, but this wind zone will continue to shift east. The drier air also east of Tulsa will continue to also filter in. So the fire threat east of the metro will increase as well. Right now, our biggest fires, our highest fire threat is from Highway 75 back to the west. So take a look now. These are current winds that we're experiencing here in eastern Oklahoma. So this is going to be 45 in the metro, but 50 out in Pawnee, 46 up in Pawhuska, and 67 in Sedan. So they're going to fluctuate. You're going to get a wind gust about 45, then maybe the next one comes in at 55. So there's going to be some fluctuation with the wind gusts. Also, air quality becoming a big problem. The smoke and the dust being kicked up into the atmosphere. Air quality continues to really decrease. Now, the dry air, we talked a lot about the dry line. That dry line is east of Tulsa. It's moved through the Pryor area. So your humidity values in Pryor have really dropped. They've also now dropped in Muskogee. So your fire threat has now come up around Muskogee. You've dropped from 45% when I last saw you here about 10 minutes ago down to 24%. So that dry line has moved east to Muskogee. Dry line is important because, of course, it separates the higher humidity values from the lower humidity values. The dry line will continue east into Arkansas for the afternoon, and humidity values will continue to drop east to Tulsa. Again, we're more concerned right now, of course, with the ongoing fires west of Highway 75 out in Pawnee County, Creek County, Lincoln County, Osage County. And if you watch those on the infrared, the hot spots we can detect, you can almost watch them grow, especially the one in central Pawnee County and then the two up in Osage County. Winds are out of the west-southwest, and those fires look like they continue to expand. Those hot spots get larger. So most of our hot spots right now, again, are east of Tulsa. I think I see one or two down by I-40, Trav. Maybe they're in western McIntosh County, and then another one on the Hughes-Okfuskee County line.
Yeah, and so we're kind of helping everybody on our team anyway, just kind of checking out because all of these locations again where fires are expanding rapidly. That has to do with, as Station just mentioned, humidity and just how dry it is and how much fuel is there. All right, Reagan is now available to us. Hey, Reagan, let's go to Reagan and see what he has for us. What's the latest update, Reagan?
Hey, Trav, we just moved just to the east on 61st near Highway 48 from where we were a few minutes ago, and we're starting to see the destruction from what this fire, when it came through earlier. You can see right here, this is a shop or a garage behind me that was burned down from this fire that came through. I talked to a man across the street who said his home was not damaged. He did have a bunch of fire crews out here. They were able to get the fire put out for the most part, but you can see just the fields and this car right here damaged. You have a father and his son that we talked to a little bit ago that were over there. They're trying to put the last bit of flames that are in their yard out right now. There's just little fires, kind of little hot spots popping up everywhere right now. I just talked with Manford Police, and they have Highway 48 shut down from 51st to 61st right now. That's been shut down for a while now, but they just told me that the fire has now hopped Highway 48 just south of 61st Street. So crews are now moving down that way right now, and there's possible evacuations in that area. I'm waiting to 100% confirm if that's true. But I know that crews are starting to move that way down south of 61st Street because that fire has now hopped Highway 48 and is moving east. So we're going to have an update on that in a second. We're going to head that way and see where that's at. But if you look back this way, back here south and west of us, this is where that fire's been blowing up, and those strong southwest winds are just blowing it across this open terrain out here in rural Creek County right now. A lot of livestock in this area. I know a lot of people are concerned about that right now. The other concern are all these power lines and these power poles that, are charred from this fire. So that's another concern right now. We're going to get somewhere safe and kind of keep an eye out. We also actually, before I go, there's a power plant over here. This is also a concern. The fire, they were able to stop the fire before it got to that area. So that's good news. But I do see a lot of fire crews that are huddled up in that area right now, trying to keep most of the fire from moving east and hitting the other side of the highway. So we'll have an update for you soon, Trav.
All right, Reagan, a lot of information there. Thank you, sir, up in right near Manford in Creek County. And now we're going to move up into Osage County. That's where we have a new fire warning. This is going to be a wildfire warning for a wildfire that's just west of Pawhuska, and that's moving rapidly northeast. That will include the Pawhuska Airport and Personia. And that's where we have Bob. Bob, give us an update from your location. What do you have going on there?
Yep, we're in Winona. We have fire that's come across Highway 99 here. It's burning back to the east right now. Looks like it hit a oil pump here. We're going to turn around, go back up to Pawhuska and get on that warned fire. But we do have one burning here on the south side of Winona. Back to you, Travis.
Okay. Hey, thanks, Bob. Man, these fires are all over the place, as unfortunately expected. So again, Bob's in Winona, and so the fire that's going on right now, we'll move north along 99 here and go on up to Pawhuska. And again, this is all smoke, so this is really bad breathing conditions. So this is Pawhuska, so he's going to move back up on this. And then just to the west of Pawhuska, you see the smoke plumes right here. So as you just look west on Highway 11 and 20, this is right where it's located. So again, that's just moving to the northeast. So if you are in this area, again, you're going to get smoke plumes, but you're going to need, with a wildfire warning, that's a big deal. So that's moving very rapidly. All these fires are going very quickly. What did you say, Matt? Okay. Yeah, and so again, so that's the fire. Let's go on over to Hominy for a minute. Ethan is over in the Hominy area. And down in the Hominy area, I should say. All right, Ethan, give us an update from your location. No, air quality can't be too good. What's going on?
Well, Travis, yeah, the skies are definitely a bit orange here. There are no fires at the moment, but there is smoke traveling all through the air here. Winds are picking up for sure. Crews are now moving off of fires and going towards some of the power lines that are coming up out of the ground. Right around the corner here, we saw a tree down and people were cutting that up. And as we traveled a little bit further into town, we stopped at the Dollar General Market. Their power had gone out, and a couple of those signs and things were swaying back and forth, trees swaying back and forth. But as of right now, crews are not tackling any fires. They have knocked out 2 since we've been here today. But like you said, sky conditions aren't the best and winds are picking up.
That's Ethan over in Hominy. Appreciate you. And again, we're continuing to cover a lot of areas. So far in the Tulsa area, just a couple of close calls with a couple of fires that have been able to be put out, fortunately on to good timing. And you can see where Reagan and John are located. Let's go to John with an update. John, what do you have?
Well, as Reagan was mentioning a while ago, the flames have come across the highway. You can see them right in front of me now on Highway 48. They're on the east side of the highway now and moving at a very fast pace across this field, and this is just wooded area that it's moving into. They do not have a handle on this at this particular moment. The ambulance ahead of me is starting to move back a little bit, and I think I will too. Back to you, Travis.
Yeah, with this continuing to cross over, so at this point you're looking due north, or I mean, are you looking south? You're looking south right now, correct?
I'm looking straight south.
Yeah, okay. All right, yeah, see the ambulance making its move right now. So again, thanks, John, appreciate it. So again, Reagan is close to that where it's already come through, so it's jumped across 48. He was looking south on 48. Manford's back up here in the upper right. So again, that's the smoke that's going to come up over with the fire that's going to continue to move to the northeast. And it's hard to control. There's a couple things going on. One, wooded, and two, there's no really great roads that you can just get to everything because some of these roads are curvy out in this area and you can't always make a straight line or a dash to one area. And it's mushy. So if any of these fire trucks that are the rigs that go out into the fields, they could get stuck even though they're four-wheel drive because there's some mushy areas and they have to be very much aware of that so they don't get caught in advance of advancing fire line. So again, a lot of treacherous things going on for the folks off to the south and to the west of Manford. So no evacuations here, but we have multiple fire warnings across the area. And that's why we want you to be aware of what's going on. So back with a bigger picture of the fires for a minute. So if you're just joining us, we're going to detail what's going on. The fires across much of the area are mainly north and west of Tulsa. The showers and storms are moving out of eastern Oklahoma now, moving into southwest Missouri, where there is a severe thunderstorm warning with one of those storms that just moved out of the Grand Lake area. And then another heavy cell is east of Tahlequah and just in moving into northern Adair County. There could be some small hail and gusty winds with that. But by far and away, the fires, let's go to weather 15 if we could. What we're going to do is I'm going to show you again some of the flames that are happening. And so this is, again, the hot spots, infrared satellite picture. So this is blowing up. So we have multiple fires that are happening at this point. The fire up into southern Kansas, not too far from Sedan, Kansas, growing at this time. The fire warning here for just west of Pawhuska is growing, and that's going to continue to move up over the Osage. A lot of prairie land up here that's going to be hard to stop in some of these areas. Some of that's going to have to just burn out later. And then you have another fire that's at Winona that Bob was just on that one. And then we have our Pawnee storm, basically a firestorm happening at this particular moment. So these are the locations, and then we have a couple more hot spots that have developed down in southern Creek County. We're going to continue to watch what's going on down the south. We're even starting to get some of these fires firing up just southeast of Oklahoma City right now and to the east of Norman. So again, these are some of the issues at this particular moment. Go to Vaughn. Okay. Hey, is Vaughn with us right now? Vaughn, what do you have for us? What do you see?
Yeah, this is a fire that is south of Highway 33. So to get your bearings, I'm east of Perkins. I'm still west of Cushing. So this is going to be south of 33 and west of Highway 18. Law enforcement has everything blocked off going to that general area. I'm not sure how far southwest of me it is, but it must be pretty big for them to have this kind of a crew here blocking all the entrances that goes down towards that fire. So we're gonna watch it. Thank you.
All right. Hey, Vaughn, so that's still south of the river, do you think? Is that what you're estimating? Or is it hard to tell?
Man, that's a tough call. It's going to be like right on the river, in my guess.
Okay.
But they don't have any problem jumping the river today.
Yeah.
There's no problems with the fires jumping them. So
yeah, good point.
I wouldn't use that as a barrier. If you're out there and using that as a barrier, don't use it.
Yeah. Amen. All right. Let's go to radar. I'll show you where he is in relationship to that. So here is Vaughn. And so not too far for you folks that know where this is, Drake's Corner. He's just south of Ripley. And so here's the river right in here. Fire is just near the Perkins area coming back over. So this is, again, over in Payne County, moving on up into Pawnee County. That's one of the big fires. Cushing is on the right side. Let's zoom out just a hair bit. So we can there's Cushing. So again, that's to the west of Tulsa. And so this is going back to Perkins, and then zoom out just a tad bit more if you could, and then we can kind of put it in perspective with Stillwater and what's going on. So here's Stillwater. And some of these fires are off to the south and west. So that's coming up there along with our fires up here. All right, so that's a look at what's happening. Let's go to Bob. He's moving back north right now. And so he's up in Osage County checking out. He's heading back on up toward the Pawhuska area. Bob, are you able to see through all of the haze and the dust and everything else and smoke that fire to your northwest or not?
No, you can't see the actual fire until you're right on top of it. There's so much dust, smoke. It's like trying to find a nighttime tornado.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I mean. Okay, yeah, and I mean, you can just see the sky conditions. Stacia mentioned this a little bit ago. We'll go back to her and get another update, but air quality has just fallen totally apart on that. But what we're looking at right now, again, you can see all that colors that you see, that is smoke in the air. Those are plumes from the fires that are happening across Osage County, Pawnee County, and down into Creek and also into Payne County, and extending back to the southwest. Let's go to Reagan down at Manford. Reagan is again on the fire the southwest of Manford. Reagan, what do you have for us? What's the latest update?
Hey, Trav, yeah, I just got word that crews are now starting evacuations here near 61st and Highway 48. That's the area we're in right now. They're evacuating everyone basically to the north of 61st. You can see behind me they have this road blocked off right now. There's actually crews trying to protect this power station that's over here on this corner at 61st and 48. They've been out here for quite a while putting water on this fire, trying to protect that. But I did just get confirmation they are starting evacuations in this area. Now, I've been telling you for the last hour or so that they've blocked off Highway 48 from 51st Street to 61st Street. I just was told they're now moving that to Highway 51. So no southbound traffic from 51 all the way down this way. So they're cutting traffic off completely and blocking down the roads. We've got a couple different fires along Highway 48 right now that are burning in different sections. And so there's several crews kind of spaced out here right now. But I did just find out a little bit ago that the fire has hopped Highway 48 just south of 61st, which is where we're at right now. You can see the smoke. It's really hard to see too far down there, and I don't know if it's safe for us to go that way right now. So we're probably going to stay back, but we'll continue to provide updates. But again, the big thing is the road is now closed from Highway 51 just outside of Manford. All southbound traffic cannot get down this way. Trav.
All right. Hey, thanks, Reagan. I appreciate it. And again, John Durkee's on that north side, so we kind of got that covered at this point. And so, again, from Reagan's standpoint and showing that we've had some burnt structures already, unfortunately, there will probably be a few more that are going to have to go by the wayside. John is repositioning right now and going to get another view for us in just a little bit. We do have a lot of smoke going on for a lot of fires that are happening on 30. Who's on REM? Was it REM 37 just went black, but who was on REM 37 at this point? That was Reagan. Okay, no, that's okay. We'll let that go for a minute. And then as we look at the fire now that Bob has been on, let's go to Bob with another update since he's going into the Pawhuska area. Bob, if you could, give us an update from Pawhuska and what's going on now there.
Hey, Bob, to Travis, if you can hear me, we're just now coming into Pawhuska. A lot of smoke up here. Winds haven't let up one bit. We're going to be going west on Highway 60 from Highway 99. We should be at the fire within 5 minutes or so at this point.
All right. Thank you, Bob. I appreciate it. Again, a lot of Osage County, unfortunately, burning at this point. I don't want to overstate it, but I mean, there is a lot for what's going on here. And so again, this is Osage County here. Here's Pawnee County. You can see how this is expanding northeast. See how this is rapidly expanding northeast, getting to the Arkansas River right in there. And then you can see the fires that we've been covering there also from Oklahoma City back to the northeast. These flames and fires, a couple of these are firing up. You know, like that one appears to have died off a little bit. Some of that could be some smoke that's making it a little bit harder for the infrared satellite picture to be picking that fire up. This is in south central portions of Creek County. The Manford fire continues to expand somewhat. Then you can see that we have additional fires popping up western portions of Creek County. So the ones up to the north, again, we've had fire weather warnings on this one. This fire warning is again for just east of Pawnee, and that's moving toward the Arkansas River. And then you have it extending from not too far from near Hominy, as where we said Ethan is located. He's okay right now. And then Pawhuska, just west-northwest of Pawhuska. Tulsa area continues to be relatively okay, but let's go to Stacia and get a latest update on what's going on with all the statistics, numbers, and power outages. Stacia?
The wind has really significantly impacted power outages today. Across the Tulsa Metro, we have about 14,000 customers without power, most of those PSO today. But again, Tulsa County, 14,000 customers due to the wind. Again, those winds, 50, 60 mile per hour gusts, putting a lot of stress and strain on power lines, arcing those power lines, causing power outages. 1,500 customers now up in Rogers County, 2,500 in Creek, and then up in Osage, about 500 customers. Bartlesville, Washington County, around 700. And then down to the south, we've started to see an increase in Okfuskee County at about 700 customers, 800 out in Pawnee County. So again, the wind, we've seen a little structure damage, isolated spots today due to the wind. Of course, if you had anything outside that was not anchored down, if it was trash day today, your empty trash cans are probably in your neighbor's yard or a couple yards down the way. So it's going to be something that blows everything up away, and they become projectiles. Your trampolines, if you had one outside, you may look, it might not be there anymore. Our wind gusts have been 60 to 70 miles per hour. This is a look at current wind gusts, and we're still at about 62 in Pawnee and 66 in Stillwater. Winds are picking up in Stigler. Now you're up to 47, almost 50 in Veneta. We've seen the winds increase in the last hour out around Veneta and Pryor, so 42 to 50 almost. Humidity values have been dropping east of Tulsa as well. I talked a lot about that here, about 315. As the dry line continues to move east, then that drier air settles in. So now the fire threat does start to increase east of Highway 75 with the drier air. But still the biggest fire issues, and they remain west of Highway 75. Big fires going on, hard to combat. Crews are doing a great job, but still there's quite a bit of going on, along with the smoke and the dust being kicked up into the atmosphere that impacts your air quality. So air quality has really suffered, becoming hazardous in spots because, again, of the smoke and the dust. It's dust first, and then especially out to the west of Tulsa and Osage and Pawnee counties, it's a lot of smoke as well. So if you suffer, I'll stress this, if you suffer from respiratory issues, if you have asthma, today's not a good day for you. Try to stay inside, try to stay out of the elements, because these winds are not going to back off until later tonight. They're just going to continue to kick dust up. Winds are out of the southwest right now at about 40 to 50 to 60 miles per hour for the gusts, and sustained at 30 to 40. So again, that's what it looks like right now. Of course, we watch the smoke plumes very closely. Travis, you see on radar, looks like that Manford one continues to get a little bigger.
Unfortunately, yeah, that's not what Manford folks want to see, or anybody, I guess. I just see a wind gust now to 69 miles an hour out at Stillwater. So these winds are not backing off at all. They will back off around 6 to 8 o'clock tonight, but unfortunately we still have multiple hours of strong winds and damaging winds, and then fire winds. We also have a thunderstorm that's causing a little concern over by Jay. Let's go and take a look at what's going on over far to the east of us. This storm is moving at about 65 miles an hour. So these are just flying. So this is a thunderstorm near Bull Hollow and Lake Uchi. So this is going to be tracking up toward Jay. So again, if you're in the Jay area, you're going to get winds possibly 60, 65 miles an hour associated with this. And this is developing a little bit more rapidly. There's one east of Colcord, but not a whole lot going on with that one. But around the Lake Uchi area, you could have some pea-size to dime-size hail within that. So don't be surprised as that moves to the northeast. So that's hitting right on over to Jay, and then eventually we'll move into southwest Missouri. We do have severe thunderstorms associated with that first line. This could become severe here shortly. The other storm is south and east a little bit. There's one down in northern Cherokee County. This is medium organized, but this does have a chance of still exploding a little bit right along that dry line as that moves to the east. That could enhance a little bit more as it starts to get around the Siloam Springs area. So if you are in some of these areas, there's some strong damaging wind potential, and especially with those storms moving so fast. So those are the thunderstorm issues. Again, most of the warnings are in southwest Missouri. This could clip a severe thunderstorm warning here shortly for eastern portions of Delaware County. And it's a heavy thunderstorm advisory, we'll call it, for right now. Also into northern portions of I would say northern portions of Adair County. Just be on the watch out for that. So back into our fire situation that we have at this particular moment. Bob is moving through Pawhuska downtown right now. Hey, Bob, we're going to just come back to you as I see you're just going through downtown. Any other information you see? And what are the winds? What are you estimating the winds in Pawhuska right now?
They're probably still rolling between 45 and 50 constant, with gusts into the 60s. We're still getting reports of power lines coming down. I think they've got some down on the west side of Bartlesville right now. So it's still not a good situation up here. We're making our way through Pawhuska now, headed towards the airport where that fire emergency is. We should be there in just a couple minutes.
All right. Hey, thank you, Bob. I greatly appreciate it. So once again, as we continue our coverage is continuing because of the fire warnings that are in effect, and also with what's happening in areas just north and west of Tulsa at this particular moment. So you're seeing Pawhuska, and you see where Bob is located right now. So he is moving out on Highway 11. So that fire, again, just out here by the airport, and the smoke plumes you can see to the north. So he'll be able to see that here momentarily, and he'll probably get some good shots of what's happening there. As far as what else is happening, Vaughn is kind of at an intersection right now. We're going to move him off of a fire that's out west and move him more north and east with time. But we're looking at a lot of these smoke plumes, a lot of fires happening across this area. Dal is going to be moving over to another fire, and then Reagan and John Durkee. In fact, let's go to John. Hey, John, I know you're repositioning right now, but give me an update. So I guess Highway 51, 48 intersection, is that closed? Is that what they're doing, or is 51 still open?
No, they were closing 51. I'm on 51 now, and you can see the traffic backed up here. They have closed 48 at 51 going southbound. People that are down south that want to come north can, but the road is closed at 51st. And 48 going southbound because of the fire that has come across the road. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of roads going back to get into the fire line because the lake gets in the way. But I will endeavor to get back ahead of the fire line in just a bit.
All right,
Back
thank
to
you. I appreciate the information. So again, kind of confirming with what Reagan said just a few moments ago and what's happening over on the west side of Manford. Just be advised, if you're going to be in this area, you're going to have to allow yourself extra time. And with the roadway closed from 4851, you're going to have to come up with another alternative plan. Going west a little bit probably will help out and get past this fire area, which is down to the south. So again, this is 48 right now. Jalen, you got something? Okay, let's go on up to Bob, who's up in Pawhuska right now, west side of Pawhuska. There it is. Bob, give us an update if you would.
Yeah, we're just on the west side of Pawhuska. The fire has crossed Highway 60. You can see they're trying to fight it, but it's crossed over. And so we're going to have the areas to the north of Highway 60 being involved by this fire here fairly shortly.
All right. Hey, and then because we're looking due west at this point, right?
Correct. We're looking west. I can't get up to the airport. The road is closed. We've got fire coming across from multiple locations up here.
Yeah, and it still looks, yeah, I mean, you just mentioned a few moments ago, so it looks like the winds are just still, 40, 50, still blowing and going, right?
Affirmative, yep. And they haven't died down at all. And so it's going to be a long evening up here.
All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. And so, again, that's a look out to the west of Pawhuska. If you're north, it's across the highway. So be advised. You can just tell from the way the smoke's blowing how strong the winds are in that area. I mean, it's just absolutely amazing what we've got going on at this particular moment. Let's go back to Weather 15 for a minute. If you're just joining us, wanting to know a little bit more about what's happening, the big view, we're looking at Tulsa, and then you just look to the west of Tulsa, the Manford area, and then north of Manford, we got another fire kicking in. And so far in Tulsa County and Okmulgee County, Muskogee County, Wagner County, east, southeast, not going on too bad right now, and nothing serious. Northern Tulsa County, we're okay. This is primarily Osage County and Pawnee County and extending back through Payne County. Oklahoma City is having some issues, obviously, with a lot of fires just on the north and east sides there. There's also one to the west. They've got a lot of things happening out there as well. Let's go to REM 23 for a minute. I'm trying to figure out if that is Val. Do you think that's Val? Trying to remember. Anyway, this is a look from out toward Oklahoma City area with what they're dealing with right now. They've got exactly the same thing going on. Western Oklahoma's got major fires happening at this time. What'd you say? Camargo? Okay. So he is. So that is out to the west, and just get an idea of what Marty is. Okay. Is this Marty? Okay, this is Marty. Okay, he's out in western Oklahoma. So this is a massive fire out there. They've got a couple of big fires going on in western Oklahoma that we're not even really talking about. But this gives you an idea of what they're dealing with as well, because those winds continue to be 40, 50 miles an hour out west. And I think, looking at 50, 55 mile an hour wind gusts are common there. And then 60 mile per hour winds in central Oklahoma. So that gives you a pretty good idea of what we're dealing with right now with some of these strong damaging winds. Stacia, if you could, let's go to traffic 8 in Bartlesville. Can we switch over for a second? One. Okay, and we'll go to Reagan next after we take a look at this. So we're going to look out of Bartlesville of what it looks like in just a second there. So this is a live look out of Bartlesville from our KRIG K1 radio tower. And so this is, again, breathing is bad, all right? And it's even worse where Reagan is located. Reagan, what do you have for us down by Manford?
Yeah, Trav, I was just saying they're evacuating the whole area just north of 61st here along Highway 48. Now we're seeing the reason why. There's a home on fire just behind us right now. There's several crews that are rolling in, bringing water right now. You can see the truck that's right in the front. Creek County Sheriff's Office is there right now. They got a water hose trying to put those flames out. There's a water truck that just passed right there. It's hard to see with that black smoke, but there is a home on fire just beyond that smoke right now. Heartbreaking to see out here. In this area. That fire has been working basically along Highway 48 all afternoon, and crews have done a good job of keeping it from hopping Highway 48, but we've seen separate fires along this stretch right here, and crews have put stuff out, but those hot spots that keep flaring back up with these strong winds, 50-mile-an-hour gusts that we're seeing out here, and then they spark up and they go again. So it's just hard to keep contained of all this fire that's out here right now. You can see just those strong flames. A lot of fire crews out here. Manford Fire just pulled up right next to us right now. But this is the area they've had blocked off for the last couple of hours, and we just got word from Manford Police. They've now shut down all southbound traffic along Highway 48, starting at Highway 51 near Manford and all the way south down here to 61st. All of that is shut down right now. You cannot get through. They're turning everybody around, so they're just asking people to stay out of this area. They understand people live in this area. They've got livestock in this area, but they don't want people coming in here and, risking their life and first responders having to risk their lives to rescue people. So that's why they're blocking this area. And guys, we'll have more updates coming up in a little bit. Trav.
All right, Reagan, boy, yeah, that is so depressing to see houses on fire. And John Durkee mentioned 2012. So again, it's very similar with the houses and what's going on there. Thank you, Reagan, appreciate it. Again, that's a live look, unfortunately, of a home burning at this point. Southwest of Manford with one of those fires that have happened there. And it's fast moving, and there's so many parts happening that's where we're finding a lot of these issues associated with what's going on. Bob is also still up on the Pawhuska fire, and we do want to get some more information on the Pawhuska fires going on. Let's go to Bob right now. Bob, what do you have for us west of Pawhuska?
Yeah, we're zoomed in on the firefighters here, and if you could see that wind, they're having very hard time to get this fire stopped. The fire just blows across the road. There's a creek down here, blew across it. It's very hard to stop the fire right now.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's just, it's not going to stop. I mean, it's just almost impossible to stop it. They can try to protect the buildings as best they can and homes, and hopefully that'll be the case. We're getting information now, in fact, from out of Norman, where southeast Norman, they're going to be evacuating or in the process of doing evacuations in southeast Norman for a fire that is ongoing in southeast sides of Norman, so for OU's campus. And of course, this is a spring break week, so there's going to be a lot of students that are gone. I see two of them in my midst right now that are not there, but both of them concerned. So you see the plume of smoke that's coming out from around the Norman area from right in here, and then that's moving northeast. There's another fire, it looks like, that fired up around the Hera area. So again, this area is under the gun, as well as, let's look at Oklahoma City real quick, if you could. Give me the smoke plumes on CC for just a minute. So if you look at the Oklahoma City area, you have the biggest fires. You can see where Jeremy's located right now, near west of Kearney, and then we have the big fire going on now southeast of Norman. In Luther too? Okay, so another one near Luther. So there's so we've got several. We've got looks like possibly three. Just a heads up for you folks that have kids or whatever coming back from school there. And then obviously you get back up to where Vaughn is located. He's up around the Cushing area, and the fires continue. And you just see these smoke plumes, which are indicative of what's happening. Okay, Vaughn, if you do, give us an update real quick, Vaughn, from west of Cushing. What do you have?
Yeah, I'm about 3 miles south of Ripley. I'm just south of Highway 33, right here on the river, butting up against the river. There were two structures that had burned, two houses right here. Now, I don't know. I've just talked to the sheriff. The lady that lived in there got out, but it got on her too quick that nobody could save the house. But there's another house that's standing right here to the right, and they're afraid that all the firemen have gone to fight another fire. And if I back up for you, you can see that everything is starting to blow back up here because there's white smoke. The grass is now catching on fire again, and it's all blowing off to the northeast. So, they got big problems on their hands. We couldn't have enough firemen out here to fight these things. Jeff.
No, amen. Hey, Vaughn, thanks so much. Let's go back on over to Reagan now, who's near Manford area. Reagan, what's the latest?
Hey, Trav, yeah, we're still on this house fire right here. You can just see, it's just burning like no other right now. You got crews racing up and down 48 right now, trying to figure out what to do with this fire, hauling in water. I've seen several water trucks trying to bring water to this area. But that's the problem with these fires right now. They're all kind of spaced out along Highway 48, and they've done a good job, these crews, of putting these fires out in these pastures, but there's still hot spots, and those strong gusts of winds just reignite them, and then they're racing to those locations trying to put those fires out. And this is an area that I just mentioned about a half hour ago. They were starting evacuations near 61st and 48, and of all these people in these homes, and this is one of the areas they were starting to evacuate, and that's where that fire, that home started, and that's what they were afraid of. So we're just seeing the devastation of these fires, and it's just terrible to see. This whole area is blocked off to all traffic, so crews can easily get up and down this area right now. But yeah, those strong southwest winds are just pushing everything to the northeast right now. It's just tough to fight, tough to contain. Trav?
Thanks, Reagan, once again for another update on what's going on there. Red Rock, which is just to the north of Stillwater, getting a gust of 70 miles an hour right now, and mostly 45 to 55 miles an hour around the Manford area that we're seeing at this point. Let's go, and you can see the thunderstorms have moved pretty much almost totally out of the area. We still have that one strong storm going on just across the northeastern portions of Delaware County, east of Grand Lake. That's the dry line. So again, if you're east, you're not dealing with the fires like we are across our area. And again, the expansion of the black areas indicate where the fires are the worst. So we have the one that's on the Kansas state line. And Michaela is in West Tulsa right now. Michaela, what do you have for us on the west side of Tulsa?
Yeah, I have Margaret Lane here. Her home behind me was just able to put out by firefighters, but there was a fire that sparked by her fence here. I'm going to ask her a few questions just to see. Margaret, how was it? You told me the winds kind of took the flames.
Yeah, they were saying that it took it kind of at a slight angle, so my neighbor suffered a lot more damage than I did. It got into his yard and then into his house, which I'm really sad about.
She says the fire all started because of the power lines. They started sparking and those sparks fell below, and she has a lot of firewood below. Describe that sound, of that popping sound.
Yeah, it was a really loud popping and cracking. I could hear it in the house and my lights were blinking. I came out to see what was wrong, and the fire department was already here. It had already sparked a fire.
How scary was that fire?
It was pretty worrisome as it was tracking up the fence because it was getting pretty close to my house. And so I had my little garden hose trying to keep it away from my house, wetting, things down, trying to keep it back.
Did the firefighters tell you anything else, or just I know you said they told you to kind of keep an eye out on this firewood that you have here, right?
Yeah, they asked us if we could to stay home and keep an eye on everything that's burned and make sure the fire is really out, because they have so many fires they have to take care of today. So we've got the fire hose and we're keeping a careful watch.
Okay, thank you so much, Margaret. Thank you. I did just want to point out this fire here for you before we let you all go. But yes, this is in southwest Tulsa. Back to you all.
All right. Hey, thanks, Michaela. I appreciate it. So again, here in Tulsa, we still have to be very careful. Let's take a look at where Vaughn is located right now, just west of Cushing. Get a quick update from you, Vaughn. What do you have for us on that firestorm?
Yeah, I'm still sitting in the same spot I talked to you, and when I was talking to you, there was no fire right there. And now there's another structure that's on fire around this house, basically to the northwest of this house, and very quickly that field to the right is going to catch. Oh, yeah. And there's all kinds of cedars in that field. So once those cedars get lit up, it's oh golly, we just had a gust of 65 at least.
Yeah.
It's going to be a bad deal if some of them cedars get lit up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Vaughn. Appreciate it. Reagan also has more information on what's going on over in Manford, especially south of Manford, where a house is on fire. Reagan, what do you have?
House is on fire right here. You can just see just the impact of these strong winds, those strong gusts. It's like pouring gasoline on that fire right now. But this is just right along Highway 48, and we're at the area right now where we can actually see where the fire did jump the highway. Look at those winds. Just ignites that fire even more. Yeah, this is the area they were starting evacuations, trying to keep people out of this area because they were concerned that these fires west of 48 this afternoon were going to put people's homes and lives in danger. And so they were starting those evacuations. But we're at the area here on 48 right now, And just over here is where the fire actually hopped the highway. Crews are working so hard all afternoon to keep the fire on the west side of 48. And this little gully right here is where you can see where the fire hopped over. A lot of pasture land out here, which is, in a sense, it's good that there's not a lot of structures in some of these areas, but it's just open terrain that just burns so easily out here, and it's allowing those fires to spread so quickly. And we've seen it firsthand. We've been hearing all the meteorologists like you guys been saying all week how fast these fires will move with these strong winds, and we've seen it out here firsthand today of how quickly the fires will spread across the pasture with these strong gusts of winds. But we're going to keep an eye on things right now. I want to keep reminding people, though, that Highway 48 is shut down for all southbound traffic. Start at Highway 51 near Manford. All southbound traffic is shut down, blocked off, heading down towards 61st Street. Trav?
Again, thank you so much for that report. Winds continue to blast away there. Bob's up in Pawhuska and on the west side of Pawhuska right now. Let's get another update from Bob, and then we'll try to get over to Stacia with an update on stats and power outages. Bob?
Yeah, Travis, they've still got Highway 60 west of Pawhuska blocked. They've tried to knock the fire down here as it came across the highway. We don't know the extent of the fire that's already crossed over to our north. We're going to try and get back up in that area. But right now, it's very difficult to stop these fires. What we're seeing is we've got so many volunteer fire units out, they're running out of assistance from other departments because there's so many fires going on.
All right, thanks. Just dropped my phone, but didn't break, so I'm happy. All right, thanks, Bob. Appreciate it. And then, so this is out of Pawhuska. And you can see there's additional fire up to north. I want to, Station, let's go up north just a little bit. Okay, so this is a fire that's going on right around the Elgin area. We don't have anybody on this fire right now. This is a lot of rangeland right in here. And so again, this fire is moving northward. So we're worried about kind of what's going on near Sedan, south of Sedan, Elgin area to Cedarvale southeast, because this is a lot of rangeland. And so that's what's happening there. What was the report? What'd you say? Okay, let's go back over to Vaughn real quick with another update. Vaughn?
Yeah, Travis. So since we talked, we got a big fire truck come in, but the fire had already jumped over to the field. So I just talked to the sheriff. He went in and shut off all the propane in this house, and that's another thing that we don't think about. If you got to evacuate your house, shut off your gas. If you've got to evacuate, but they shut off all the gas. But now you can see it's full-fledged inferno right now, and I don't know if they're going to get that knocked down in time, but hopefully they do.
Man, no kidding. Okay. Hey, thanks. I appreciate it very much. So again, that's Vaughn. He is west of Cushing, not so far from around Stillwater. This kind of gives you an idea of some of the communities involved. So just west of Pawhuska, right in here, down toward the Winona area, and then extending with the firestorm just east-southeast of Pawnee. Now this is getting up into around the Arkansas River area. And then we have these fires. You can see what's happening right here in Creek County. They're flaring up. We have one in northwestern Okfuskee County. Lincoln County's had a few, but again, some really nasty ones going on across Logan County and western Payne County. So these are massive fires going on, plus the fires that are out west. So they're dealing with those problems as well. So again, we were talking to Bob about Highway 60 and what's going on at Pawhuska around the Manford area. John's got a new position right now. Hey, John, just to give me an update real quick. I see you're in a position where it doesn't look too bad now, but that's headed in your direction. Is that right?
That's right. I'm about 5 miles away from it. I have got to go clear across the river and get on the other side of the lake to get to this location. And come to find out, this is a dead-end road, so I'll be turning around. But the fire is still well off to my west, but coming in toward Manford on the southwest side of Manford. People there need to be very careful. And they have started the evacuation process, as Reagan has been mentioning, in this area, just to get people out of the way, and a lot of people getting their livestock and their horses all out of the danger zone. So back to you.
Hey, thanks, John. And as John mentioned before, in 2012, we had that horrible fire line that came across portions of Creek County and then extending across areas that were all the way through the Manford area. We had lost hundreds and hundreds of homes in that. This is a little bit different setup. It's not quite as wide a fire line. It's still, though, just as dangerous and can be just as deadly. So you have to be advised for what's going on with that. So again, Reagan's getting some information for us. He'll have a little bit more on that coming up a little bit. Stacia right now has information on what's happening with all the statistics, power outages and that. Stacia.
There are a lot of power outages today because of the strong winds putting extra stress on power lines, causing them to arc, causing power lines to even fall. So we've had a lot of that today. Here's the top end wind gusts so far. 74 in Stillwater. We've had a couple other areas with low 70s for wind gusts today. Tulsa topped out at 68 at this time. Pawnee at 66, along with Stroud and Bartlesville at 65. So those are the strongest ones that we have had. Current power outages, we currently are looking at Tulsa County, about 14,000 customers, 2,000 now in Creek County, 1,500 up in Rogers County, Washington County about 500, several hundred in Osage, Pawnee up to about 800. Now seeing more picking up in Pittsburgh County. So for Pittsburgh County, there is one small hotspot in the far eastern side of the county. We're going to watch that closely. But of course, our larger hotspots, if we have been showing you with infrared satellite imagery, have been west of Highway 75. So the winds continue to gust 50, 60 through about 6 o'clock this evening. Then we'll start to see them gradually taper off, but we still could have 30 to almost 40 mile per hour gusts even till as late as about 9 o'clock tonight. Right now in the metro, it's about 40, but then out to the west around Pawnee, it's still 60 mile per hour gusts. And we'll see that zone of 50 to 60 gradually shift more east. So expect your winds to stay strong and possibly get even stronger for Pryor down to Muskogee and up to Veneta here as we continue to watch that zone shift more to the east. We are still watching some cells along the Oklahoma-Arkansas line that are pretty heavy with rain, with wind, and some small hail. But as the dry line moves east, the drier air will also move east as well, increasing your fire threat. So Pittsburgh County, McAllister, you've dropped about 20% for humidity, 20% in Muskogee, 23% in Pryor. So your fire threat has increased some, but still it's much drier, much worse for fire conditions out to the west of Tulsa. National Weather Service has stated that we are looking at potential historic fire conditions with this, with extremely fast fire spread rates. You've watched that from our trackers, from our news teams through the afternoon. So heed those warnings. If you are told to evacuate, be ready to go. But the winds are going to continue to stay with us through at least this evening into early tonight. Air quality has been a huge issue, of course, with the smoke and the dust. You noticed the dust earlier today before these fires really started. The dust was just blowing and it was almost like you were in a dust storm. Well, that has impacted your air quality. So if you suffer from asthma, today's a pretty tough day to be outdoors. It's going to really cause you some issues. So air quality is not good and won't be for a while until we can get the winds to subside and the smoke to be dispersed out of the area. But that's going to take a while. So Trav will continue to watch. But again, the latest wind gusts are still about 60 west of Tulsa.
Yeah, in fact, I think 69 just came out again at Stillwater, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, they had another peak gust of 69. So, I mean, these are blowing and going. Vaughn is in that kind of that vicinity. Vaughn, update from you. What's going on over there to the west and near south of Stillwater, or east of Stillwater, I should say?
Yeah, south of 33, just basically south of Ripley, about 3 miles. The firemen gave up on this part of it. They're going to go try to get back in front of it and somehow try to kill it before it gets across 33, which is only about a quarter mile. But the structures keep going up. These little sheds in the back of this house and all that, they just keep going up in flames. So they have gone ahead, and I'm going to see if I can catch back up with them. Back to you.
All right, thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. So Vaughn, again, over in Payne County, had son calling and saying that he's got a friend that is trying to get from Stillwater back to Tulsa. The turnpike is open right now, but again, do not drive into smoke. Do not drive into smoke. Whatever you do, don't drive into smoke. That's the worst thing you can possibly do if you're driving. Let's come back on over to Manford, and Reagan has a report for us right now. Reagan, what's going on?
Yeah, Trav, things are out here kind of getting out of control right now. I'm here with Manford's Police Chief Jerry Ridley. Very important information. What's the update right now? Where are we at on fighting these fires?
Our fire chief has advised us that we may need to tell people in Manford, south of Highway 51, that the possibility of evacuation.
So basically everybody in that area needs to be prepared to...
Yes. Yeah, anything that's important you may want to grab. If you want to go ahead and evacuate now, go to family or a friend somewhere safely, that would be a good thing to do.
Is he just seeing these fires just continuing to spread with these strong winds, kind of spread out along 48?
Yes, they was able to keep them on the west side of 48 for a long time, but now they've jumped to the east side of 48. So with the winds, as you can see, barely stand up. It's almost impossible for the fire department to contain them.
Chief, we're seeing, fires spread out all the way along 48 right now. What is it doing to the manpower? There's a lot of volunteers out here. How's the manpower right now?
I mean, they've called for help from all the surrounding areas, and there's still not enough.
Now, for those that maybe missed the first part of this, can you kind of reiterate which areas that you want?
Right now, it's going to be south of Highway 51 in the city limits of Manford.
All right, you heard him there, guys. People south of Highway 51 in the city limits of Manford, they're not calling for an evacuation this time. They want people to prepare for an evacuation. And if you do want to evacuate to be safe, please do that at this time. Like I said, for the last hour or so, there's several fires that are burning along 48. As the chief just said, this crews worked so long throughout the afternoon to keep the fire on the west side of Highway 48. But as we just drove through this area behind us right now, I mean, just thick, dark smoke, and the fire did hop. Highway 48 is now on the east side of 48. So a lot of crews out here. A lot of these crews are volunteer fire departments. But the problem right now, Trav, is there's fires all over green country. So getting manpower, help from manpower is just challenging right now. Now here behind me, this area we were at about an hour and a half ago, this is where that first road closure was, and there was no smoke over here. And you can just see how quickly the fire and the smoke is spreading to the northeast along here. This is back towards Highway 51 right here. Manford is to the northeast of us over here, and this is that area that they're wanting people to start to prepare to evacuate. Of course, we'll have updates coming up as we get them. Trav?
Thank you, Reagan. And yeah, that's just a very dangerous situation again. And going back just one more time, I hate to talk about history, but 2012, the winds are so strong, and unfortunately everything's so dry, and those winds, you were just hearing it with Reagan and the police chief, what's going on there. So again, it's not a mandatory evacuation, but anybody that's in Manford that was in those fires knows it's like you grab your stuff, you get everything that's important, and then you make sure that you pray and then get out of there. We're looking at multiple fires continuing across this region that extends to the north. Brandon's up around the Winona area right now. Brandon's been following that, the one that we've had a fire warning on. Bob's on the one that's up to the north in Osage County. Dell's picking up the one in Pawnee County at this time. Let's go on up and start back. Let's start with Brandon, see what's going on around Winona. Brandon, what do you have for us right now?
Okay, Travis. So right now here in Winona, just south of town here, firefighters tell me that they've got this pretty much under control. They're just monitoring the situation to make sure it doesn't get out of control. They say that it's an old oil drilling rig facility that caught fire by a blown over power line. So that has been the culprit for this situation. But they've got it under control right now, and we'll continue to watch it.
Okay. Yeah, we'll get you moving again, so since that area is kind of okay. Hey, estimate the winds for me there, would you, Brandon?
Sustained 25 to 35 with gusts still near close to 50.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Thank you, sir. Greatly appreciate it. Let's go on up further north to where Bob is located right now. Bob is north of Winona. He's west of Pawhuska. Bob, any new information on what's going on with the fire storm that's now to the north, I guess, of Highway 60? Bob?
Yeah, we've got at least two different fires. Highway 60 is blocked just west of the municipal airport for Pawhuska. The fire's crossed over. If you could see past the two emergency vehicles, you'll see some dark smoke coming across the road. The fire's already crossed north of 60 there. Back behind us towards Pawhuska, where we were earlier, fire's also crossed the road there. So we've got at least two separate fires going on up in this area, and anybody thinking of coming through Highway 60, it's going to be shut down for a while. Back to you, Trev.
All right. Hey, thanks, Bob. I appreciate it. So once again, we've got massive fire issues going on. You can see in Creek County as well. Allen's down on, looks like he's close to a fire. And Sequoia continues to monitor what's going on down the south. Here's where Alan is located. This is Alan Hancock, not our Alan Crone. He covered all of the mornings or this morning until we had to kick him out just a little bit ago. Anyway, this is Alan Hancock is located. Again, this is Creek County, so these plumes are picking up as well. And so if you can, Alan, if you're with me, if you can hear me, give me an update from southern portions of Creek County. What do you have?
Yeah, Travis, I'm south of Bristow, just east of the town of Gypsy. I've been tracking this fire for a little bit now. Terrain is pretty difficult to get to as far as limited roadways, but this fire has been rapidly growing, and the smoke's obviously carrying with the solid winds. Winds of like up to 50 miles an hour at this time, max gust. But a little concerning back in here. We are leaving the wooded areas and headed towards the area where a lot of the residences are staged. So hopefully it stays away from the houses, but as of right now, the winds are howling at about 25 sustained and 50-mile-an-hour gusts. Back to you.
All right, yep. That's not what we want, but thanks, Al. We'll let you go. All right, appreciate it. So again, our guys covering on Sequoias all the way down to Henrietta. Keep an eye on what's going on down south because we expect some problems there. We do have as well further to the north at this time as we continue to monitor where Dal is located, Dal Archer. Dal is getting close and into an area around Hallett. Dal, do you have information for us on what's going on in your location? Dale, you there?
Trav?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Trav, we just spoke with the Jennings Fire Department, and they're talking like the fire at Hallett is still raging right now. They were filling up the tanker truck there, so we are trying to get in position to get a little bit better visibility. They direct us right there, and we should be there here shortly. Thank you, Trav.
All right, thank you, sir. Greatly appreciate it. So again, that's part of what's going on with the cell that's just north of the Hallett area. And then moving on further to the north, so that's west of Cleveland area. So we do want to be advised for that. A little bit more into the areas to the south and west sides of Tulsa. We do have a couple of fires, as we said, so we do want to watch those. That's the one Allen was on, and so we're going to continue to monitor what's happening. And then there's one north of Bristow that's fired up, and then also, of course, the Manford fire. So those are the ones that are closest to Tulsa right now, other than the ones we've had hit and miss that have been around the Tulsa area. So if you are in some areas, just be aware. If the fires flare up, they can move very, very quickly. We've been talking about that. And so that means that fire spread is like 400 feet per minute. And so that is like a football field going. So that's just very, very fast in a short period of time. And that's what we're dealing with, especially on the north fires, because those are a little bit faster than the south ones. A lot of this is just because of the fact that we do have nothing really green. It's just starting to get green. If this was like 3 weeks from now, we wouldn't have to be dealing with this. We'd probably be dealing with more tornado issues. But at this point, it's fire issues that we're looking at. Vaughn continues to watch what's going on out to our west. Vaughn, if you would, give me one more update between Cushing and Perkins. What do you have for us right now? Vaughn, are you there?
Yeah, Trav.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, I am here. They're taking a stand here on the north side of this fire. Some of them are back there fighting it. It is a whole field full of cedars. So they're actually getting a pretty good handle on it. There's a house right here that hopefully they can, if the fire gets too close, they can save it. But they're getting a pretty good handle on it from what I see right now. Back to you.
All right. Hey, thanks. Appreciate it. Once again, in the Tulsa area, we continue to have issues with air quality. Stacia's been taking a look at what's going on there. While we have a couple of the trackers repositioning, let's go on over to Stacia with another update. Stacia, what do you have?
Air quality has been really bad this afternoon. Started with all of the dust. When the winds picked up early this morning, really late this morning, it started to kick in a lot of the dust. And so that first prompted our air quality issues. And then now you add in the smoke, especially west of Tulsa. So it is considered unhealthy for some, especially from Tulsa back up to the north and west into Creek County. So you see that pocket right over Tulsa. Again, a lot of that's going to be dust, but also smoke in the air out to the west. So air quality is going to be a problem through this evening. If you have asthma, respiratory problems, make sure you stay inside today. The winds are going to continue 50, 60, almost 70 mile per hour gusts through the rest of our afternoon. A current look at some of those wind speeds that we have right now in terms of gusts are still about 60 out to the west. gusts around Pawnee and Pawhuska at 53, 51 in Stillwater. Starting to see wind gusts increasing now east of Tulsa in southern Rogers County, western parts of Mays County. Your winds are pushing almost 50 miles per hour for gusts. Sustained winds can be anywhere from 25 to 35. So the sustained winds are also very strong. Then you add in those gusts, which are helping to push these fires along. Our vegetation has been really dry, and today, of course, it's warm. Humidity values west of the metro are down to about 10%. All of this coming together for dramatic fire behavior, and fire spread rates are extremely quick today. Trav just mentioned the 400 feet per minute. That's more than a football field per minute. So extremely hard and dangerous for these crews to fight these fires. But humidity has dropped even more out around Pawnee, down to just 8%. We'll come back up to 10 now, but 11% in Pawnee. So the air is extremely dry, getting drier to the east of Tulsa now as that dry line continues to push east. Do want to mention that we have still some cells in our far eastern counties that are moving over into Arkansas. This system that brought in all of this wind for us and the fire threat is producing a severe weather threat just off to our east. So we're missing the severe weather threat, but we are dealing, of course, with fire weather, and that in and of itself can be severe. There's been a few evacuations around the Stillwater area today, Karsten, Primrose, a couple of those spots that they've mentioned. Of course, Reagan talked a lot about out in Manford, just south of State Highway 51, kind of asking people to start to leave. If you are told to evacuate, please do so. Please heed those warnings. Of course, with the fire threat continuing for the afternoon, make sure that you're not doing anything that causes a spark. Make sure that you're not throwing lit cigarette butts out the window. That can start a fire. If you have car trouble, if you need to park your car, make sure you're not doing it in the grass, because your hot car can start a fire. Make sure your trailer chains are secured. Some folks just assume they are, get out on the roadways, and then the sparks from the trailer chains can start fires. There's a lot of things that we do that we really don't think about, but those can start fires, and we end up with some pretty bad situations. So the fire threat still extremely high, Trav, west of Highway 75. To the east, we have our cells that are now crossing over into Arkansas. And the green counties, that is a tornado watch that they've issued over in Arkansas.
Yes, and good point, because we mentioned for anybody on spring break and heading eastbound, that's not good right now. Tornadoes and severe weather, that goes all the way over to Nashville, and we know a lot of people, they like to go to Nashville for spring break and then go on down to Destin, Florida, and places like that. They're going to have severe weather tomorrow down in Florida. So if you have some kids that are vacationing down there for spring break, just tell them they've got to keep an eye on the weather like they do in Oklahoma, because that's going to be some nasty stuff for them. Right now, our fire weather, though, continues across the area, as Stacia mentioned, with all the winds. Still getting maximum wind reports over 60 miles an hour in this area. And so you see all the smoke plumes associated with what's going on. But let's go up to Pawhuska to start off with and go to Bob and get another update. Bob, any changes on what's happening there?
Yeah, Travis, along Highway 60, they've done a pretty good job of knocking it down. I think we've got an extension up north. We're not able to get into that area right now. We're going to try and work back there to see what it's doing. Back to you, Travis.
Okay. Hey, thanks, Bob. I greatly appreciate it. Brandon has been watching the fires that have been down around the Winona area. Brandon, if you would, give us another update on what's happening with the fires it looks like you're still in that location. Have you? It looks like a lot of smoke still coming in your direction, but they have that under control, you said?
Yes, sir, that is correct. The black, thick smoke that you're seeing there, there's tires. There's that are still so that's what the smoke's coming from. But they've got it under control, and they're just trying to make sure it doesn't get out of control. Confirmed reports of another fire that's taken off just the northwest of the prison there in Hominy. So they're going to take some of their resources and send it down that way, Travis.
Okay. Hey, thanks. I appreciate that very much. If we continue with what's going on with these fires, unfortunately, there's still going to be a lot of spreading of the flames across this area. Once again, what you're looking at is hot spots that are showing up, and these are all fires that are flared up. And notice they're not getting smaller, like some of these are getting bigger, like the one you can see just around the Keystone Lake area. That is growing, just like the one that's been in Manford. That one has gone from not much to getting much larger. And then this one right here, and then there's a secondary one right behind that to the northwest of Manford. And then we're still watching that this was a leftover fire that still has some smoke associated with it, and there's flames, and it's still hot. But the one that's west of Pawhuska is very, very large. The Sedan one we think is fairly large as well, but there's a lot of smoke plumes that are kind of interfering a little bit with some of the heat sensors on that, heat sensing ability from the infrared satellite picture. Again, Oklahoma City, the Norman area, Stacia mentioned. And then also up into southeastern Kansas, there's some other fires that are going on up in the Flint Hills up there. So this is the situation we have right now. It's not a mandatory area of southern portions of Manford to have to evacuate, but please be ready to move, have your stuff that you need to be ready to get out of there. We'll have more reports from Reagan in just a little bit. We also have the basically the firestorm around the Pawnee area. Dell's on that at this particular moment, and we'll have a report from him in just a second. So while we're getting positioned, we're going to take a quick commercial break, but what we're doing that's new and different is that we're not really leaving you. You'll see the commercial, but we also will have you seeing all of what we're seeing as far as rotating with weather information. But we'll be right back in just a moment.
This is to the early risers.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to 6 in the morning.
The preparers.
Quite on the radar right now, but showers and storms developing.
The need to knowers.
Changes coming to area schools.
The daily drivers.
Heads up for rush hour. Give yourself a little extra time this morning.
For all you get up and goers.
Here's where to find family fun this weekend.
The team at the locally owned station knows how to get you ready. Great mornings start here. 6 in the morning on Oklahoma's own News on 6.
Did they just hop from a baseball game to a show on Max without leaving DirecTV?
It's like all their apps and channels are connected.
Oh, it's all connected. Shows, movies, sports, cooking shows. Oh my God.
Is she talking to us?
Tell me, how does DirecTV put all your favorite stuff on one home screen? Uncanny content suggestions based on your watch history? Or mind control?
Were you recently electrocuted?
A better way to watch whatever you want to watch.
Well, I, for one, am intrigued.
Hi, I'm Gary Owens, the owner of Galleria Furniture. Right now is the time to buy the Spartacus sectional. This 6-piece sectional, available in 4 colors, was originally priced at $27.99. But you can take it home today for only $19.99. That's right, $19.99. And remember, we'll beat any competitor's price or it's yours for free. Visit any one of our 6 locations across the state.
Style or substance. Somehow, it became one or the other. But there is another choice. Not stopping until you have everything in the GMC Sierra.
Or get 0.9% APR on 2025 Sierra 1500 models. Or get over $5,300 total value on select Sierra 1500 models.
Stay ahead of your child's moderate to severe eczema with Dupixent as they welcome the feeling of touch with clear skin and less itch. The #1 prescribed biologic by dermatologists and allergists helps heal their skin from within. Severe allergic reactions can occur. Get help right away for face, mouth, tongue, or throat swelling, wheezing, or trouble breathing. Tell your doctor of new or worsening eye problems like eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma or other medicines without talking to your doctor. Ask your child's doctor about Dupixent.
Looking for something fun and cool to do over spring break? Come experience an Oasis on Ice with public skating times all day long. Bring the entire family and skate to island music. Experience Margarita Chill at Wee Street Ice Center. Ride the tropical train and enjoy specialty drinks and ice skating all day. Fun for the whole family. Don't miss out on Tulsa's best spring break experience. For more information, visit our website, WeStreetIceCenter.com.
All right, welcome back to our coverage of the firestorm, unfortunately, that's going on right now. And News on 6 at 4. As far as what's going on at this particular time, fires continue to the west of Tulsa. If you're just joining us, we have been on continuous coverage here for about the last 2 hours as we're continuing to monitor what's going on for areas primarily west of Tulsa, just on the west sides of Tulsa. We've had a few flare up around Tulsa. First of all, though, let's go to John, who is in Manford right at this moment. One of the biggest problems we've seen at this time is the fact that these fires are getting pretty close. And John, just a quick update, because we're going to probably start moving you as Emory is coming into an area right in there. But what do you have for us?
Well, right now I'm in Manford proper, in the downtown area, not far from the high school here, and you can see the orange sky just off to my west, maybe a mile and a half. That is where the main fire line is. There are voluntary evacuations in this area. They're trying to get people out of here. A guy's passing me in. We're in a school zone at 20 miles an hour. But there's a lot of people trying to get in and out of here. Traffic is a little bit heavier on this 2-lane road than you'd normally expect in Manford because people trying to get away from the fire.
All right. Hey, the guys are going to redirect you to another fire. We've been watching this growing near Westport, so we're going to move you over there. Hey, if you're around the Westport, Terrellton, and also Osage areas, we do have a fire warning for you right now. We do have a fire warning for you right now if you're there. So again, that is now happening, and so we're going to talk about that a little bit more in just a second. First of all, though, we do have, what did you say, Matt? I didn't hear what you said. Okay, and then Ethan's also moved up to near Pawhuska. Okay, let's go to Ethan first and find out what Ethan has up in Pawhuska. What do you have, sir?
Yeah, so we just got here to Pawhuska. It's a much different scene than it was where we were previously. We're standing right here on the side of Highway 60, and they've just shut down the highway. So they're stopping cars who are going both ways. If you're stuck on that side, they're keeping you on that side. I don't know if you can see behind me here, but there are a lot of tankers. There's a lot of crews on ground. On that left side of the highway, there's a very large flame, and the winds are picking up very strongly, and I think crews are fighting to keep that flame from hopping across the highway here. But they're working really hard, and we've got tankers coming back in and going back and forth every minute here. But things are picking up here very heavily. Winds are picking up very heavily. So people need to plan to pack their things and head out if things get a little bit worse.
All right. Hey, Ethan, thank you so much. Near Pawhuska, right at this particular moment, and you can see all the smoke and all the wind continues across this area, and a tremendous amount of rangeland, grasslands, and trees. And that's why we call it Willow Rock. There's a few lakes to go with that, but up in that area. But the only problem that we have right now is the fact that we need to get this wind knocked down pretty quick. But unfortunately, we still have another probably 2 to 3 hours of strong winds in excess of gusts of 50 miles an hour. So that's not going to help. Bob's on the east side of town right now. And then we have the fires still going on down around the Winona area. Tremendous amount of smoke associated with this. So again, breathing difficulties continue across this area. And with the strong winds, there's been a lot of power outages. We'll get another update from station in a little bit. But the fire right now, besides the Manford fire, where Reagan is located, was, we said, the Westport area just to the north and east of Manford. That's where this other fire is located. So as you look at what's going on, just from where it says Frontier Shores to down around Pogue Airport, we still have the Westport area now with the fire. So we want folks to realize that that's going to be a bit of a problem. We haven't seen a shutdown of the turnpike, have we, Stacia? I haven't seen anything shut down. A lot of times when you're trying to travel, one of the worst things you can do, and I mentioned this a little bit ago, is drive into smoke, because you don't know what you're driving into. There could be cars stopped right there and you don't see them, and then all of a sudden you rear end a car. So that's why we say you see smoke, you can't see, you get off the side of the road to where somebody doesn't do that to you, and you don't drive into the smoke to begin with if you can allow yourself from not doing that. We don't have to talk about that very often. But unfortunately, we have to talk about it right now, as that continues to be an issue right in this zone. So again, if you are on the west and northwest sides of Tulsa, that's where most of the flames are and most of the fires are located and most of the smoke. Stacia, I'm going to have you do another quick update while we get a couple more of the storm trackers. Hang on. Who's in Manford right now? Emery? All right, let's go to Emery with a quick update out of Manford at this point. Emery, what do you have for us?
The south side.
Yep, you can go ahead.
Travis, we're on the south side of Manford. This is the voluntary evacuation zone, but people are doing it, trying to get their things out of here. This is a lady here on the, we're on the south side of Manford, so the fire is a little further to our south and to the west. She's got her son out watering the yard, and people are packing up their belongings here. This lady with this car, and further down the way, we've seen people rushing into the neighborhood, trying to grab a few things. It's not a mandatory evacuation, but a smart evacuation at this point, because the fire is not that far away, and the wind is just to my back, still gusting very strong. We've seen people getting some things, trying to get out of the way because the fire is just a mile or two down the road, and this wind is extremely strong, pushing it this way towards this neighborhood, towards Manford. The police chief has asked people to evacuate if they can, or at least start thinking about it, to be ready, because the fire is not that far that way. Travis, back to you.
All right, Emery, good perspective of what's going on again on the south side of Manford. And so that's what we're concerned with. And you can see where Emery is located right here off of Evans Road and just south of Greenwood Avenue. And so that fire, again, this is a smoke plume from that fire. And so that gives you a pretty good perspective. So again, this is on the south and east sides of Manford. As we said before, 48's been closed. Reagan is not up right now, I don't see, but he's been in that area where that jumped. And then it crossed 48 down south of him a ways. And so Reagan's on the move at this moment, I guess we're saying. And then we have additional fire to the southwest. So there's still smoke plumes down around Lawrence Creek, and then another fire that's further south. As we're looking at the fires around the Hallett area, Dal is in the area which we're concerned with. Dal, if you could give us an update. Looks like you're near East 530 Road. What do you have for us?
Yes, unfortunately, Travis, it's not great news. There have been 3 structures here completely destroyed. We just talked to homeowners of one of them. They said it came on so fast, they tried to save the structures, unfortunately couldn't. They lost their animals inside this home as well. But 3 total structures lost, and it's, I guess, still ripping away off to the north of it. So we're going to try heading that way here shortly.
Okay.
Back to you, Travis.
All right. Hey, Dal, was that a ranch? Was that kind of basically a ranch farm area? And then what are the winds?
Yeah, the winds here right now are still whipping up around 40 to 45 miles an hour. And I know the 2 structures were 2 double wides, and they said a tiny home as well. And they just said they tried themselves to fight the fire and said they just couldn't do it.
Okay.
It was moving so quickly they couldn't even get out. So.
Oh, man. All right. Thank you, Dale. Appreciate it. We'll get you on the road again so you can continue with that fire. Again, so we've had fire warnings and emergencies for multiple areas in Pawnee County, and we're at Westport right now with that fire warning. Continuing with air quality issues that are causing problems, and the fires continue to be enlarging, not getting smaller, and more multiple fires continue. Let's go back to weather 15 if we could on this for a minute. I wanted to point out again, this is kind of the bigger picture of what's happening. So when you start to see all these different black colors, that's where fires are located. We have one on the Kansas line just south of Sedan, and then there's another one forming now just north of Hewlett-Copan reservoirs, and then you have the one west of Pawhuska that continues to hang in there, one near the Winona area. You have the Pawnee one. This is the one Dal's been on, and then this is the Westport one. This is the Manford one, and then we have a couple other areas with some flames. And now it looks like we've got another one trying to pop up just to the west of Beggs, right on county line, Creek County, Okmulgee County line, and that's what these fires are continuing because of humidity values and everything else. Stacia, if you would, can you give us another power update on what's going on here? I know you just did, but another quick update on what's happening there for folks. Remember, we can stream. If you lose power, you can always stream with us. So that's one thing we want to mention. Go ahead.
There are quite a few people today without power. City of Collinsville, almost the entire city without power right now. The strong winds have really put stress on power lines today. 16,000 customers in Tulsa County. Rogers County has jumped up to about 1,500 now. 2,000 up in Creek, and Osage County has really skyrocketed. Now 2,500 customers in Osage County without power. Remember, you have our website and you have our News on 6 app on your phone to watch our coverage. Okmulgee County, about 300 customers, and starting to see more now up in southeast Kansas. Montgomery County, Kansas, 300 customers. So again, today the fire risk is extremely high and will remain so into this evening. Some of our strongest winds have been 70 to 75 miles per hour. A lot of that around Stillwater, and there have been some areas around Stillwater, especially the west and northwest sides of town, where they have stressed and have wanted folks to evacuate. Some of that around Karsten and Primrose and a few other spots. So if local officials tell you that you need to evacuate, please do so. And Von Castor mentioned earlier, shut off your gas to your home before you head out. Here's a look at current wind speeds, wind gusts, I should say. Still about 40 to 45 in the metro, 50 out in Pawnee. Those have backed off in the last about 30 minutes, Trav, from 60 down to 50. That's still really strong, but at least it's kind of backing off a little. Now the winds will stay pretty gusty, 40 to 50 to almost 60 at times, even into this evening until about 6 o'clock. And so again, the winds will stay very strong. The air, of course, very dry out to the west of Tulsa. Those humidity values still at about 10 to 15%. Getting drier. Just want to mention, I've seen a few small hot spots down in Pittsburgh County on the far eastern side of the county. Your humidity has dropped to about 20%. So we're going to watch that closely. But back here on radar, of course, the smoke plumes continue to the west. You can see where all those fires have started. So there's several: Creek County, Washington County, Pawnee County and back into Payne to Lincoln, down to the south. There may be one in far western Okfuskee County to watch, Trav, and then we're going to watch southeast Oklahoma as well. So that's what we look at for now, with the air quality getting worse as the evening progresses with the dust and the smoke. If you have respiratory problems, stay inside, because it is not good to be out and about with the air quality the way it is.
Okay, thank you, Stacia. Really appreciate it. Great update on what's going on. Again, if you're just joining us at this point, we're in continuous coverage for fire weather. Unfortunately, that's going on. We've had tornado watches issued off to the east of us, and the severe weather just kind of kicked in just briefly. In fact, Stacia, I'm going to have you move that just to the east just a little bit so we can see that. So there's the tornado watch off to the east. So again, a lot of people heading out of town for spring break. If you're going eastbound, you are going to have to be aware. Tornado watches are over into this part of Arkansas and also into Missouri. We've had severe thunderstorms. The storm we were watching that was around the J area, it became severe just to the east, or I should say to the northeast of J, and then west of Fayetteville, and then that's moved on up into Bentonville and now to Bella Vista area, so that continues to move to the north and to the east. So that's a severe storm. Fortunately not a tornado, but this is tornado watch over here. Severe thunderstorm watch in southwest portion of Missouri and southeastern Kansas, just in case you're headed that way. Kevin has been in some of those areas. Kevin's also in an area right now. I haven't talked to him for a while. Hey, Kevin, I know you got to make some moves here pretty soon, but give us an update from Veneta. Are the winds picking up there? Is the air drier? What's happening right there now?
Yeah, so after that line of storms came through, it really picked up on the winds. And then heading down I-44 back towards Big Cabin area, those really strong winds picked up, as well as that blowing dust. So it's limiting visibility, and the semi-truck drivers are having a really hard time trying to control their trucks driving down the highway too, Trav.
Yeah, you know, and that has to be awful. I mean, I can only imagine, especially if they have a trailer that's empty and it's just like a huge wind vane for those guys. So again, yeah, hoping and praying that we don't end up with much trouble there. Stacia's keeping an eye on traffic as well, just in case. Obviously, traffic's going to be extremely light because so many people take Fridays off. There's been a lot of schools that were not even in session today because of spring break. And spring break kind of started early for a lot of schools. In fact, a lot of schools were off Thursday and Friday. And so that allowed some folks to get out of town a little bit earlier if they were headed out of town. We should say people want to come to Tulsa for spring break. But anyway, again, one of the reasons not to be here right now is because the breathing is not too good. We are continuing to monitor what's happening with these cells. Bob has been repositioning a little bit. Ethan's also in some of these areas. Bob, if you would, give us an update as you move north out of Pawhuska. Can you tell us a little bit about what you're doing, where you're going?
Yeah, Travis, we're trying to work our way around to the north side of the fire that's up near the Pawhuska Airport. They've had Highway 60 shut down at numerous locations, so we're trying to work our way back on some county roads. We'll let you know when we get any closer to it.
All right. Bob, thanks. Appreciate it. Beautiful country, except when there's a fire. Then it's a little bit nerve-wracking. All right, so that's what's going on up to the north. Ethan's just a little bit further to the south and west of Bob. Ethan, you're on Highway 60 right now. Any changes to what's going on? What do you have for us?
Yeah, like Bob was saying, Highway 60 is still closed down, and police are saying if you do not have to travel, they advise that you stay put right now. They say currently the Pawhuska Airport is being affected, and they say that the smoke and the fire has gotten so bad that it's become a threat to life and to property. And Osage Nation has also said that their offices will be closed today due to high winds and power outages. But other than that, they said that this fire has jumped across the street just a little bit. They've been able to knock that little bit of fire out, and now they're still working on this side of the highway and making sure that that fire is contained to this side.
All right, Ethan, thank you over in just west of Pawhuska. Appreciate it. So once again, hopefully he's breathing okay. So that's what's happening as far as the fires are up to the north and to the west. We also have, as far as the fires are concerned, we're going to be taking a break in just a minute here. So guys, you can be ready for that. But the fires continue pretty much unabated out to the west of us. So this is the bigger picture of what's going on. Again, we'll continue to monitor and see if anything else changes here as we get to the east of Tulsa. But at this point, most of the severe fire issues continue to the north, west and southwest of Tulsa down toward the Oklahoma City area. Some good news around the Norman area. Some of that area has been cleared, and that's moved a little bit further to the east for some of those evacuations that were going on down there. We're going to take a break. As I mentioned just a minute ago, our breaks are a little bit different because you'll be able to continue to watch the weather with us just on the bottom right-hand corner of your TV screen. We'll be back in a moment. Keep it here. We'll keep you advised.
How does this place make pizza that does that? Honestly, no idea. But I'm going to start looking into it one slice at a time. And now, buy any 2 large pizzas and get $7 off. It's not crazy. It's Casey's.
If you've been injured, let Car & Car show you all the upsides to having us, like having the time to do what's important to you. We get moving so you can move on. That's Car & Car.
At Mathis Sleep, you can test drive all the best brands in bedding in one place, like Tempur-Pedic, Serta, and Purple. Going on right now, save up to $1,500 on IntelliBed, the only bed with revolutionary gel matrix technology. Plus, all IntelliBed mattresses qualify for 72-month no-interest financing and free delivery. Let our sleep experts fit you with the right mattress. Save up to $1,500 on IntelliBed for a limited time only at Mathis Sleep.
Are you ready for the biggest sales event of the year? Then ready, set, go to Jim Norton Toyota. Hurry, get a new 2025 Camry now just $299 a month. $299 a month for Camry. Or get a new 2025 RAV4 now just $339 a month. $339 a month for a new 2025 RAV4. Plus, get a lifetime engine warranty at no extra charge at Jim Norton Toyota, 9809 South Memorial, where T-Town gets Toyota.
Phones were made to help us connect, yet somehow they've made us less connected. Which is ironic, don't you think? We try to put our phones down, but we need to pick them up to see the menu. We can't watch something without also watching something else.
Ironic.
Ironic. But look, here's a phone company who wants you to use your phone less.
That's ironic.
Yeah, but in a good way. Let's find us again with Us Mode. U.S. Cellular, built for us. Traffic jam. Ugh, and I'm already late.
He's been through a lot.
We'll get there. It's okay. You're safe here. Come on. No hurry. Love begins with trust. I'm not going anywhere. That's why I got a Subaru.
The Subaru Forester. Safe, long-lasting, trusted, loved.
Ferguson Subaru keeps your car running right with complimentary maintenance included.
Start the weekend at Indigo Sky Casino. Fridays from 6 to 10 p.m. Play for your chance to win up to $10,000 cash. All month long, play for your chance to win over $1 million in total cash and Go Rewards prizes. Come stay and play at Indigo Sky Casino, the area's premier gaming destination. Live weekend entertainment, luxurious hotel suites, and so much more. Experience the Indigo Sky difference. Highway 60 west of Seneca, Missouri. IndigoSkyCasino.com for details.
Every Casey's specialty recipe takes thousands of hours to perfect. Also, you can inhale the thing in 2 minutes in the front seat of your car. It's not crazy. It's Casey's. Buy any large pizza, get loaded cheesy breadsticks for only $6.
We continue to track the wildfire threat across the state of Oklahoma. Several wildfires burning in Green Country right now. Good afternoon. We are inside our 4 o'clock newscast right now. If you have been here, you know that Travis and the weather team, all of our storm trackers and our news teams have been out covering the very latest. We want to bring you the latest on evacuations that are happening right now. In the Olive and Manford area, 61st and Highway 48 area on both sides of 61st have been evacuated. Earlier this hour, we had talked about another potential evacuation inside Manford city limits. The Manford Police Department just posted on social media a minute ago saying that there's no evacuation in the Basin area or north of Basin. That's all south of Highway 51 inside Manford city limits. Not a mandatory evacuation right now. They have asked people to go ahead and start getting things together. If you would like to leave, it's not a bad idea to do that. Other evacuations you see on your screen: Highway 48 south is shut down from Highway 51 over to 61st Street. Over in Stillwater, we have another set of evacuations in that area. 19th to 6th and Range over to Cottonwood. Again, be on alert east of Range Street and north of Highway 51. This is an evolving situation. If you've been with us throughout the past 2 hours, you've seen our crews out there and you know just how fast those fires have been moving. It is a very dangerous situation. We've had wind gusts over 60 miles an hour reported at Tulsa International Airport. So very dangerous. We're going to go ahead and send it back over to Travis. Travis, I know y'all have just been on air, wall to wall. What is the latest right now?
All right. Hey, thanks, Tatum. As we continue, so again, Tatum's got a lot of updates on what's happened. And as we continue with what's going to happen, we are talking about, again, you notice with us that this flare-up continues to, unfortunately, not get smaller. These are fires. They're hot spots, basically, that are indicated by infrared satellite. And so this really helps us. If it was a cloudy day, we wouldn't be able to see a lot of this because those clouds would pretty much filter out the ability to see what's going on near the surface. But it looks like measles across this area. And so this is just from Tulsa back to the west. A lot of rangeland and unfortunately some communities involved in this as well. So this is Logan County, so east and southeast portion of Logan County just been hit really hard there. Western Pawnee County, or I should say western portions of Payne County, and then pretty much central and eastern Pawnee County, and then of course the Manford area. So we have multiple areas that continue across this region where we're watching and what's going on with it. As far as with what John is seeing, let's go into the Manford area first of all. And John, we've been moving him to the north toward the Terrellton area and then back on up to the Westport area. So John is just starting to make his move. Where is John right now? Is he right there? Is John? So he is now just not too far around Oilton, and he is moving to an area that will help us see a few more things going on. What do you have for us as you go back around 51st and 48?
Well, right now I'm at coming into Highway 99, Oilton. It looks like we've got a big flare up between Oilton and Olive right now, Travis, that is really putting out quite a bit of smoke. Really kind of glad I left a COVID mask in the glove box. It's helping a lot breathe this afternoon. So this is moving this way. Hopefully I'll be able to check it out for you in about 5-10 minutes.
All right, thank
Back
you.
to you.
Yeah, that's just wow. There's nothing but a bunch of smoke out in these areas. And you can see what's going on around the Cleveland area. Brandon's in this area. He's headed down toward Westport. Brandon, I know the cell coverage gets a little iffy in some of those areas. If I want to talk to you real quick, what do you have for us right now near Cleveland?
Well, Travis, here in Cleveland, we haven't located any fire. Just a lot of smoke, a lot of dust, very hazy. We're going to turn around. We're trying to make our way south towards Westport, like you said. We're trying to locate these fires, but with the ongoing dust and just the amount of smoke in the air, it makes it difficult. But we'll continue to watch them. Back to you.
All right, thank you, sir. Greatly appreciate it. So again, we still have around the Terrellton area, I should say not only Terrellton, around the Westport area, some of those fires that flared up, very difficult. That's going up against the Lake Keystone area, so that'll make a difference as well. And then back to the west and to the southwest, Vaughn has been on some of these cells, and Allen's moving up from out of Bristow and moving back on to the north and to the west. Vaughn has continued to cover some of those areas. Vaughn, if you could give us another quick update. Say it again, Matt. Okay. All right. Well, Vaughn's on a quick little stop, so we got to give him a break. So I'm not going to bug Vaughn for this minute there. As we look at what's going on, though, from out west, those fires continue. Stacia mentioned a little bit ago about some evacuations going on west of Stillwater. Stacia, have you heard anything else, and can you give us another update on power outages in some of these areas?
The power outages, Trav, continue to get a little worse as the winds just really will gust 40, 50, 60 miles per hour for the rest of this evening. So we still have about 14,000 customers in Tulsa County without power. power. Collinsville, one of the latest cities to report that there's quite a bit of outage around town. So again, we're not going to see much relief from this until the winds start to subside, which we'll get a gradual weakening later this evening, but getting relief from even 30-mile-per-hour wind gusts, that's not going to happen until later tonight. So 14,000 customers right now in Tulsa County. If you are one of those customers without power, remember you can stream us on our website or on the News on 6 app. 700 customers out in Osage County, which is better. It's more improvement than the 2,500 customers they had earlier. 2,000 customers in Creek County, 1,000 customers up in Rogers County. Pittsburgh County, 100. In fact, Stewart on the west side of Pittsburgh County, Trav, in the last 30 minutes had a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. So the winds are starting to pick up now east of Highway 75 and starting to get into eastern or southeastern Oklahoma with those really strong winds.
All right, hey, thank you. I appreciate that. I was going to mention, too, at Lake Carl Blackwell, which isn't too far from around Stillwater, we had a mesonet site. Those are some of the sites that have the temperatures. It says one of the guys that's at the mesonet said one of our thermometers measured a 1-minute average temperature of 173 degrees, and then it went to 0, which indicates usually that it melted. And that's how hot the fire went before it melted. 173 degrees, and that gives you an idea of the intensity of the fires and the heat associated with those. Unbelievable. Bob is back up to the north, and then we'll probably go to Ethan with another update. Let's go to Bob. Let's move on up into Osage County, if you could, Station, and we're going to show you where he is located at this time. So he's up into the north and west sides, up into the prairie lands. If you could, Bob, give us an update, what you have.
Yeah, we're on the east side of Blue Stem Lake. This is part of the fire that crossed north of Highway 60. It is off of County Road 4275, just east of that. And there are some houses back up in here in the direction this is burning. We had one tanker truck come up here a minute ago, so we have some houses that will be in the path of this fire. Back to you, Travis.
Oh, boy, okay. Ethan's just a little bit to the south. Look at this. Yeah, this is Bartlesville camera. And again, Stacia's mentioned this a lot, that the air quality issues are very, very significant across Tulsa, Bartlesville, Osage County, southeast Kansas. You get the general idea of what's going on with the smoke, the plumes, and all that. So again, fire issues continue to be very, very big. Ethan's on the west side of Pawhuska at this particular moment. Ethan, if you would, give us another update from your location on Highway 60.
Yeah, Travis, Highway 60 is still closed down. The air quality, as you guys have been saying, is getting a lot worse. Winds are still blowing through heavily. And while we were on break, it seems like they were still fighting this flame that was on this side of the highway. They've been staying over there pretty diligently, making sure it doesn't hop back across. And I found this on the Osage Nation Facebook page. If you give me just 1 second here, it says that as of 4 p.m., the Osage Nation Wildland Fire has confirmed 15 fires. The individual fires are being managed one at a time, and evacuation orders have not been issued yet. But once again, Highway 60 is still closed down for those traveling west.
Hey, thanks again, Ethan. Appreciate you just west of Pawhuska again with more information coming in from the Osage. Boy, I tell you what, a big mess as far as fires. We knew it, and it's still causing a lot of problems. Everything was coming together just bad. Let's go down into Manford again for another update. We haven't been down in there for a while. Emory is getting some additional information. Emory's been in an area in which there's been some evacuations. Emory, what do you have for us, and what's going on in your location?
Travis, we're about a mile south of Manford, down on Evans Road. Goes south from the Jiffy Trip in Manford. If you've been here, you know where that landmark is. People in this neighborhood are rushing in here to heed the evacuation warning. Not a requirement, voluntary at this point, but a lot of people rushing home from work, gathering what they can. People in this house just loaded up their dog. They've gone inside to get the kids. Another car down the street just came in, tires squealing, to grab what they can. And here's a man, Michael, if you'll pan left, here's a man who was in his backyard trying to cut down some last-minute weeds. People are wetting down their neighborhoods. This is a neighborhood, so grass is short, but the fire is only about a mile and a half away from us, and the wind is blowing it this way. Still very strong. We're beginning to see some ash. We haven't seen any embers at this point, but people know the fire is coming this way, very likely to impact this neighborhood, so they're gathering up what they can and getting out of here. Travis, back to you.
All right. Hey, thank you so much. Again, Emory reporting from south side of Manford, where, as he mentioned, some folks are trying to get out of there. We're going to see how that pans out. That fire is unfortunately still out of control in those areas. Also, a little bit of information coming in, like here in Tulsa, for example, Trinity Woods, a retirement community here in Tulsa, kind of midtown, so to speak. They're without power, and so they've had to go to generators for folks that are on oxygen. So again, it's affecting everybody. You don't have to be just on the outside of town. It can affect here in town, where these power outages are continuing to occur as well. And also on the Turner Turnpike, we're going to talk to Stacia a little bit. Sounds like there's some emergency road repairs or something going on there. We will continue with our wildfire coverage, but there's also some reports that are coming in as well. Shingles being blown off the roof around Sperry. With these wind gusts, it is not surprising that is happening at this time. So there probably is going to be a lot of roof damage to different locations, especially since we had some gusts earlier to 68 miles per hour. Aaron, did you have what? Dal? All right. Let's go to Dal, who's just to the north and west in Pawnee County right now. And let's see, has he moved very much? There he is, just north of Hallett. Dal, what do you have for us? What's going on? That doesn't look good.
Yeah. No, it doesn't, Travis. Unfortunately, another structure fire here, and on the way to this structure fire, we passed multiple other structures have been burned. We don't know total numbers of structures, but I know there have been multiple structures now that have been destroyed.
Have you? Are the winds a little bit light? I mean, the smoke doesn't look like it's blowing. Are you in a sheltered area, or what's going on there?
We are kind of in a valley here because we were actually, when we were back up on the highway, the winds were still whipping about 40, but where we're at right now, we've pulled back off in a valley, and they have significantly lowered. I don't know if you can see the tree. It's kind of hard to see the tree tops from the shot, but it still is blowing heavily, but where we are, we're probably only getting 15-mile-an-hour wind.
Yeah. Okay, that looked interesting just from what's going on. All right, we'll let you continue with that. Thanks, Dal. Again, that's in Pawnee County, where we have had a fire emergency going on. And you can see he's just north of the Hallett area, to the west of Cleveland, east of Merrimack and Casey areas. Thanks, Dal. Appreciate that. We are going to continue with our coverage. I want to take just one quick break, and again, with our new brake system, what we're doing is taking a break, but you're still watching our fire coverage in the lower right-hand corner of the screen. We're going to be back in just a minute. Keep it here. We'll keep you advised.
BOGO is back at iMart Express. For a limited time, new customers can buy their first pair of glasses and get a second free. Plus, with eye exams available and same-day glasses, you won't miss a moment. It's the kind of thing you can really get used to. Shop our BOGO event today.
Gold Bond believes touch says everything. It says, I got you. And I'm never letting go. Ever. Gold Bond. Get in touch with irresistibly touchable skin.
Hey guys, Jeremy here from Ferguson Subaru. I've got Subi here with me. We're proud of the fact that our Underdogs TV show has helped numerous pets in this local market find their forever home. The Underdogs TV series is just one small part of our commitment to help shelter animals here locally. Through the Subaru Loves Pets initiative, we've been able to partner with numerous animal shelters across Green Country. Subaru Loves Pets is a pillar of the Subaru Love Promise.
Time to upgrade your sleep to a luxury mattress?
Mattress Firm has the largest selection of Tempur-Pedic and Stearns & Foster.
Up to 60 months interest-free financing, plus a $300 gift with purchase.
Upgrade your sleep at Mattress Firm.
Welcome to the most honest commercial you've ever seen. Not the cleanest, just the most honest.
Today, we're fixing a home's foundation.
I mean, that is like the most common thing to see in the world.
Pretty common, yeah.
Right.
So it's the soil that's eroding away, causing those cavities, those voids that the foundation then wants to settle into.
And then you guys with your superhero capes show up and fix everything.
Yes, sir.
Get a free and honest inspection with Groundworks. Foundation solutions crafted with pride.
Welcome to Grigsby's Hardwood Showroom. When it comes to timeless style and natural beauty, hardwood is the perfect choice. The current trend in hardwood is everything natural. White oak and hickory are available in many different shades and finishes. Versatile and durable hardwood adds an ageless elegance to any living space. So come into Grigsby's today and choose a beautiful hardwood floor for your home. And don't forget, we offer free estimates, competitive pricing, and professional installation.
Visit Don Thornton of Tulsa today.
Get a free second pair of glasses with insurance at iMart Express. Now with an upgraded selection of over 150 frames. Plus, with free same-day speed, you'll get your glasses in a blink. Shop in-store today and take your vision benefits further, faster.
This segment of News on 6, sponsored by Global Rug Liquidators.
All right, welcome back to our fire coverage this afternoon. Unfortunately, it's not one of those things that we like to talk about. It's like tornadoes. You just don't want to see any of this because there's devastation occurring with some of this. We've already shown you from Dell and from Vaughn and from some other guys some of the fire issues that are going on. Reagan has some new information coming in out of Manford right now. So let's go to Reagan and see what's going on with the Manford fire. Reagan, what do you have?
Hey, Trav, yeah, I've been saying they're evacuating that area here along Highway 48 near 61st Street this afternoon, and I just talked with Manford Police. Manford Police and the fire chief for Manford just met, and they made the decision that if this fire, which is down around near 51st Street right now, if and when it does make it to 41st Street, they will issue a mandatory evacuation order for all of Manford south of Highway 51. So everyone within the city limits of Manford, if this fire and when it hits 41st Street, they will issue that evacuation order. And this is video that we're showing right now from just a little bit ago. We were down near 51st Street. We were actually interviewing the police chief about their evacuation plans, and this fire just kind of sprung up out of nowhere. And this is just the video of just how quickly and how strong this fire was that was moving towards Highway 48. That's the fire they're worried about, as it moves kind of northeast towards the city. They do have Highway 48 shut down from Highway 51. We just drove up there and checked, and there's several law enforcement agencies that have that area blocked down. This area behind me, very smoky. There's several fires that are here along Highway 48, basically from 51st Street all the way down to 71st Street. There's different fires, and unfortunately, after a full day of trying to keep the fire from hopping the highway, the fire has hopped the highway, and it's now impacting homes and land on the east side of Highway 48. So that's kind of why they're planning for an evacuation. They're not calling for one in Manford city limits just yet, but they're hoping that people hear this right now and start those preparations, because the fire could reach 41st Street within the next 30 minutes or so. So they want people to be prepared, take those precautions now, pack their cars, and get ready in case this fire does move that way. Trav?
All right, boy, I hope, Reagan, that doesn't, but it's awfully close. So you see where Reagan is on our map, and then 41st is right here. So the fire's still south, but that has to come up, and that's kind of one of the arms of Lake Keystone. But that could, if that hits 41st Street, that's also Cowshed Road. So again, just be advised for that. A little bit further to the north, Brandon is caught up with the Westport fire and what's going on with that. So it's due north here. Let's get up here. Yep. And so Brandon, you're up with the Westport fire. Can you give us another update on what's going on right now?
Yeah, Travis. So right now we're going to be just to the north of Highway 412 on South 36700 Road, just to the south of East 5400 Road. I don't know if there are any, I haven't seen any emergency officials on this, but about 5 minutes ago, you were able to literally see the flames over the treetops. So very intense spot. And like I said, haven't seen any emergency personnel. And Cleveland police just informed me that the fire is going to attempt to cross the road and do not travel south here on South 36700 Road.
Okay. All right, so that's a good point. And again, so if you're on the Westport area, we're gonna get a city street level down here so you can see it. Thanks, Brandon. I know you kind of got to watch what's going on. So here's the turnpike, and then we can see what's going on. So he is basically any place in these areas that are from around Westport to the west, and it's a Dog Center Road. I don't get to mention that one very often, nor do I want to have to, but that's near the Cimarron Turnpike, where the fires have continued to cause not only smoke issues, but also fire issues now. And so that is our problem, again, just on the west end of Keystone pretty much on the west and southwest sides of Keystone around Westport, and that's where Brandon is located. Stacia, also, while we're talking about Cimarron Turnpike, you just had some information too on what's going on traffic and roads. What do you have?
Yeah, so we had one of our News on 6 viewers call in and say, hey, one of the fires here just south of Cleveland, north of Terrellton on 412. You can take a look at our map where the slowdown is. There's a fire in the median of 412. So, of course, we stress do not drive into smoke, but that looks like she said it's a pretty serious situation there up on 412. And right where the slowdown is, just north of Terrellton, that's where the fire is in the median right now, Trav.
All right. Hey, thanks. I appreciate that. So again, trying to make sure and hoping that everyone stays safe. As we always say, do not drive into smoke. You have no idea what you would be driving into, and that could be a major, major issue. Let's go back into the Manford area because Brandon, again, this is kind of the west side of Keystone. Here's more of the south and west sides where Manford is located. Emory's in an area, again, where there could be an evacuation coming up shortly. Emory, what do you see and what do you have for us right now?
Well, Travis, we've moved a little further south. You can tell the visibility is way down here, a lot more smoke. This is the area, we're about a half mile of where we were just a few minutes ago in the neighborhood where people are clearing out. This is where police have a roadblock set up. This is where Evans Road comes down in circles. You know, it's turning because of the lake. They've blocked off traffic here from going any further to the south or any further to the south, further to the west, back closer to the fire. It's about a half mile on the other side of us. The road just to the other direction goes over the lake. Police tell us that they've got a lot of roads closed. They're trying to keep people out of here, and they're trying to make a plan now to figure out more road closures, but they're trying to keep people out of here the best they can, at the same time balancing that they've got evacuations that need to be done and people need to clear out what they can. So that plan's underway. You can see here they're diverting people off. Let me see if I can just, Captain. Hey, I'm from Channel 6. Wondered if I could just ask you, where do you want people? You're asking people to evacuate when they can, but you also don't want them to get in danger. So where should people stay away from?
I'd say in Manford in general right now, because we're just trying to establish a plan, because we're not sure where it's at with the thick smoke and stuff.
Yeah, it's just incredible out here. Yes, and as far as you know, everybody's safe at this point. They've gotten out of the way.
As far as we know.
Okay. Incredible wind, though. And so it's about a half mile to our west?
Yeah, probably about a half mile, quarter mile. It's coming this way very quickly.
Okay. You still want people to evacuate. Though north of here, you do want them to come in and get their things if they can.
If they can. Be very cautious.
Okay. Thank you, Captain. Appreciate it. You can see these guys are doing a lot of hard work here. Not much time to talk to reporters, but they're wanting people now just to stay out of Manford. If you're not here, unless you need to evacuate urgently, stay away because it's just such a volatile, dangerous situation. The fire now is just about a half mile to the west of where we are. We're south of Manford, south of the Baptist Church, down by the water plant, and that road there, 41st. You see we're at 41st and 41st. That road is the one that goes out over the lake. So Travis, that's the situation now in Manford. They're still trying to get people out of here and make sure they're out of harm's way. Travis?
All right, man. Thanks, Emory, and get that mask on as fast as you can because I need you still talking later. Yeah, this is a mess for folks. And again, Stacia's mentioned this multiple times. Air quality is horrible for anybody in smoke because it's dust and smoke. And if you have asthma, you have to stay indoors or take precautions. Stacia, you also have a quick update on the Turnpike. What happened on the Turnpike now?
They've shut down the Turnpike. It's over at mile marker 54. So Cimarron Turnpike is now shut down at mile marker 54. We believe that's going to be just north of Terrellton, like where we talked about earlier with that potential fire in the median. So that would be west of your breakoff to head up to Cleveland on State Highway 99. Again, it's the Cimarron. They've closed it down at mile marker 54, just east of Hallett, north of Terrellton there. So they're going to close it down. Of course, we have State Highway 48 just west of Manford. Reagan has been there all afternoon for us. They've closed that down and several other areas with all the fires ongoing just to the west of Tulsa. Trav?
All right, so once again, as we've gone through this afternoon, we continue with fire warnings in several areas. That wildfire that's just southwest of Manford, that's going to affect Manford. So what we're looking at right now is a fire warning for Manford. And so that's the official word that's coming out from the National Weather Service, just to make sure that everyone knows that. We just talked to Emory. We've got information from Reagan and from John Durkee and all that. So again, Manford, you guys are under the gun. Unfortunately, just not a good situation for you. Still some very strong winds in multiple locations. Still getting some 50, 60 mile an hour winds. We'll talk to Station more about that a little bit. But again, traffic on Turnpike, I was just, this is not a good situation for folks. Matt, what did you just say there? Missed it. Okay. If we take, let's just take remote 42, REM 42, if we could. For a second, and we'll just look at the hazy conditions that are associated with the sky conditions that are from really any place around Tulsa to the west. This gives you a good idea of what it looks like right now. Again, the smoke, the dust, and it's just that red haze that is associated with that usually in these types of fires and situations. So again, it's just blocking out almost the whole sun. That's how nasty it is. You can hardly see what's going on. Breathing, very difficult for you guys in these areas. So that's the fire. Let's go back to weather 15 again. Want to point out the bigger parts of these fires that are happening. So we do have multiple fires. Here's the Tulsa metro area. Not seeing much, knock on wood right now, to the east of Tulsa. To the south, it has been limited. We do have a little bit of a flare up just west to northwest of Beggs. And then we have multiple areas that have shown up just across portions of southern Creek County. And then we have the big fire in Manford. We have the Westport fire going on. We have the, I'll call it the Pawnee fire just because it's showing up here. And then also we've had the Winona fire, which seems to be holding steady state. The Pawhuska fire, again, because of smoke and plumes coming across, a little hard to see. Notice, though, what's happening here. With some of these flare-ups out to the west. So we still have that basically to go through because the humidity levels are so low in these areas. I did want to talk, I just saw a fire picture from Brandon. Let's talk to Brandon again because Brandon's just to the north. And again, he's near 412, and that's part of probably right close to where that is closed down. Brandon, what do you have for us?
Yeah, Travis, well, we're still currently sitting here just to the north of 412, 36700 Road, just south of East 5400 Road. Cleveland police is evacuating homes here along 36700 Road. So if you're on 3700 Road, you need to be heeding these warnings, maybe taking some precautionary evacuations. That's what it looks like that they are doing. I've seen one fire engine come through here, and the flames are so intense, Travis, you can hear the flames roaring through the trees. It sounds like a freight train. Back to you.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable what's going on here. It's just a bad situation. The smoke plumes are looking worse as well for you in those areas. So you see where Brandon is located right now. And so again, we're talking Dog Center Road, East 540 Road. And that's where it intersects with North 3680 Road. And then the Turnpike right in that vicinity near Airport Road. These are the places that are under gun right now for that fire. And please get out of there with your safe, anything that you have, say a safe, but just get out of there with anything to make sure you are safe because it is not worth risking, especially at the rate these fires continue to move. You see the smoke plume continuing as well across areas just over the lake. Eventually this will run into the lake, but as we've had fires in Osage County, doesn't really matter. Some of those embers could even cross the lake and then jump across on the other side of the lake because some of these embers are going multiple miles and then touching down and starting new fires. And so that's part of the problem that's still showing up with what's happening here. Dal is continuing to cover what's going on around the Merrimack, Casey area and northwest of Hallett. Dal, if you're with me right now, could you give me an update on what you have and what's going on? Dal? Dal, one more time. Are you there? See there, Aaron, do you think he's in cell coverage problem? He must be in cell issue. He might be a little bit. He shows us online. Okay. He's been on that fire, and so it looks like he's in another position to kind of, I mean, you just look at the picture there as we look at it, so it's stabilized there for a second to look at it. Look at all the dead fuels that are just there and all those cedars. I mean, you want to get rid of red cedars, but again, that gave us a pretty good shot there, so it's kind of glad that froze for a minute, but that's all fire material. So again, that's just the problem we have to deal with. When Dell is available, I'd like to talk to him again. We've talked to Brandon. Bob's been up on the Prairie Preserve. Let's go up north into Osage County Station and then find out a little bit more about what's going on basically just north and west of Pawhuska. Ethan and Bob aren't too far from each other right now. Bob, update from you. What do you have in Pawhuska at this moment?
Yeah, we just came in from up by Blue Stem Lake. The fire's moving up through the woods up in that area right now. It has been slowed down by a couple creeks, but with winds, it's likely to jump it. We got quite a bit of traffic. I think they've opened up 60 again to the west of Pawhuska, so the fire's already pushed to the north. So hopefully it's going to get up in an area where there's not a lot of people in no houses and just kind of farmland up there in the woods. Back to you, Travis.
Hey, thanks, Bob. I appreciate it. So once again, hopefully Pawhuska is spared from any fires. But again, for any ranch lands that are out there, we have to watch out. Let's go south again to Manford, where the pretty much that we're just going to say the Westport, Manford areas continue to be the hot spots immediately in our area. It's bad out to the west as well, around Cushing and Stillwater. We'll talk about that in a minute. But let's go to Reagan. He has some new information. Reagan, what do you have for us?
Hey, Trav, yeah, I just mentioned a little bit ago that their crews are waiting on this fire for if and when it hits 41st Street. We're at about 45th Street right now, between 41st and 51st right now, and this is what it looks like. We're here near a garbage and waste disposal truck yard, and you can see several of the trucks back here are on fire. We've heard several loud explosions, and if you just pan just to the right a little bit, I mean, look how dark that smoke is. This is where the fire is right now. It hopped Highway 48 down kind of near 51st Street, as that video I showed a little bit ago, and it's now moving towards northeast, heading towards Manford. We're actually just southwest of where Emery is right now. He's along Cowshed Road right now, and we're just to the southwest of that. But you can see how quickly this fire is spreading. Crews were thinking possibly in the next 30 to 45 minutes, this fire could move that way with the wind pushing it that direction. But you can just see there's several trucks on fire. At the back of this truck yard right now, we've had law enforcement and fire crews racing up and down Highway 48 right now. Again, this is closed to all traffic. They're keeping everybody out of here right now. They are evacuating this area, but they're holding off on evacuations within city limits until the fire moves towards 41st, something we hope doesn't happen. Trav.
Oh, man, no kidding. Thanks, Reagan. Appreciate you. Again, rough go for the folks out there, ranchers out there, Manford people in general, Creek County. A little bit further west, we're going to head and going along 51 and then going back out to where Vaughn is located, wherever he is right now. He's a little bit further south. So we've got the exchange of a lot of trackers in the vicinity. Vaughn, update from you. Are you in Drumright right now, Vaughn?
Yes, I am just on the east side of Drumright, probably 2 miles to the east, right? Just to the east of where 99 intersects 33. I was on this fire earlier this morning, and I guess they thought they had to put out, but man, it is flared up in a big way, Travis. So this is going to be south of Highway 33. Hopefully they will get it out before it crosses 33. But I'm just sitting here waiting for. There's a ridge right there, and as soon as it tops that ridge, we'll be able to see the flames. But hopefully they'll get it out before then. Back to you.
Boy, no kidding. We don't need any more fires going, especially coming in on that area that you are. All right, Vaughn, thank you. Appreciate that very much. And who? Oh, okay, Brandon has another update from back around the Westport area. Brandon, can you give us an update on what you have?
Yeah, Travis. Well, this is getting out of control pretty quick. Cleveland Police just notified me that they are requesting mandatory evacuations. Now, they can't make the residents leave, but they are going house to house and pulling kids from the homes, and they have requested that we tell them that this should be an emergency evacuation. So this is getting pretty serious here along the South 36 700 road and just north of 412, Travis.
Okay, not a good situation over there in that location as well. Okay, so the areas is right along 412. Stacia, you said you had some family or friends that are stuck on Cimarron, right?
Some friends, yeah. They're sitting in the eastbound lanes on the shoulder because they shut it down right after the Cleveland exit.
Okay, so again, because of the flames and the smoke, and that's why, and they do that for safety, obviously. And you just can't run into smoke. That's the only thing. If you learn anything out of this, it's probably one of the biggest things. We've had so many accidents because people just drive into smoke and they just think that the road's there and everybody's doing what they're supposed to be doing. But no, that doesn't happen. And there's vehicles stopped, semis can be stopped, and you could just rear end right into that. So that's why we have what's going on. Again, it is a bad situation across Osage County and really just west of Tulsa. We have fires that are continuing to develop across the areas of Creek County, and then Lincoln County's been hit hard. Logan County's hit hard. Western portions of Payne County been hit hard, and then of course, as we've said, Pawnee. So these fires are going to continue for a while longer, because there's nothing to stop them. Humidity levels are still very low, and the wind speeds are still around 50 miles an hour. So when you're bone dry and you have 50 mile an hour winds, it doesn't have to be 70. It can be 30, and that's what we're dealing with at this particular moment. Aaron, is Dell back with us yet or not?
I haven't heard from him yet.
You haven't? Okay. And Vaughn is getting another shot. Hey, Vaughn, I'm going to come back to you. It looks like I can't even tell what's going on. Vaughn, give me a quick update from your vantage point, if it's a vantage point. It looks like it's just getting worse for smoke. You there, Vaughn?
Yeah, is that for me? I'm sorry.
Yeah, that was for you. Did you see it? I can't see anything from your shot other than it's just the smoke's getting so much worse.
It is getting a lot worse, and so that means it's pretty close, and it's getting. Here comes some firemen right here into the same parking lot I'm in. So, yeah, there's a business right here in front of me, and there's a lot of wood around here and such, but that's not good for fires. But it's getting a whole lot more smoke. So I would imagine this thing has not calmed down any, but they are trying to put a hurt on it.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Vaughn. Appreciate it. Let's go back on over to Manford now. We have another update coming in from Reagan, who's in Manford. Reagan, what do you have for us?
Hey, Trav, I've been mentioning these plans for an evacuation here in Manford when this reaches 41st Street, but Manford Police just called me, and they are working on plans right now for several senior living apartments that are in town near 31st Street. I know people are probably worried about their loved ones who are here in the Manford area. The people at Bryan's Village, Golden Age, and Keystone Village, what they're doing is they're taking school buses from Manford Public Schools, and they will be busing all of those residents to Lakeside Baptist Church. So if loved ones want to go to that area to be reunited with their loved ones, that's the plan right now for those three apartment complexes. Again, Bryan's Village, Golden Age, and Keystone Village. All three of those are on 31st Street and Faro Road. Now, another update as people are preparing to evacuate Manford or already have evacuated Manford. The Case Community Center in Sand Springs is now open, and Red Cross is heading that way now, and they will be setting up with resources for people who will head that way. Those are the updates that they just gave me. They're working on a lot of plans right now to prepare if they do need to issue a mandatory evacuation. Trav?
Reagan, thank you so much. And again, Manford area, so that you can see where Reagan is located on our map. So he's on 48, and so this is the fire right across, really in his vicinity, moving on up toward the Manford area. You see where Emory is located at this particular moment as well. So this is the situation we have. All right, what we're going to do is we're just going to take one quick break. As I mentioned before, we have a new way of doing our breaks. You'll continue to be watching our weather coverage in the lower right-hand corner of the screen, so you'll be able to continue to see that. We're just going to take a quick break and move some of our storm trackers around a little bit. We'll be back in a moment. Keep it here. We'll keep you advised.
Hey, Tulsa and Dallas here with Chris Nickel. Jeep Celebration event is here. Get a new 2025 Jeep Compass Latitude starting at $24,870. Visit us online at chrisnickel.com or 145th in the BA Expressway. Chris Nickel, where you always get your nickels worth.
It's not only our next door neighbors who inspire us each day, it's our neighbors across the country, across all communities. And while Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Oklahoma has been your one local and trusted healthcare partner for 85 years, it's also our wide range of services and technologies that empower whole person health with compassion and innovation, one member at a time. Always finding new ways to deliver on our oldest promise, to keep you at the center of everything we do.
Hello, Oklahoma. I'm Mark Allen, Mark Allen Auto Group. Small episode.
Hi.
We're going to discuss supplier pricing. If you buy a car from us one time only, you will have fixed pricing for life. You'll never have to negotiate again, and it's so simple. It's right here on the
form. Let me explain it to these people. You can't even find the catch-up when it's looking at you. For example, this is a 25 Silverado. That's your MSRP. Supplier pricing, that's your incentive. That's your price. Call us when you want to pick it up.
Oh, let's do business.
Well, the night before Father's Day, there was a 100-mile-an-hour windstorm that knocked out all the power in Tulsa. And I had a lot of people coming over for Father's Day, and it was Sunday. I saw Hendrick's truck across the street. I went over just to get an estimate, and Justin came over, got me an estimate, told me he had a generator in stock, got started immediately that day, had my power completely up. When I got my new generator installed, I definitely saw the Hendrick difference.
Hey, Tulsa and Dallas here with Chris Nickel. Jeep Celebration event is here. Get a new 2025 Jeep Wrangler starting at just $29,637. Visit us online at chrisnickel.com or 145th in the VA Expressway. Chris Nickel, where you always get your nickels worth.
Welcome back to our breaking news coverage today of wildfires breaking out all over the state of Oklahoma, including here in Green Country. We were told moments ago that there could now be a mandatory evacuation order for Manford as that fire continues to move closer to town. We're going to check in live with News on 6's Reagan Ledbetter, who's been covering that fire all afternoon. Reagan?
Yeah, Lori, I just got word from Manford Police. They just met with the fire chief. They are issuing a mandatory evacuation order for all of Manford city limits, everyone south of Highway 51 right now. We've been saying for the last hour or so they were preparing for that if this fire reached 41st Street, and they are now issuing that mandatory evacuation order. They want all people to go to either Lakeside Baptist Church or to the Case Community Center. Those are the two spots they want people to go to. The Case Community Center will have the Red Cross there on standby and ready to go. Here's a look behind me right now. This is the fire that they've been keeping an eye on and watching as it moves closer to town. We're just to the northeast or north of 51st Street along Highway 48, and this fire has been burning for several hours now. It hopped Highway 48 and it's kept moving towards the city of Manford. So crews have been closely keeping an eye on this fire specifically. We've heard several explosions out here, probably propane tanks. A couple other things. There's a couple senior living apartment complexes here in Manford, the Bryan's Village, Golden Age, and one other one. They are having Manford Public Schools school buses. They will be taking all of those people to Lakeside Baptist Church. So if family members want to come and be reunited with them there, they are. So they will be taken care of. But again, a mandatory evacuation order has been issued for the city limits of Manford. Everyone south of Highway 51 needs to leave the area immediately. Lori?
Thank you for that update. And now we're going to go to Ethan Wright, who is live near Pawhuska with the latest on the fires in that area. Ethan.
So it looks as if the scene here on Highway 60 is just about clear. It looks like they're letting cars go back and forth, both east and west. And this is kind of some of the damage that's left behind of that fire that was here a little bit earlier. And there are a couple small parts of maybe 3 or 4 small fires across this body of water here, but it doesn't seem like that's much of a thing for crews to worry about at the moment. So again, it looks like the scene is just about clear here on Highway 60. We've got a whole lot of burn here, but it looks like scenes are clearing up. Lori?
All right, Ethan, thank you very much. And of course, the biggest area of concern right now is near the Manford area. Emery Bryan is also there live, so we're going to check in with him for the latest on where he is. Emery?
Lori, we're just south of Manford. This is we're on 41st Street South. Reagan is to our west, and what he's reporting is the fire's coming this way. Just in the last couple of minutes, we've seen this smoke here get a lot darker. You can see just how orange the sky is there. Visibility's really dropped. The police were here a minute ago blocking off this road, trying to be careful because they had both encouraged people to come in and evacuate, get what they had to. Now they're telling people to stay away and get out. Police left here just a few minutes ago to go into the neighborhood that is between where we are and the city of Manford. Quite a few homes in there to work on that mandatory evacuation. They say now it's too unsafe to come into the area to evacuate. They are going through and ordering people to get out of this area everywhere south of the city of Manford. You know, it's really got two big roads there that crisscross that the city of Manford. Everywhere south of Highway 51, they want people out of here. The fire is on this side of Highway 48, approaching the city of Manford. We're at 41st Street, and it's coming this way. You can tell just how incredible this wind is. It is unrelenting. There's very strong gusts that'll knock you down, but this wind is incredible. The fire is coming this way towards Manford, towards these neighborhoods, mercifully towards the lake as well. Hopefully it won't go past that, but the city of Manford is in the way. Mandatory evacuation issued for that south side. Lori, back to you.
All right, Emery, thank you so much for that update. We appreciate all the crews, the storm trackers, and of course, Travis and his team are moving those storm trackers around so we can get the very latest information to you. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. You will be able to watch our coverage during the break.
Welcome to the most honest commercial you've ever seen. Not the cleanest, just the most honest.
Today, we're fixing a home's foundation.
I mean, that is like the most common thing to see in the world.
Pretty common, yeah.
Right.
So it's the soil that's eroding away, causing those cavities, those voids that the foundation then wants to settle into.
And then you guys with your superhero capes show up and fix everything.
Yes, sir.
Get a free and honest inspection with Groundworks. Foundation solutions crafted with pride.
Hey guys, Jeremy here from Ferguson Subaru. I've got Subi here with me. We're proud of the fact that our Underdogs TV show has helped numerous pets in this local market find their forever home. The Underdogs TV series is just one small part of our commitment to help shelter animals here locally. Through the Subaru Loves Pets initiative, we've been able to partner with numerous animal shelters across Green Country. Subaru Loves Pets is a pillar of the Subaru Love Promise.
Is your home an anytime home? Call us anytime for anything.
Owning a food truck was my dream, but my back and leg pain made every day a struggle. Then my personalized arch support system from the Good Feet store got me back in the picture.
Clinically proven to provide significant pain relief in only 4 weeks.
I'm back to being the best version of myself.
Get back in the picture. The Good Feet store. Book your free fitting at goodfeet.com.
Your money, your future. Oklahoma Central Credit Union.
Get more than ever before at Jim Norton Toyota. $1,000 more. Because our goal is to beat any trade-in offer by $1,000. Hurry, Jim Norton Toyota's buying hundreds of vehicles. Any make, any model, any price range. Just give us 15 minutes and we'll give you a top-of-the-line offer for your vehicle cash on the spot. So make the one call that'll get you the most money for your vehicle. Then hurry to Jim Norton Toyota, 9809 South Memorial, where T-Town gets Toyota.
Home. For some, it's where the heart is. For others, home is something bigger, a belonging that goes beyond a zip code. At Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Oklahoma, we've shared the same communities with our members for 85 years. And while we'll always be your one local and trusted healthcare partner, we are forever committed to ensuring access to the highest quality affordable care through every stage of life. Because wherever your journey leads, we'll make sure you always feel right at home.
All right, thanks for sticking with us as we continue our fire weather coverage across areas from Tulsa to the north and to the west. We continue with a lot of bad things happening. Fortunately, it hasn't hit a ton of homes. It still has hit several homes. We've been showing you that, and also a lot of outbuildings. And unfortunately, we've heard of animals perishing as well. So again, these fires are still going very, very strong across the area. So we have our teams all the way from Osage County extending back down through Payne County, Pawnee County, Creek County, and then even further south into Okmulgee County. So we're going to continue our coverage. We're going to go to Vaughn first because Vaughn is located near the Drumright area, and then where Vaughn is located, you see John and Vaughn are kind of in similar spots, but I want to get an update from Vaughn right now about what's going on. Vaughn, what do you have?
Yeah, this fire has now come over top this ridge that's right behind this place of business. I am south of Highway 33, just east of Drumright, and it's kind of a rural area back there, so I don't know if the firefighters can actually get to it back there, but the smoke has continued just a pour in here. So I have seen flames coming down the ridge, so it's definitely moving this way. Back to you.
Okay, because I just we were just trying to figure out, because we had John not too far from you right now, but man, what a situation. Let's talk to John, who's just a little bit, well, he's really close to you as well. John, you're just about a mile west of Vaughn. You got a little different perspective. What do you have for us?
Boy, just lots and lots of thick smoke. Right now, the highway 33 is still open through here, but the fire is coming down, as Vaughn mentioned, down the slope toward the highway. But right now, that roadway is still open from Bristow, but the smoke is very, very intense, choking black smoke that is just pouring from this fire, Travis. Back to you.
Okay, man, there is a lot going on right there. Again, multiple fires. That's just one of many that are across the area. Reagan now has some new information as well. Looks like, Reagan, you said, did it jump 41st? Want to know what's going on there? What do you have? Go ahead. Try again, Reagan. Let's see if audio works. There it is.
You got me?
Yep, do.
You got me there? Okay. Hey, Trav, yeah, we're down here on 41st now. We were just over at heading towards 51st a second ago, and we went to check out 41st, which has been the concern all afternoon, because as they said, as soon as that fire reached 41st, they were going to issue that mandatory evacuation order. At the top of this hill, you can see where that fire is right now. It's trying to hop 41st Street. But we were just talking with a guy who lives over here. He said that field over there to the southeast was burned recently, so it's not going to hop there. It's probably going to come back this way a little bit and hop closer to us. But the problem is just to the left, just to the north of 41st, is just basically a draw full, basically kindling for this fire. Now we're just to the southwest of Manford, probably just as the crow flies, I don't know, 2-3 miles from the city of Manford right now. So this is why they're issuing that mandatory evacuation order. We were just talking to the guy who lives over here. He says you can't get through. He has one of the side-by-sides, and he went up there and checked it out, and you cannot get through. Of course, you can't see the fire as well right now. Just a second ago, I mean, it was just blazing, kind of near where those two power poles are. But again, this is 41st. This is Cowshed Road. People who live in this area will know exactly where this spot is at. But this is where that fire is now crossing. It's taken an hour and a half or so to get from 51st to 41st now. But those strong winds, those strong wind gusts just really help this fire move quickly as it heads towards the city of Manford. And all we can do is hope and pray that this does not reach the city limits. But crews are working to prepare right now. Yeah, you can kind of see the flames at the very top of the hill. This is 41st Street. You can see where it's trying to hop the road right there, but there are a lot of crews that are back and forth on this road trying to prevent that from happening. Travis?
All right. Hey, thanks again, Reagan. I appreciate it very much. We're going to move now a little bit. We're going to go from Manford. We're going to go up to the north, and Bob is now in an area near Hominy and north of Hominy. Bob, update from you. What's going on?
Yeah, we've got a structure on fire on Stollard Road, just east of Highway 99. Here in Hominy. This is part of the ongoing fires they've had around Hominy here. As you can see, the structure's pretty well gone, and the fire's continuing to burn off to the east and north.
Would that be okay? Sorry, is that a power, probably power line issue? Because I don't see any other fires right in that immediate area.
Well, there's a power line down going into the structure. Whether it was because of the fire or it happened before it, I'm not sure. But you could see, I'll zoom in a little bit here on the power pole. You could see a power line that's dangling down towards the fire there, right between the two poles on the right side of your shot. You'll have a line coming down going towards where the fire is.
Okay. Yep, that's still going strong. Again, that's just on the north side of Hominy right now. Okay, there it just zoomed in for us, even burning the trees even there. So again, so a lot going on right in that vicinity. So again, that's the north side of Hominy, and that could have been related to power lines, because with power lines, if they whipping in the wind, they can arc. Sparks cause fires. One of the worst California fires was based on arcing power lines and power lines that went down. So it's just a product of strong winds and nature, so to speak, at this point. All right, that's Hominy area. Also, we're headed where to, Aaron? Did you have a...
Sequoia came up on a fire.
Okay, now we're going to go down south. I wanted to point out as well, further to the south, we do have fires breaking out. Do we have, is it Weather 15, or who's that? Yeah. So we still have Weather 15 here, which is showing all of our fires to the north and to the west. We also have one that's south and east a little bit further. Have we put that together yet, you guys? Do we have the other one? Can we see the southeastern one? Okay, this is down around the McAllister area. And then, so it's a little hard to tell, but here's Tulsa, here's McAllister, and this is Interstate 40. And so that some of the fires are going on, and this is Creek County right in here. And then right in here is a fire on the northwest side of McIntosh County. Let's go to Sequoia with just an update. Sequoia, where are you? What do you have going on?
I am in, I believe, Okmulgee County. The road is Hackleberry and Arbuckle. Sorry, I'm not really sure how to pronounce that.
That's fine.
Yeah, but anyway, there's about 5, 6 grass fire trucks out here. Looks like maybe some sparks from the power lines has caught this on fire. The house is okay. They looks like part of it has burned, but they have it out, and the grass fire is going, and they're getting it out and under control right now.
All right. Hey, thank you.
Trav.
Yeah, I appreciate it. You're going to get busy here in a little bit. So you're busy now, but you're going to get more busy as the winds are picking up for you guys down south. Stacia will probably take us through some of that. Also wanted to mention, somebody was asking if Sapulpa is going to see any fires and evacuations. At this time, no. We're still okay there. Shingles being reported off on several homes around Tulsa because of the winds that have gusted 68 miles an hour. That's still a big issue. Let's go on over to Stacia. Stacia, what is the Turnpike doing right now? Because I know a lot of folks kind of want to know latest on that. What do you have?
We've had some viewer video. I'm not sure if it's quite loaded yet, but we'll show it to you in just a few minutes of folks that are sitting on the shoulder of the Cimarron Turnpike out just past your exit at Cleveland. Fire very close to the road. Of course, they've shut some of it down, and so it's a pretty scary situation out there. This is, again, photos or videos from our viewers. Look at that. Just off in the distance there from the turnpike, from the Cimarron Turnpike out at your exit around Cleveland. Fire off in the distance, not too far from the roads, just a ton of flames. So that's pretty scary for those drivers. They have shut down the turnpike at this time, but they're going to allow some of the cars that were on it before they shut it down to kind of get out of the way of this fire, but they have shut down those lanes. And again, eastbound traffic is what we've been talking about, primarily shut down, but now it looks like both directions.
And then also, can you punch up that other fire one, and then that's that other one that's on links, whatever that is.
Here, this is again out at Pawnee County. And speaking of Pawnee County, fire on Highway 64 between Pawnee and Blackburn. That is the video that you're seeing here on your screen. Again, it's so smoky and so many fires going on today. The fire threat extremely high, and these fires spread so quickly, but they're jumping roads. The roads are not helping as a barrier for fires. Reagan saw that when it crossed over Highway 48 just west of Manford this afternoon. And so the highways are not even barriers for these fires. The winds are so strong, they push the embers out over the roadways, and then you have a new fire start on the other side. So the roads are not helping. Hopefully the lake by Manford can help, but again, this is video from Pawnee there between Pawnee and Blackburn right off of Highway 64.
Okay, thanks, I appreciate that. Let's go out to Brandon first. We're going to go on, he's near 412, and Brandon has been hanging out there with the fires. Hey, Brandon, update from you. What do you have for us right now?
Okay, Travis. So just real quick, I want to clarify what I was talking about earlier. So Cleveland police are going house to house, and they are pulling children. They're not allowing children to stay in the residence. However, if the adults want to stay, that is completely up to them. But they're asking for mandatory evacuations, that people just heed the warning and evacuate. But they said if you have children in the home, they are coming in to get those children. They will not. And we have heard from several residents as well as Cleveland police. We have lost homes and, unfortunately, animals as well.
Okay, well, and that's part of the fire that Stacia was just showing us off the turnpike. this is a very devastating situation for folks in that area. Again, it's kind of a, well, we'll let Lori address any of those. That's kind of an interesting scenario that's playing out there over in Pawnee County with the police department. Anyway, what we're talking about with the fires continuing to be extremely dangerous in multiple locations. So again, that's what we're talking about around the Tulsa area at this point. We're going to continue to monitor. We've had smoke coming in from smoke plumes. We did have a brief fire down around the Jinx Glenpool area. Cal was on that one a while ago, and then also on the east side of town. But we're going to have to watch. Some of these fires are going to flare up more on the east side potentially as that real dry air comes in. You see something that looks like it's trying to happen again near Okmulgee. So these are going to be fires we're going to have to keep an eye on. Brandon is covering what's happening there. Reagan has some more information on what's going on in Manford. What's the latest, Reagan, going on in Manford?
Yeah, Trav, things are getting worse here very quickly. You can see behind me right now, this is that same area I showed you a few minutes ago. Look how dark it's gotten. The fire, we literally watched it jump the road. It was like tossing a match onto a tinderbox. You can see the flame right there. This is 41st Street. And it has now jumped the road. As Stacia was just saying, these roads are supposed to be a barrier, but these winds are so strong, those embers are just flying across the road and lighten these areas up on fire. It's just so dry out here. There's just so much deadfall and dry grass that this is just lighting up so easily. But you can see right there at the top of this hill, that fire has now jumped 41st Street. It is now heading towards the city limits of Manford right now. As the crow fly, we're probably 2-3 miles from the city of Manford. I was talking to the guy who lives over here, who actually leases this property for deer hunting, and we actually just saw a deer fly across the road trying to get away from the fire as we were out here. But he just said that this whole area is just all old trees and just deadfall, and it's just going to light up like a tinderbox. So it's not good, Trav. We're just seeing the impacts of these winds just continue to spread this fire so quickly. Back to you.
All right, yeah, and unfortunately, this is literally what we call a firestorm moving in on the Manford area. And we're going to talk to Emery in a minute. He's getting adjusted for what's going on. Again, the fire, you can see where Reagan is located on Cowshed Road near 8th Street. So again, that's just jumped right across the 41st. So we were looking back over here. So that's jumping, and then that's moving in toward the Manford area. So that's why Emery has been watching that in this area. So tremendous amount of smoke. We'll talk to Stacia about health issues going on associated with this. The dust, again, if you suffer with asthma or any breathing, you have to stay in a filtered environment because you'll have asthma attacks and conditions are just not good for breathing. It's just terrible, in fact, is the best thing I can use to describe that. So again, these are multiple fires in multiple locations that are still going on, but the Manford fire is the one along with the Cleveland fire to the north. These are the ones that we're most concerned with right now. So again, here's the Manford fire and then Cleveland, and then we're Brandon, you can see where Brandon's located right up in here. There's Cleveland, and then we have additional fires that are back off to the south and west into Lincoln County. And so these fires are continuing to bring in a lot of smoke across these areas, or across much of Pawnee County and Payne County. And okay, Emery's now available. So let's go on back into the Manford area. This will be on the south and east sides right now of Manford. Emery, give us an update, would you?
Travis, this has really turned bad very quickly. I'm on the south side of Manford. Those neighborhoods that we were in earlier where people were clearing out, those neighborhoods, fire is now into those neighborhoods. I'm at Manford High School, and the fire is approaching here within a third of a mile of Manford High School to the southwest of the high school. So if you go south from Manford on Evans Avenue down to Dogwood Road, Birch Drive, Aspen Drive, all of those neighborhoods have fire approaching them right by the houses. Further south, Evans Avenue turns into 41st Street and then bears to the west. The fire is all over that area. At Manford High School now we're seeing ash come down, a few embers, but the wind has really picked up. Visibility has really dropped. The police are going through and ordering people out best they can, but at this point it is way too far gone to even consider going back to that area to try to get anything out. People are rushing out best they can, but the situation, and this is in the city of Manford. This is not on the outskirts of town. This is within city limits.
fire and heavy smoke, but fire is approaching this area on the south side. Travis, back to you.
All right, praying for these folks. Just hoping that they've got everything can take care of it because that fire line is literally, as Emery was saying, again, just coming up here on the south and west sides of these are the housing additions that are right in here. That's what these lines are, the streets. So it gives you an idea. This is smoke, again, from the fire coming up over that. So again, it's hard to breathe. And for folks that were trying to get out of there, you couldn't even hardly breathe to begin with, trying to get out of here. So that's one of the big issues for Manford. Again, and it's no longer voluntary, it's mandatory. And then that's a similar thing up to the north. Let's go back to the north at Cleveland and get the latest update on that one with Brandon and see what he has, information that he has for us. Again, this is moving northbound. Brandon, it's obviously crossed the turnpike and where you are. Can you get a perspective of where that fire is now with relationship to where you are?
I'm sorry, Travis. I wasn't able to hear what you were saying due to the background noise. Can you ask me that again?
Yeah, the question I have is like your perspective. You're looking west at this time, am I correct?
No, I am facing due south.
You're facing due south. Okay. And then, so with you right there, where did the fire cross in relationship to you at this point?
So directly in front of our shot here, I'll zoom in. You'll be able to see right up the road there. Can't really drive in there, but it crossed right up the road there, probably about a half a mile.
Okay. So that has moved to your, pretty much to your east and now east-northeast. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. And it's crossed the highway and it's moved off to the east-northeast.
Okay. So again, you can see where we're at from the Dog Center Road that Brandon has been on. So that's continuing to move north. So you said all mandatory evacuations. Is that in Cleveland or is that mainly east-southeast of Cleveland?
That's mainly south of Cleveland where we're currently at for our location. They're not mandatory, but they're asking for people to go ahead and just take the precautions and evacuate anyway. If you have children in the home, though, they are coming in because there's already been structures that have been consumed by the fire. And if you have children, they're coming in and taking them children and taking them to a safer place. So that's the situation right now, Travis.
Okay. Hey, thanks so much. I appreciate that. Let's go back to Weather 15 for a minute, if we could. I want to give another update on what's going on. So in southeastern Oklahoma, first of all, again, we're getting a few hot spots that are showing up. This is Oklahoma City down on the Norman area. That seemingly has improved a little bit where we did have some evacuations in southeast Norman. And then around the southern Creek County here. And then we still have a little bit of a fire thing going on southeast of Henrietta. And we're watching again just south of Stigler. With a fire popping up there. And really, any of these areas we're going to have to be very careful of. Let's go back to the other location if we could and look at that one for a second, just north and west. And this gives you more of Tulsa. This is Osage County. Bartlesville's right here. And so these fires are going on. Now, it looks like they're dulling down or they're getting less. Right now, we have a dense amount of just dust, and there's smoke in there, but it's mostly a heavy dust presence that's coming over this, and we think that that's influencing what we're seeing here. But these fires haven't changed a whole lot. In fact, if anything, the one that's at Cleveland or south and east sides of Cleveland is pretty much still a big fire. The Manford fire now into Manford. We're going to talk to Emery in just a second. And then I wanted to point out as well, we're looking at area just north of Tulsa now, not too far from around Skytook, Turley area. It looks like another fire is breaking out here on the north side of town at this particular moment. Let's go back into Manford right now. Emery has another update from inside Manford. What do you have, Emery?
Yeah, Travis, situation's really gotten a lot worse very quickly. We're at the high school. We're in what we think is a safe place, just to let you know. But just to the southwest of us, just past this intersection right here is where the fire is. Now, so if you go south of Manford on Evans Road, just a little bit south, people know where the high school is in Manford. The fire is in neighborhoods back there. You can see the police are going through, lights and siren, ordering people to leave, and people are clearing out as fast as they can. Earlier, an hour ago, we saw people gathering what they could, getting children, pets out. But this wind is incredible. Difficult to stand up. gusts make it very, very difficult. My photographer Michael Woods now bracing himself against a car, but an urgent evacuation happening here. The Baptist church down there, several churches, lots of homes, and their police trying to sweep through and clear people out of this area. Now that is just south of the high school. Let's see, that's Manford Police. We've seen emergency management, OHP out here, but the wind is just pushing this so quickly. It's really picked up just in the last few minutes. We're seeing a lot of ash come down. We haven't seen embers at our location, but fire is about 500 yards maybe at the most down there, down that road, and it is coming this way very quickly. Still see a few people, rancher types with trucks trying to go that way. Police are not letting anybody go back down that way, ordering everybody out as fast as they can. But a very dynamic, dangerous situation here in Manford. Travis, back to you.
All right. Hey, Emery, real quick before we let you go. Have they said anything about houses? Have they said anything about houses on that south side that you were right where you were?
We have not seen houses burn, but we have seen fire right up next to houses before we had to leave. I'm sorry, Michael. What?
It was very, very close.
Yeah, it was just right there. So okay. We are certain that there are houses that must be burning because we were leaving to just get out of the way of the fire. It was within 100 yards of Evans Road to the south. It is far north of 41st, almost to 31st Street here in Manford. But that evacuation's going on. Cops are running everywhere through the neighborhood, lights and siren, ordering people to leave very, very urgently. So that's happening right as happening right now. And you can see how bad the visibility is. That's a big church, just 150 yards away from us. You can barely see it. But the south side of Manford here, now that wind seems to be a little more south, out of the south, and it is pushing it right into the city of Manford here on the south side. We're at the high school. That's a landmark up on its high hill. That fire is coming this way for sure. Travis, back to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Emery. Appreciate it for what you're doing right there. And again, what we're doing at this point, again, helping hopefully a lot of folks in Manford understand the scenario, and they're getting out and helping police make that evacuation occur. The Terrellton area, there's some information coming in from Terrellton Fire Department, and Brandon has some of that information. Brandon's with this fire near Cleveland. Brandon, what do you have for us? What's going on?
Yeah, Travis, so the Terrellton Chief Fire... Sorry, I got this big old truck just drove by. So the Terrellton Chief firefighter just asked me to make a page for anybody from the Cleveland exit back to Hallett along 412 to do not be driving along 412. He says he's got 30 to 40-foot flames crossing the highway right now, and he just asked me if I could please make a page out from Cleveland exit back to Hallett for people to stay off of 412.
Yeah, that's just a mess. Stacia, you have some, thanks, Brandon. Stacia, you have is that some new video that you have?
Yeah, we haven't showed this yet. This just came to me about maybe 10 minutes ago from our friends, Matt, Whitney, Holland. They're on the Cimarron Turnpike. They're east or the west of the Cleveland exit. And so you can see the flames just off in the distance, very tall flames. That's what Brandon was mentioning. Dangerous situation out there. So they have shut down. You can see police cars off in the distance. They're shutting down those lanes of traffic. So again, that's the Cimarron Turnpike out by the Cleveland exit. So that fire, really tall flames coming across the highway. Now, highways and roads are not barriers for these storms or for this fire situation. So the embers are crossing over highways, crossing over roads very easily. And then the fire just continues on. Reagan saw that over at State Highway 48. He just saw that happen on 41st to the southwest side of Manford. So again, we have a lot of very serious, very dangerous situations happening right now with wildfires mostly to the west of Tulsa, west of Highway 75. But that was viewer video coming in from the Cimarron Turnpike just to the west of the Cleveland exit there. So again, a lot of things happening right now. Very serious, dangerous situation playing out in Manford. We have Reagan there. We have Emery Bryan there. We have John Durkee, who's getting back to to Manford. We have Brandon up just south of Cleveland there in Pawnee County. For the Tulsa area, we're watching a potential fire starting up just south of Skiatook. So there's been a hot spot that has been developing just north of downtown, up by the west side of Sperry. So we'll watch that pretty closely. But you can see here that there's just been a lot of hot spots. These are infrared satellite imagery. Travis has showed you this a ton for tonight or for this evening. And those are really large fires, continue to grow when we lapse it. So we have the central one in Osage County. We have one out by Pawhuska. Of course, we have the monster fire Brandon's on in southeastern Pawnee County. We also have the Manford fire, very large, that one creeping into potentially the western side of Tulsa County. We also have several fires in Creek County and more that are trying to start up in southeast Oklahoma. The winds have really picked up now southeast of the metro and southeastern parts of the state where 50, 60 mile per hour wind gusts have been reported. This is a look at the air quality. So we had the dust come in earlier today, that lowered air quality. Now you have the smoke. It's really bad, especially out to the northwest of Tulsa. So if you can stay inside, if you have respiratory problems, stay inside, don't go outside. Air quality is awful right now across eastern parts, really across the entire state. There's so much dust in Oklahoma right now and so much smoke from all the fires that are ongoing. Current wind gusts had a little reprieve in downtown, but Skiatook wind gusts at 54 miles per hour, 51 in Wagner. Winds, of course, picking up down to the south as well. As I mentioned, we've had 60 mile per hour wind gusts in southeast Oklahoma. Current wind gusts are about 51 for Stigler over to Wilburton. So if any fires start in southeast Oklahoma, those, of course, are going to spread quickly. But our biggest concern right now for fire behavior, for fire spread rates, for the ongoing dangerous conditions, that is all west of Highway 75, west of Tulsa. Power outages from the wind. We have a ton of power outages now across the state. We still have 18,000 in Tulsa County. We have 800 customers up in Washington County. Muskogee County has had a spike. That's 1,000 customers there in Muskogee County. And then down in Pittsburgh County, Trav, also have had an increase to 900 customers in Pittsburgh County.
Oh, my goodness. Okay. The fires continue across these areas, the power outages, the bad breathing conditions. So this is a major issue. And so we are seeing that fire increasing now just south of Skiatook, as we mentioned. So we do have a smoke plume that has kicked up in an area just about down by Turley area. So let's zoom in on that for a second, if you would. And so this is a fire that's just kicking in right now, south of Sperry to Turley. So those are going to be the locations right now. So we might even be able to see that on T5, I suppose. Hey, Jalen, take a look at T5. Send it, spin it around to the north, if you would, if we can see even that far with all the smoke going on. So that's another fire going on. And then back on over to the west, we're looking at fires continuing in a couple of areas, but the main smoke plumes and the main fires now from right into the Manford area. And then I think Reagan shot, I think, is available. Matt, are you in that area where you can tell me if Reagan, because we have Reagan and Emory. If Emory's available, yeah, let's go to Emory real quick with an update. Emory, you got another update for us? Okay, just a second then, and we'll get Emory hopefully on the line. Because this is, again, in Manford. We have a fire emergency. Okay, let's go to Emory right now. What do you got?
Yeah, Travis, we're located at the high school. I'll point you over here. This is Greenwood Avenue. First Baptist Church is right there, though you can't see it. It's our understanding from an eyewitness that just a couple hundred yards that way to the west of First Baptist Church, there are houses on fire. We were just to the south of First Baptist Church. Just to the south of First Baptist Church, and fire was right to houses. So we have every expectation that those houses down just on further south on Evans Road likely are on fire. There was fire in the neighborhood and no firefighters because they're on the other side. They're doing everything they can to stop this fire, but it is right here approaching the city of Manford on the south side. But we understand houses that direction, about 200 yards. Fire was right on them. They were beginning to burn. And then on the south of Greenwood Avenue to the neighborhoods all the south of that, we saw fire ourselves. And let's listen to this.
Instructions. Listen to radio and television for details. An emergency evacuation of this area is required.
Okay. You can hear what they're saying. They're on loudspeaker saying an emergency evacuation has been ordered. We just got alerts on our phones and watches of an emergency evacuation for the city of Manford. And it is, I can tell you, it's very desperate here. We have seen ash. We haven't seen embers where we are, but the wind is blowing so hard, frankly, I think they would go on past us. So fire south of Greenwood Avenue, south of First Baptist Church. Several churches, several neighborhoods in that area, I would say, are definitely in danger right now. Travis?
All right. Hey, thanks so much. I appreciate it. Stacia, can you get us a quick update, too, on the humidity and the winds in that area, and then also south, because we're starting to see some signs of some flare-ups down south, if you could.
Yes, I can, Trav. So again, out around Creek County, Manford area, the winds are still gusting about 40 miles per hour out of the southwest. So it could even be stronger at times as that pushes it right into town. Humidity values are extremely low out to the west of Tulsa. They have been all afternoon. And of course, that's where we've had our highest fire threat today. But now the humidity values have started to really lower from Tulsa to the south. Tulsa's at 9% humidity, 8% in Okmulgee, very, very dry. Humidity values have even dropped further southeast of Tulsa around Muskogee and McAllister down to about 15%. That increases your fire threat today. So the fire threat has now really increased east and southeast of Tulsa. So we're gonna have to watch that as we head through the rest of our evening. The wind gusts have picked up as well, and I showed you this just a few minutes ago. But for southeast Oklahoma, the winds are now gusting over 50 miles per hour. Wilburton up to Stigler, where they've had almost 60 at times. And so again, anything that starts in southeast Oklahoma will also spread very quickly. It looks like on satellite that there have been a few hot spots that have tried to fire up southern Haskell County right on the Latimer-Haskell County line. There's been a couple hot spots there. There have been a few kind of in Muskogee County, but fire crews, of course, on high alert today, trying to get to those fires very quickly and doing a great job. We're very thankful for them. A lot of power outages from, of course, the really strong wind, a lot of terrible air quality today. Visibility, I'll also show you this because of the dust and the smoke. Visibility is down to less than a mile west of Tulsa. Tulsa's down to 3-mile visibility and 2 up in Bartlesville. So again, that's with the dust, the smoke out there. Really strong winds just moving it all around, and it's not just Oklahoma, it's down into Texas, it's up into Kansas as well. So our power outage numbers still remain very high across Tulsa County. If you don't have power right now, join us. Of course, you can find us on the website or on the app. So just know that we're in multiple areas. You can find us on multiple platforms. 1,000 customers in Creek County right now, 1,000 in Muskogee, 900 in Pittsburgh County, and 18,000 traps still in the metro.
Okay, dangerous situation. Breathing, as you said, just awful. Bartlesville, Tulsa, any place with a very difficult situation going on right now. Reagan is having to move at this point because the fire is moving into his area. Let's come in a little bit closer even right now into there. So here's what we're seeing. So since Reagan has to move, this is the southwest flank pretty much of where the fire has been coming into town, which is the south and kind of continuing on the southeast side. So Emory has been here at the school. You can see the track right here. So Emory is situated here where it's basically kind of green and everything's cut. And then they said that they did have a burn back over here. Don't know if it's a controlled burn or what that should control some of the fires, maybe to the south and east. But what's been hit the hardest is probably a Birch Drive and maybe some of those flames. Now the problem is if a fire gets going on a house, then the embers from that can jump over to other houses. And so that's one of the biggest concerns that will happen for firefighters. They'll be fighting this fire. All of a sudden, a house on the next block over could start on fire. So this is a big problem for the folks there. Can't tell for sure, but that's usually the situation that occurs based on the history of how these storms work and how firestorms work. And that's what we're looking at. So we'll get some more information from Emory in just a moment. I see REM 37. Is that, so we're just... That's okay. So he's in the process of moving. Okay. So with what's going on in this situation right now, we're expecting this not to be any better situation going forward. Brandon's. I want to go to Brandon right now and go back to the north. So we have the Manford issue. We have the Cleveland issue, which is north and northwest. You see where Brandon is located. Brandon, you got fires. What do you have going on for us right now?
Yeah, Travis. Well, we just switched locations, and you can see the erratic fire behavior that we've got going right here. We're going to be facing east on East 5400 Road. I've just received word from Cleveland PD and from the firefighters that it is now any mandatory evacuation. They are now saying it's a mandatory. We've got fire all around us here on both sides. It's already done crossed East 5400 Road, and the evacuation is off to the northeast up towards 60th floor, and I believe they said up to the town of Cleveland. So this fire is erratic and it's out of control, and still got some very gusty winds right now, Travis.
Hey, speaking of which, what are you estimating, 30 to 40 miles an hour? What do you got? What do you have?
Yeah, like easily, yeah. Still getting anywhere from 35 to 40.
Okay. Yeah, and fire doesn't stop for that, especially with our humidity values so low. Stacia, I was busy relocating some folks. Relative humidity values are sitting where, roughly?
In Tulsa, it's 9%.
Wow.
In Pawnee, it just jumped to 14%, which is the highest it's been since 1 or 2 o'clock today.
Okay, with humidity values at this level, I mean, it's just, there's no real help. Okay, so that's, again, a look at what's going on. And that dry air has moved into the eastern parts of the area. Sequoia is having to pick up on a possible fire that's developed, again, just to the, into Muskogee County. So there's going to be fire potential for the eastern side now because we do have, this is drier air. All the thunderstorms have moved out. All the storms are off to the east and out of the picture. Humidity levels have dropped across the whole area. So again, we have Ethan up in the Pawhuska area. Hey, is Ethan available? I haven't talked to him for a few moments. Hey, let's go to Ethan. If you're ready, I'd like to talk to you for a minute, see if you have any additional information coming out of Pawhuska and what's going on up there in Pawhuska right now. What do you have?
Yeah, Travis, well, we sure have seen a lot today, starting earlier today where we saw 2 fires that were put out. And now we've made our way to Pawhuska where we've seen this fire put out on Highway 60, and crews have kind of cleared that area and they've opened that highway back up for people to travel both east and west. So we've seen a lot today, but we have seen 3 fires put out.
Okay. Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate it again, Ethan. So that's a situation up to the north. Those fires continue to move to the north and to the east. And again, the whole Osage County is covered with smoke and dust and everything else. So try to just kind of filter your air if at all possible, especially with any breathing difficulties. Let's head south bound now and go back down into the areas around Manford, because that continues to be the biggest issue with what's happening in that area. Aaron, did you have something?
Brandon's got a pretty impressive shot of that.
Okay, Brandon, let's go to you again and give us another update again on the evacuation notices you just received, if you would, and what fire you got.
Yeah, Travis, so right now, you see there in our shot, those cedar trees just went up in flames. They've gotten a mandatory evacuation for this area. These flames are easily 30, 40 feet, and these cedars don't help anything, but firefighters are still really trying to get a hint, but it's very out of control right here, Travis.
Yes, I mean, from what's going on right now and the erratic nature of all of that, that is totally understood, and so these fires are going to continue. And again, with the humidity Stacia was just mentioning, it is just going to be rough. Also, we're getting a lot of reports, a lot of information, but some folks are kind of worried about, hey, is this moving in on Tulsa? Is this moving in on West Sand Springs, Coyote Trail, or not? We're going to take a little closer look here in just a second on that. Also said I had a tree go down the yard and hit the kids' swing set. Thankfully, they weren't on the swing set. I have had them staying in the house. I mean, that's just some of the things that are going on. Multiple roof reports in the Tulsa area of shingles being blown off the roofs and all that. So again, as we look at what's going on, and in fact, you can see where Emory and Reagan are located. Again, mandatory in Manford, mandatory as we go from Cleveland to the north along 412. We'll talk to Stacia in a few minutes. Who's on Rim 30 right now? Dale? I'm going to catch Dal. Is Dal audio good? Okay, where is Dal? There he is. West of Oilton. Dal, update from you, west of Oilton. What do you have for us there, buddy?
Yes, Travis. We have a wildfire here again, and it looks like they're evacuating houses. We saw police evacuating houses just back to our north. As you can see, I don't know if you can tell here, but visibility just ahead of us is completely there is no visibility. But I know that police and the fire are both trying to evacuate houses just immediately to our north right now.
All right.
Back to you, Trav.
Thank you, sir. Greatly appreciate it, Dell. Thanks. Let's go back again into from the Oilton area. Let's go back on over to Manford. Again, it's been hardest hit on the west sides of Tulsa. We are still looking at a fire that's south of Sperry or near Sperry, trying to get some information on that. Around the Manford area right now, we do have Reagan and Emory in this area. Reagan, I don't see you right now. Give us an update where you are and what you're seeing.
Hey, babe.
Reagan, are you there? Reagan.
Hi.
Okay.
I'm trying to call.
Reagan? Apparently that's somebody else. No, Reagan? Okay. What'd you say? Yeah, they just kind of gave him a clear shot, but apparently not quite yet. Okay, so let's zoom out just a tad bit, if you would, and let's catch Coyote Trail off to the east here a little bit. So let's zoom out just a little bit more. And so what we're looking at, this is the west side of Sand Springs. Lotse right in here. This is the turnpike where it curves and goes over Keystone Dam, or close to it, over Keystone Lake. And so this is Highway 51. So we do have the fires on the south from Manford right now moving north, and also it appears just on the southwest side. So we're trying to get confirmation if that is actually going across this on the east side now of the lake and moving northeastward. So we're going to try to move our folks and try to get them into a little bit better information and get some confirmation on what's going on the southwest side. Because Coyote Trail, I'm trying to find it right now in relationship, that's still off to the west, off to the east here, right here. And so you're close, it's to your west at this point. That is moving mainly northeast. So the fire is moving mainly northeast, but it is spreading eastward some. Right now, though, you guys are still okay in this area, west of Sand Springs. But it's everybody is pretty much on the gun for a flare-up of fire. I mean, it's just a possibility any place. Let's go back for the latest on what's going on for the fires and what the fires look like at this moment, if we could, on Weather 15, and get that information back to everybody. So we have a whole bunch of dust coming across. I don't know, Jalen, might you be able to get that picture Stacia had of the looping of the dust for the south central or for Kansas and Oklahoma? Or we can find a place for it. Okay. But anyway, so the fires right now continue. And so we have a blanket. You kind of see this white dusty look over here. That is not only smoke, but it's just a huge area of dust from all the winds that have been blowing in New Mexico, western Texas, hitting us. And so that's kind of dampening down, not the fire as much as I think the visual that we have from our infrared satellite picture. So these fires are still blowing and going across the area. So this is the Manford fire, and then we have the Sperry Turley fire area that's just popped up. We have the one that's still hanging on just west of Pawhuska ways, and then extending up on Highway 60, and then a little bit further north. Okay, here's what we wanted to show you. We'll have to take off McAllister off there because McAllister just moved down to Dallas-Fort Worth. All right, what I wanted to show here, though, is this is amazing dynamics, and this tells you the whole story of what's going on. You can see the center of the low. That's Kansas. This is Oklahoma, the Oklahoma Panhandle, the Texas Panhandle, Dallas-Fort Worth. All this reddish color is dirt that's being blown in. This is smoke right in here from our fires that is getting pulled all the way into Kansas. This is more dust coming in out of western Kansas with the circulation of the colder air that's wrapping around into that. And then there's just one little narrow wedge of actually some clear air. But the dynamics with this, we said this is like a bomb low. It just means the pressure just dropped dramatically from this morning to this afternoon. And if you got up early this morning, it's like, hey, those winds aren't that strong. It was like 15, 20 miles an hour, and then it just blew up. But the circulation feature, the dust, and so that dust now is centering itself not only in central Oklahoma, but it's just taking over eastern and southeastern Oklahoma. You guys are getting into this as well, all in North Texas. And then you can see that there's associated with that, there's even like this cloud bank is developing here. We have tornado watches all across this area. This is an explosion of severe thunderstorms. So I just wanted to point that out because this is a massive, massive storm system. Okay, back to our fires again. Want to get another update. We want to get an update. I think we'll go to Brandon because I'd like to get a little bit more. He's on the move right now. Brandon, you're making a move. Can you give us an idea of what's going on in your location, what's happening there?
Yeah, Travis, we're repositioning. We're going to try to get over to 64. We're here on East 2500 Road. About to move back east towards 64, trying to get a better vantage point from where we were. Everything that we were in and fire, and so we're trying to return ahead of this because that fire was moving rapidly. We're going to continue to watch this very closely, but Cleveland police and the fire officials there are asking residents to please evacuate.
Okay. All right. Hey, thanks. I appreciate it very much. And I know in that area, cell service is a little touch and go, and that's kind of what's going on. But we heard, I think, enough to make it clear to us. All right, so what we're seeing at this point, again, with the fire and the plumes and the fire that's happening is heading up across Keystone Lake. And so that's up to around the Cleveland area. So this is all the fire zone right up in this area. So Brandon's trying to get around on that. And then back down to the Terrellton area and back to the west. Also back into our Manford area. We continue with updates from out of Manford at this time. And is Reagan now available? It looks like his shot's been stable for a while. Still not available. How about Emory? Is he back yet? Okay, so both of the guys have had to move. Again, the fire line has been moving across the city on the south sides from around Dogwood Avenue, and then that's been moving north and to the east. So we're trying to get this information and what's the latest on happening right in this zone at this particular moment. Stacia has a little bit of extra information. Stacia?
Paul with our news desk said that is where they're staging to fight this fire. The homes on the south side of that line that I just drew, those homes are the ones on fire on the southwest side of Manford. So where I drew that line right around Greenwood Avenue, that's where crews are staging to try to stop this fire from spreading into Manford. Of course, very difficult to do, but again, that line that I just drew, that's where they're staging. So from the Baptist Church where Emory was, this is Greenwood Avenue, the white line. So the homes down in here are some of the homes that are on fire, Trav.
Okay, because that, oh man, just praying for these guys that we can try to get something for them and get this fire put out because those guys are going to have to work so hard at trying to get some of that accomplished. All right, so with the winds, they're still strong. Just had a wind gust a little while ago at Davis Field down in Muskogee at 66 miles an hour. So again, that has translated well to the east. So that's a big issue that we're seeing at this particular moment, not only here, but also down toward Muskogee. So if you are in these areas, be advised for that. So this is the staging area, as we said, with what's going on around the Manford area. And just on this area from here and then around Greenwood Avenue, these homes are in jeopardy and on fire right now. The ones to the north and east, not so. They're trying to make a battle zone for this area to fight the fire in the fire zone right there. So that's the information. Hopefully we'll get some more information. But with Reagan and also Emory, both in the kind of harm's way, I mean, obviously they had to get out of there because he couldn't even breathe, couldn't even talk at that point. So that's what's going on in Manford. Also, we have still fire going on out to the west. Aaron, did you have something? Nope. Okay. I thought you were getting ready to talk to me. Out to the west, Dow continues to cover what's going on with fires out to the west side. And then even further west, Allen has been out around Stillwater. Can I get a report from Allen, Aaron?
He had to hop off the line for just a second, but he's going to call back.
Okay.
So I'll make sure that when he gets back online.
Okay, because this is his shot right now. Yeah. And so this is he's going to get some information for us. But again, around Stillwater, those fires have been just as bad. And we're looking at, I was trying to look at Oklahoma City's, our sister station, and their coverage. They've got similar situations going on, just smoke and fire showing up in their areas. Alan's back? Okay. Okay, let's go back to Alan for a quick update. Alan, can you give us an update? Looks like you're just west of Stillwater.
Yes, sir. I'm at 6th and Sanger in the Stillwater area. They've got road closings everywhere and mandatory evacuations. They've got, I guess, back south and west of us, they have an entire area. They've evacuated multiple neighborhoods, multiple structures on fire, several that have been leveled. The police officers here at this intersection that have been trying to keep folks out, so they're being hit with debris and ash from these homes that are burning, like I said, miles away. These 30 sustained winds up to 40 and 50 mile an hour gusts are really doing some damage out here. Back to you.
Yeah, and and I know there's several different housing locations. Well, there's a lot of housing additions. of course, golf course in there as well. So again, you can see where Allen is located. The pictures, the smoke coming in. Structures, he's saying, again, from Stillwater, southwest side of Stillwater, not in Stillwater, but still, that's basically getting into Stillwater at this point when you're getting that close, because here's downtown and then also OSU's campus. So we have a very, very dangerous situation in multiple locations across areas from really Oklahoma City back through the north and west sides of Tulsa. And then the fires are trying to build further east. So that's one of the issues that we're seeing as well. Can we go back to weather 15 for a minute? And then Stacia, I'm going to have you do another update on power and also breathing. So we've changed a little bit. Well, this is back. I wanted to get to there we go. Thank you. So here's the latest on the fires. As I mentioned a little bit ago, that all that dust, I think, is affecting the impact of what we're seeing here with the fires. But we still have these fires ongoing. And then around Sedan, Kansas, and south of Sedan, Kansas, just north of really on the Osage County, or I should say, Oklahoma, Kansas state line, just to the south and west of Sedan. Still massive grass fire there. And then the one that's north of Pawhuska that Bob was on for a while, that's been moving across probably the reserve up there, I would say. And then one west of Pawhuska still hanging in there. Here's our Cleveland one that's had mandatory evacuation, and the Manford one that's had mandatory evacuations. And so we do have, now we do have Michaela there. Okay, in Manford. Let's go to Michaela then, if she's available for us in Manford. So Michaela, let us know what you see at this point, would you?
Yeah, Travis, it's really bad out here. I'm posted up outside of Manford Elementary School. I'm just going to show you what we have. It's very, very windy out here. It's super smoky. You can barely see the next 100 yards from us. We did speak to a park ranger, and they said that there's a few homes on fire coming back where the camera is pointed. We were able to speak to a family, and they said they were just sitting in their car, just waiting to evacuate. And it's been about 15 minutes now. That family did decide to take off. They said they had a friend or something in that neighborhood back that way where that smoke is coming from, and they haven't heard from them yet. They're just waiting to make sure they're okay. They described the situation as very scary. Like I said, the winds are super strong out here, and it's very, very smoky. You can barely see a couple 100 feet ahead of you.
Okay. Hey, thank you so much. Appreciate it. And that's the latest happenings in Manford. We have fires ongoing in multiple locations. As we said, Manford is one of the worst hit ones. And then Cleveland also just to the north and to the west. So we continue to do these coverages. And we're not alone, as we said, Stillwater. And then we go back to the north and not too far west of Pawhuska. And then the fire that Brandon's on, you can see the smoke plume is extending from that. Bob's realigning again, trying to get over near the Sperry fire, as well as you can see around the Perkins area and extending around to Coyle. This was coming out of Logan County. This has been a terrible situation for the folks down there. Thousands of acres have burned. Jeremy's been on that fire as well. And then I was looking, it looks like we've just got fires. Can you give me REM 24 for just a minute? And was that Marty or was that Val? REM 24 is Val, and so they are they've moved. We might have to look at our GPS here in a minute. But I'm sorry, I'm throwing you guys a little curveball, but if you can, I don't know if that, or is that video? Maybe, is that video or is that breaking up? I can't tell. I don't know. Okay. They have massive, okay, we'll skip them for now because I don't know what's going on with them. But they've had massive flames with fires. Okay, and say it again on 44. Bristow, okay, is that what we're looking at, video there? Okay, this is a video out of Bristow with a fire in Bristow. And so we've moved some of our folks over to the Bristow area for the fire that's going on in Bristow. It doesn't even show it per se with our smoke plumes at this point, but we did have a fire that flared up just in the Bristow area. And now you can see a fire truck, looks like a fire truck with some folks going to try to knock that down a little bit in that area. Stacia, it is unbelievable. And we knew it was going to be tough for this afternoon, but it's even getting worse for a lot of folks. If you would, give us an update on air quality and also on these winds and humidity.
Our hearts just break for everybody in the path of these that have to deal with fires threatening their homes, their communities, and the dust, the smoke has made air quality awful across eastern Oklahoma today, tonight. It's going to stay that way as long as the winds keep up, and our winds are really not going to subside much until we get to about 9 o'clock tonight. So we still have hours to go where our winds could gust over 40 miles per hour. So the air quality, as Trav mentioned, it's so bad. And this is a look here at the latest map. We've been kind of tracking it today, and really it was the dust at first, and then of course the smoke got involved from the fire starting up in the afternoon. So anywhere from Highway 75 to the west, obviously air quality is the worst. If you can stay inside, stay inside. Hopefully you have good filters and everything like that. If you do get out, of course, masks are a great thing to wear, but be careful. If you have allergy issues, if you have asthma, respiratory problems, this is going to make it a lot worse, the air quality being so bad. So until the winds can subside and the smoke can be dispersed and out of the area, you're not going to see air quality really improve. There's a ton of dust and there is a ton of smoke. In terms of the wind gusts that we're currently looking at right now, in Tulsa, the winds are gusting 30 to 45 miles per hour. Out to the west, Trav, it looks like the wind gusts may have weakened some out in Creek County, and by that it's still very strong, still at over 30 to almost 40 miles per hour. That is better though than what it was 50 to 60 miles per hour not too long ago. The wind gusts out around Veneta and Pryor, almost 50 at this time. And then down to the south, we still have really strong winds in parts of southeast Oklahoma where you're gusting 40 to almost 50 at times. But it looks like, again, the winds are trying to weaken a little. It's still really strong, though. I want to stress that. These are still really strong wind gusts. But compared to what we had earlier today, it looks like it's down just a little. And we're going to see that gradually weaken. But it's going to be a slow process still over the next several hours to get those winds to calm down. Humidity is extremely low, so the fire threat will remain very high, especially from Tulsa back to the west into Creek County, down to the south into Okmulgee County, where you're at 8% humidity in Okmulgee County, or in Okmulgee. That is really, really dry. Humidity for the afternoon out around Tahlequah was at 45%, Trav. Now they're down to 16, so that's that drier air that's moved in.
Okay, really, really dry. We're going to go to Brandon first here. I got to see what's going on with him real quick, and then we might have Reagan coming up. So let's go to Brandon first, who's again near the Cleveland area. Brandon, is he talking to somebody?
Momentarily stepped out of the vehicle to help a guy wrangle some cows.
To wrangle some cattle. So we've got storm trackers that are wranglers.
Yes.
How did I not know Brandon was doing that? Could have had him help me many times, I guess. Okay, well, he'll be back. Okay, that's good because Reagan is available right now. So we're going to go down to Manford. We're going to go from Cleveland down to Manford. Manford, all right, give us a quick update if you would. What do you have?
Yeah, hey Trav, we've been in the middle of the town of Manford. We were actually on the southwest area near the First Baptist Church, and several homes caught fire, just torched in that area. We were actually in a neighborhood getting ready to set up to do a report with you, and the winds were blowing so hard that it just blew all the smoke in our, basically surrounded us in smoke, and the fire was moving so quickly we had to get out of there. We actually just came up to the Cimarron Point Nursing Home on the top of the hill here in Manford and watched as police and EMSA and everybody came in and got everybody out of the nursing home. They put them all on a Manford school bus, and they're now taking them to another location. This is actually Highway 51 behind me right now, and you can just see how much that smoke is spreading as it moves north through town. It just went so quickly from 51st Street to 41st Street and then moved quickly into the town of Manford. And, basically you can't see anywhere in the town of Manford right now. The smoke is just so thick. I guess the concern now is that fire getting to Highway 51 and impacting everyone on the other side. I do know that they did evacuate Phelps Market a little bit ago. Most of the businesses here in town have shut down. They've all evacuated, so everybody's on high alert right now. We've also heard that Manford fire crews are trying to bring all of their resources back here into Manford so they can start protecting homes and structures here in Manford. But again, they've issued that a mandatory evacuation order for this area. They want everyone in the city of Manford to leave the area immediately. Case Community Center in Sand Springs is available. Red Cross is there. Lakeside Baptist Church is also available for people to go to. There will be resources there. Trav, just truly heartbreaking scene here.
Oh, it is, and Stacia mentioned it, and we're mentioning it all over. Yeah, I mean, and homes being destroyed. The humidity values continue to be exceptionally low, and so this is the fire situation again from Manford and where we're located with Reagan right in this area. And so with what's going on, and Emory's not too far from him. Michaela's been in this area. Again, this is the battle zone right here. Homes to the south, jeopardy. Hopefully to the north, less chance of having issues. Is Brandon back? Because I wanted to find out what's going on up in that area. Again, with what's going on with where Brandon is located. Again, the smoke plumes are you can just tell how intense, because when we see this like this, that means it's an extremely intense fire burning a lot. And so with that in the air, that smoke plume is very dense, and that means it's a very powerful fire going on. A lot of homes in this area. Can we zoom in on this area just a little bit more, if you would, from where Brandon is to the lake? And just wanted to point this out. So there's houses in here. There's some ranches, a few ranches in here. A lot of housing, though, because it's kind of more where folks kind of go and live. You can just make out all these houses in this area. And so, again, that's just right along the highway. So with it being along the Highway 64 going on up into Cleveland, that's one of the concerns, is that there's going to be a lot of houses involved in fire with this. Brandon's with us right now. Brandon, update. What do you have?
Yeah, Travis. So I just got done talking to Pawnee County Emergency Management to confirm those evacuations that we've been talking about this entire time. So the evacuations go from 412 up 64 all the way into Cleveland. You can see they've got like a little command center right here. They've got 64 blocked off. The fire has already done crossed 64. It's moving off to the northeast. Well out of control. They don't have a handle on it by no stretch of the imagination. And it's just a sad scene watching all the residents in the communities of this town getting their cattle. I just tried to help a gentleman get his cows from one pasture to another. It's just devastating for these people, Travis.
All right. Thanks, Brandon. Appreciate you. I'm sure the guy appreciates help too with cattle. We have still getting a lot of reports of wind and wind damage around Tulsa. And a couple trees blowing down around Tulsa as well from some of the wind gusts during the afternoon hours. And these fires are continuing. Some folks are asking, what does green and blue on the radar mean? Is that smoke or fire? That is smoke. So again, what you're looking at is smoke. Good question from one of our viewers. So again, we're looking at only smoke. The fires do not show up. We don't have, the infrared is what we use. That's the satellite picture. We can go to the satellite picture for a minute and just, again, show you, just so that you kind of understand what's going on. We're going to continue our coverage up through about 7 o'clock tonight, maybe longer, depending upon the situations we have. These fire lines are all marching northeast. We still have that fire situation going on just near the Sperry area. We've had a few flare-ups in a couple of areas that's continuing in Creek County, but the Manford, Cleveland areas are the worst. Pawhuska area on the west side of Pawhuska not doing all that well. And let's go into Manford, where I do think Emory, did we say Emory is available now? Emory, let's get an update from you. What do you have for us?
Yeah, Travis, we've moved back away from the high school because authorities thought it was too unsafe there by the high school, First Baptist Church. And park rangers have told us that there are homes that are burning to the west, southwest really, First Baptist Church along Greenwood Avenue. Now this road here goes down that way. There's a housing complex down there called Lakeview Village. It has been evacuated for the most part, but there are still some people down there. I just drove down this road about a half mile, turned around, came back. Visibility almost zero down there. Authorities are still running through there trying to get people out, but there are still some people back there. The fire line is just to the back of that, but we do understand now that some homes have burned on that south side of Manford. Hold on, and you can see the wind is just really incredible right now. It's stronger than it has been. It has to be. And so that fire is approaching. We've seen fire trucks running around, just a few of them. Mainly what we're seeing are police cars running around now, lights and sirens, trying to get people to move out of their home. And I don't know if you can see, but that visibility is just almost down to nothing here in Manford. So the fire department, everybody is pulled back. Now they're trying to defend the town of Manford. This has every similarity to 2012 when the fire was approaching more from the west to the south that time, and the fire department made a line there and successfully defended this town from burning. Now they're essentially doing the same thing, but conditions are worse today. The wind is so incredible, and the fire is that direction, coming this way toward the city of Tulsa, the city of Manford. They're doing the best they can to stop it right there, Travis. Back to you.
Emery, unbelievable, and the winds, unbelievable. We were hoping they'd die down. They haven't done it yet. We expected that to happen around 8 o'clock. All right, hang in there. We'll get some more information from you in a little bit. Appreciate it. These are the fire lines, again, that we're talking about, that in Manford and then the Cleveland area. And then that extends, there is around Stillwater, on the west side of Stillwater. This is a massive fire. Again, let's go to Allen and the OSU equestrian team, which I know pretty well. My daughter was out there for a while. And so they've got a bunch of horses out here on the west side of town. And so they're trying to get some help, trying to evacuate some of the horses from out of the barns in those areas because of the intensity of the fire. Let's go to Allen and get an update. Allen, what's the status right now on the southwest side of Stillwater?
Yeah, Travis, I'm at the Meridian Technology Center, just this large pond out to the north of it. This pond, as you can see right in my shot here, is white capping. This is not a pond that's supplied by any other water source. Obviously, the winds are significant enough at 25 to 40 miles per hour gusts that the pond is white capping right in front of me. He said that Technology Center is just off to the left, a little bit of perspective, and it's Highway 51 back towards the right. But so the sustained winds, it sounds like the Stillwater Fire Department, all the surrounding communities are having a difficult time, but they're working hard, and we'll keep you updated as best we can.
Yeah, Alan, and we'll get you closer to the fire because we need more information on that, what's going on, because that lake, yeah, there's water there. I wish it was over the fire right now. All right, hey, thanks. I appreciate that. Once again, west side of Stillwater, we're talking about, you see where Allen is located, so the fire's been here, and this is continuing to go into areas of southwest, and I mentioned this a few moments ago. This is not a, it's a pretty highly residential area, and so there's probably some homes involved in some of this right now. So he's near that water base right there. But again, that's not the fire, so that's not that far away. And then the OSU Equestrian Center, I think here, I'm trying to look, I think it's right someplace in there. All right, so let's go ahead and go back to our fire again and get a little bit more information. That was a zone, what's that, evacuation area? From 6th Street down to 19th, Stacey's saying.
Range Road and Country Club Road.
Okay, Country Club Road right in here?
Yeah.
And then which other one? From
6th Street down to 19th between Range Road and Country Club Road.
Okay, don't know where Range Road is, and I don't remember that, but it's someplace around in there.
Oh, there's Country Club.
Country Club, yeah. And anyway, so again, is that to the east a little bit? I don't know. It might be over here to the east. But anyway, again, for the southwest sides of Stillwater, not good. Let's go back to, you got something there west of Pawhuska there that came in, Highway 60 power line pole. Can you punch up links 1 for a second? So this is some information coming in. Lori, was that coming in through you?
Yes, the Osage County Undersheriff.
All right. And again, just check what the fires do. And that wasn't even the power line that was down. That was just the power line that burned up, or the poles been on fire. And we're going to have a lot of trying to rebuild here as we go through tomorrow to get power back on several areas. Stacey, I know we haven't talked about power outages for a little bit. I'm going to go to Brandon one more time, and then let's go to you, get another update on what's going on with that. Hey, Brandon, would like to come over, talk to you for a moment. Do you have any more updates coming in from around the Cleveland area?
Travis, no, not at this time. Sorry, it's just extremely windy out here. Just got word from Pawnee Emergency Management firefighters that the fire that has crossed 64, you can see there in our shot, pointing off in that direction, the fire has what they call crowd fires in the treetops. So you're talking 30, 40, 50 feet. So these flames are intense. There's several residents here with horse trailers and just trying to get out of the situation. Like I said, they have ordered a mandatory evacuation from Highway 412 all the way up to Cleveland.
along 64 back towards the south and west where we were at earlier, Travis. But just a lot of smoke, a lot of haze, and still very, very windy. We're still getting gusts near 55 miles an hour, Travis.
Okay. All right. Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate it again, Brandon. And we still got fires going on out to the west of us around Drumright as well. We've been at Drumright a lot today and near Drumright, near Yale. That's where Ron is located at this time. Ron joins us. Hey, Ron, update from around the Drumright area. What do you have for us?
You know, Travis, these fires, they just keep continuing to back build and back build. This one here had kind of laid down a little bit. Now it's picked back up in the last probably 15 or 20 minutes. A fire department from Drumright's going back and forth. And these guys, you know, we got to give it to them. They're fighting the wind. They're fighting the fire. They're having to do a little bit of everything today, so we got to give it to them. But this fire here has still got the road blocked here just west. I'm sorry, excuse me, just east of Drumright. Just east of Drumright, about 1 mile. It's about to cross the road, Travis, as you can see the fire. Back to you.
Okay, yep, and they're still going there. It looks like the winds are down a hair bit. Hey, Ron, real quick, what are your winds right now? They don't look too bad, knocking on wood, but how bad are they? Ron, you still there?
I'm still here, Travis.
Okay, what wind
the
estimate?
fire line, I mean, it's kind of going up and down. It'll hit the cedar trees, and those things will just explode, and then it'll lay down because it gets into an area that still has a little bit of green. I mean, honestly enough, there's still a bit of green area, but, man, when it hits those cedar trees, they just explode. It's got so much oil in those things, it just explodes.
Yeah.
And then they rekindle everything else around them.
Okay. Hey, Ron, thanks again. He's just east of Drumright. And we do have, again, a couple of big fires still continuing across those areas out to the west, from Stillwater to Drumright, and then back to Manford, up to Cleveland, and up into Osage County. We haven't been talking a ton of Osage County at this moment. We still have those fires going on in those areas to the north, and that's where Ethan is located right now, west of Pawhuska at this point. Ethan, if you are with me, can you give me an update on Highway 60? What's going on over there?
Yeah, first I want to go ahead and apologize. Looks like we almost left a little bit too early because we headed just a little bit further west up Highway 60, and the site that I'm seeing right now is almost horrific. There's acres and acres that are burned, that have been burning for hours. And if you can kind of see here behind me, we've got power lines. The lines haven't even broken. The poles have just burned and fallen over, and the lines are still intact. But we've got miles and miles of burnt, singed ground here. And it looks like crews have been going up and down Highway 60 for hours now trying to control this fire. So you'll have to come back to us a little bit later on, and we'll give you another update of what's going on here in Pawhuska.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ethan. Appreciate it. It's a mess. That is a big, big fire that's moved on up to the north and to the east. So again, we continue with still fire issues going on in Osage County, and then back to the south a little bit further as we look at what's happening around. We got Bob and also John coming in on the fire potential down around Sperry or so. Who's that? Is that Bob? Both Bob and John are both in that area, huh? Okay. Hey, Bob, if you're in that area, have you been able to find that fire as of yet? What's going on?
Now we got so much smoke out here, Travis.
Yeah, we've got so much smoke out here right now, Travis. We're having a hard time finding its location. So, I mean, it's nothing but smoke around here.
Okay. Yeah, it just doesn't quit. And so many fires right now. I can't even count them all at this particular moment. All right. Hey, Bob, thanks. I appreciate that. Emery is having to move in the Manford area and get out of a location that he was located at just a few moments ago. So we're having to reposition again some of the guys in Manford. But let's go back into the Manford area, give you a quick update on what's going on there. And you can see this is downtown. Was that downtown? Wasn't even. Wow. Hey, any updates from you, Stacia, on air quality and what's going on with that?
It's still awful. I've been watching the winds. Wind gusts are fluctuating now between 35 and 45 miles per hour. Okay, and still going strong. Lynx 1, is that available, Jalen? Is that good? Yeah, okay. Let's take a look at that right now. This was a little bit ago, and I think Lori, this was part of the fire line. Was that part of your?
Yeah, from the undersheriff in Osage County sent that to us just a little while ago.
Okay, so again, you can see how the fire line, I mean, it's impossible you can't just be along the whole fire line. I mean, it's just Some of those fire lines are half mile, maybe a mile wide. And so it's just very difficult. You just have to hope that they burn out and not in a position where they're going to catch structures. Some of that is open prairie land, which is okay. But unfortunately, there's structures and ranches too, and a lot of those do things to protect themselves. But again, power lines, you saw some of those power lines from Ethan's video, were burnt as those fires came across there. All right, back down to Manford again for another update on what's going on for the folks down in Manford. We continue with fire issues right in the city. As we mentioned, Emory and Reagan both have had to do some relocations. I don't know, is Michaela still in a position where she can talk, or is... Oh, Emory's on the phone. Okay, well, let's take Emory on the phone then. I'll do that. I'd like to have a little bit more information from the folks in Manford. What do you have, Emory, right now? Maybe. Emory, one more time. Are you there? We'll try it if you're on the phone. Don't know our audio.
Yeah, I got you.
There you are.
You
okay.
got you, Travis.
Go ahead.
Hey, just spoke a few minutes ago to the Oklahoma Highway Patrol as they are assisting with the evacuations of Manford, and they have confirmed that on the south side of Manford there are large apartment buildings that are burning. They said there are multiple houses that are on fire right now, and the fire department has, as we said earlier, they've recalled everybody into town to defend town, and they are falling back best they can to they're north of 31st Street. We were on Greenwood Avenue just a few minutes ago, right in town, and we were ordered to move further into town out of the fire zone. We were getting large pieces of ash and embers coming our direction. So now we're almost back to Highway 51. But the main thing that we have just confirmed is from the Oklahoma Highway Patrol, large apartment buildings on the south side of town are on fire. We know that they were down there just a few minutes ago evacuating Lakeview Village. I cannot confirm that it's one of those buildings, but they were now, that is where they came from that area. There's quite a few large complex type buildings, apartment complex buildings down there. But there are not just houses, but large buildings on fire on the south side of Manford. Travis, back to you.
Okay. Just devastating to hear what's going on for the Manford folks. Michaela is, I think that's Michaela, some of the pictures we were looking at for Emory. Thanks, Emory. Michaela joins us right now. Michaela, if you could give us an update from what you're kind of witnessing right now at the school.
Yeah, Travis, we're still at Manford Elementary School. We haven't moved. This is where we were about 30 minutes ago. I did want to point out there's some emergency vehicles kind of gathering in this area. We haven't been able to talk to them yet. Obviously, they're super busy right now, but we've noticed that they've driven back and forth down this road here a few times pretty fast. I don't know if they're still trying to evacuate people, but what you're seeing is this smoke. This smoke is just coming this way. Now, the winds have calmed down just a little bit, not too much, but we're still seeing a lot of that smoke coming from this area. Like I said the last time I was with you, where the camera is pointed, we can barely see 100 yards. It looks like a church. If you can see that church right there, that's about all we can see. But this is what we know for now. It's still very bad out here in Manford.
Hey, thanks, Michaela. Appreciate it very much. And so that's the situation out there. Reagan, we're also picking up Reagan, I guess, right now a little bit. So thanks, Michaela. Reagan's available. Reagan, can you give us an update from your location, what you have right now in Manford?
The smoke comes in so quick and these fires are moving so quickly that some of these spots are just not safe for us. We're here along Highway 51 right now. You can just see how much the visibility has disappeared. This is the main strip through Manford right now, and you can barely see much. Now, I was just talking with Manford Police a second ago, and they said they're just basically overwhelmed with so much right now. These fires moved quicker into Manford, the city of Manford, than they thought would happen, and it's just now they're racing around, making sure people are out of their homes, knocking on doors, making sure everybody's getting out of the area. Now, the areas that we've driven around so far, I think Emory just mentioned that some apartment buildings are on fire. We actually drove by a couple of the senior living apartments a little bit ago, and those were the Golden Age and a couple other ones. Those are on the southwest side of town, and those are three of the apartments that they had a plan before the fires got to town, and they took those residents on Manford school buses to Lakeside Baptist Church. So we can hope that everyone was out of those apartments in that area. But again, you know, the problem is right now these gusts are so strong. They're strong. We've been out here all day, and I think these gusts are stronger right now than we've seen earlier. And it's just moving that fire so quickly through town and just making the visibility so challenging out here, Trav. And the concern now is it's going to get dark soon, and it just makes the visibility that much worse. You won't be able to see anything. And so it's just devastating out here right now.
All right, Reagan, thank you so much. Again, in Manford, we're covering Manford as it continues to be under basically a fire emergency that extends all the way to the west. In fact, we want to show you active fire warnings right now. This gives you an idea of where they are. They're located primarily due west of Tulsa. So we have 2 of them active right now from Manford to Cleveland, and then also one at Oilton, and then back around the south and west sides of Stillwater. So that's the highest level you can get for bad fire conditions, and that's what we're seeing right now. So we were just talking about the Manford area. We're going to go right now to the Oilton area and Drumright areas where there's continuing to be fires in these areas. Ron Morton's in one of those locations. Ron, update from you. What's the latest?
You bet, Travis. The fire is finally coming over this little hill, this little mountain area right in through here, and the 2 fire trucks right here in front of me just fought a pretty little fire right here. You know what I did notice? They're shooting fire out the front of that truck, but the wind is really knocking that water down. And so it's really not getting out to the fire just quite as good as it should be because the wind is so strong. I mean, I've still got winds here, probably 45 to 50 miles an hour here just east of Drumright. But it's finally, the fire line's finally coming over this mountain, Travis. It's fixing to pass the hill.
Appreciate it. So again, near Drumright and the Oilton area have had fire emergencies going on and fire warnings. So those are the conditions right there. Brandon, we haven't talked to him for a few moments. We need to get another update from what's going on from the fire that's going on around the Cleveland area and mainly on the east-southeast sides of Cleveland, the way it looks. Brandon, what do you have for us now?
Yeah, Travis, well, still status quo. Think their plan is for portions of this fire, they're going to let it run to the river. I mean, the river will stop it. That's sad to say and unfortunate, but the flames in our shot have been well exceeding the treetops there at times, still gusting 35 to, I mean, sustained 35 with gusts near 55 at times still right now, Travis, and just a lot of thick smoke. Just a very unfortunate situation for these people that are in the town here of Cleveland, Travis.
Okay, yeah, and in the Cleveland area there. And so with that, and which direction are you looking right now? Because I can't tell with all the smoke and sunrise, sunset, anything. What direction are you looking right now?
Yeah, Travis. So we're looking off to the east-northeast.
Oh, yeah. Okay. And winds right now, they look like they're still blowing, going, but not as bad, are they?
Not as bad, but we still have had gusts easily 55.
Okay. Again, a lot of smoke. Hopefully you're staying out as much of it as you can. So those are the major fire events that we have at this particular moment, continuing on the west side of Tulsa, and so the situation is not good at this particular moment for areas out there. Aaron, did you have something?
Has a shot of them
Alan?
with the horses.
Did you say Alan? Okay, let's go to Alan right now. Alan Hancock out at Stillwater. Alan, if you can, get us an update on what's going on there, would you?
Yes, sir. I'm out here at the OSU Equine Center. We had reports of an evacuation of their animals out here. I talked to a few of the individuals chauffeuring the horses out to a off-location site. They've taken 25 plus horses off-site already and look at another 20 to 30 more, get them off-site in anticipation of the sadly poorly developing weather conditions, fire conditions out ahead of them. Got 40-mile-an-hour gusts at this time, sustained winds at 20 miles an hour. Hard on the animals and hard on the people trying to load them right now, but trying to get them out of harm's way.
Yeah, and that fire, how far do you estimate that fire? I know you can't see it because of the smoke, but what are you estimating how far that fire is southwest of you?
I'm about a mile north of 51, if my bearings are correct. And they said, the highway patrolman that I talked to and the Stillwater police I caught earlier said there's houses burning about 3 to 4 miles south and west of that location. So we're looking at a good 5 miles out so far.
Okay. All right, then that's not going to end anytime real soon. Stacia's going to take us with some more information. So this is I just wanted to point out again from Stillwater down to the south and to the west. So that would be down in this zone a little bit further south of the golf course area. So that is an area that's well south and west still of OSU proper, but that's not that far from the Equestrian Center, and then along 51 south. So we're talking 3 miles south where houses are on fire. But that's, again, a bad situation. And can you zoom a little bit further, or not zoom, but go south, I should say. Sorry. And just look at that. So you can see some of the smoke plumes down in some of these areas. So Jeremy's down in there as well. So we can probably, we might ask for Jeremy's video so we could see what's going on with that. Hey, Jalen, ask Master Control to switch us over to Jeremy, if you would, and then we'll do that. Because I want to see what's going on at Stillwater as well. So again, that's southwest side of town. All right, let's come back on over, and we're going to come back over by the Manford area. We have multiple smoke plumes still coming out of Oklahoma City, east side of Oklahoma City. We have the fires, as we said. Dal has been on that around Oilton. Has Dal been able to get an update for us at all? I see Brandon's fire. Okay, we'll get to him. Let's go to Brandon real quick. Brandon, what do you have? What's that? I see the fire going. What do you have for us, Brandon?
Yeah, Travis, so there in our shot momentarily, you could see that fire just cresting those trees. They call that crowning, where it just crosses the tree lines. Those flames are easily 40, 50 feet. This fire is moving closer in on our direction here. We're sitting at 5200 Road and 64, and you can here. I'm going to pan the shot here, and you can see that fire line is slowly inching its way off to the north and east. So it won't be much longer, and we may be having to move up north 64. Travis.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Hey, one more time on your location, and we'll go look at radar here and kind of get you. And are you looking to the west northwest right now, or what? Or are you southwest?
Travis, I'm looking off to the east. The shot is looking back off to the east southeast there, off of 5200 Road and 64.
Thanks. I appreciate that. All right. Let's look at radar real quick and get an update from there. We'll go back to the Manford fire here in just a second for the control room. But you see what's going on in Brandon shot. Okay, back to radar and down around the Cleveland area. And Brandon, if you would, Stacia, you got it. Okay, there we go. Well, that's Manford. Let's go to... let's go up here and just point out for the folks that are to the north. So this is Brandon, and he was looking east-southeast. So he's still looking at the fires around, pretty much around the Cimarron there, and you see the fires extending back and the smoke plumes going across. So there is a chance that the lake could stop it, and there's a chance it might not stop it. But again, the fire lines are in those areas, and so there's homes in this area, we know, and so we're really concerned with what's going on there. Let's go down to Manford now, please. And Emery, let's talk to Emery, see what he has the latest on what's happening in Manford. Emery, what do you have?
That fire is still approaching here in the city of Manford, and the wind has just been unrelenting. There's an American flag back there. I don't know if you could see it. It's probably 150 yards from us, and it is just at full mast. The fire department is getting some reinforcements. We've seen fire trucks from some of the rural areas out west of here coming in with water trucks and with reinforcements to try to fight the fire here to protect the city of Manford. Now, I spoke with the Oklahoma Highway Patrol just a few minutes ago, and they confirmed that there are some large apartment buildings to the south of us, which is this direction. Highway 51 is to my right, to your screen left, and south is to the right. Well, there's some large apartment buildings, they say, burning down that direction. They didn't even know the names of them. They were down there trying to evacuate before the fire started, but there are some buildings there on fire. Now, just in the last few minutes, the smoke here has gotten a lot darker. The visibility is continued to be reduced. Breathing is difficult, but you can see just how much smoke is through here because now there are buildings on fire. They're a little bit to the southeast of us, and where we are, the air has improved just a little bit as that fire has, as bad as it has burned almost everything that direction. So the air quality on this side of town is improving just a little bit, even as the fires continue to burn not that far away, just a quarter of a mile maybe is where the fires are there. To the south and to the west of First Baptist Church, we were told that houses have burned in that direction, but we don't know how many. We don't know exactly the streets. Firefighters are working down there. Police still trying to do these urgent evacuations, which we continue to see people pouring out of there. We saw a horse trailer come by just a few minutes ago, and you can see still people, a very urgent situation here right in the town of Manford as the fire department tries to defend this area from this wildfire that has just been burning out of control all afternoon. Travis, back to you.
All right. Hey, thanks for a complete update on that fire. And again, unfortunately, Stacia just pointing out as well that some of the this is the area in which the apartment complexes are located. This is the First Baptist Church area, and these were the homes that we know have been affected right in this area, right in here, along with the fire. So that got the brunt of what was going on here, since that is more of a kind of a very rural area, obviously, just on the outskirts of town that has pretty, I wouldn't say rough terrain, but it's a very forested terrain, and then therefore there's a lot of fire kindling, so to speak, fuel available for those fires to run into the city. So that's the problem that we've seen. So again, the apartment complex there, the homes here on the south and west sides, and then the school and the high school is here. Stacia's going to get us some more information. Stacia, obviously a lot of things going on, but you've got to get us some air quality information and a couple other things.
So much going on, and of course we're thinking and praying for everybody affected from this. This is an awful situation. We just got word with the fire over on the southwest side of Stillwater, which we showed you from Alan Hancock, them trying to get the horses out with the OSU Equestrian Center. We also have word now that the Oklahoma Forestry Services is going to help in trying to combat that fire, or at least try to get it as under control as they can. But there are evacuations on the southwest side of Stillwater, along with our community of Manford, and then of course southeast of Cleveland there. Air quality has been really tough since the afternoon, but of course it's been getting worse as the day goes on with a lot more smoke in the air. So we just advise folks that if you can stay inside, do so, because the air quality is very ugly, very bad, especially from Tulsa back to the west and up to the north as well. There's dust in the air. The dust has been kicked up from the west of Oklahoma, really coming up into Texas and Oklahoma and even into Kansas. So the dust started first, air quality really tanked then, and then when the smoke started. So smoke and dust west of Tulsa, more dust to the east of the metro, but air quality is rough, so we just advise you to stay inside, and hopefully you have some really good filters. Now the winds today, the maximum winds that we have had today have been anywhere from 65 up to over 70 miles per hour. This is a look at current winds. I do want to stress that your really intense fires can almost create their own wind gusts, so there may be within some of these fires, like around Manford, that the winds are a little stronger than what some of our sensors are reporting around it. 40 right now for the wind gusts around the metro, 47 up in Pawhuska, 34 in Pawnee, 39 in Okemah, and again still 35 to 45, almost maybe a little stronger than that at times. So the winds are going to be gusting in this vicinity, in this general range, through about the 9 o'clock hour tonight. That's a couple more hours. Then early in the morning, a cool front will come through. The cool front will change the wind direction out of the northwest, and the winds will they'll subside even more as we get into later tonight. Humidity values, of course, have been really low today. That has made the fire threat extremely dangerous for us, down to 9% still in Tulsa and 9% in Okmulgee. Later tonight, the humidity values should start to increase. That may help, of course, with fire conditions, but we still have several hours to go and a lot more battle time for these crews to have to really try to work on these fires. Visibilities, they've talked a lot about the dust in the air and the smoke in the air. Look at visibilities out around Stillwater, less than a mile. That's smoke and that's dust. And similar situation out in Manford right now. 2-mile visibility here in the metro. Most of the metro is, of course, dust, but our fire threat will continue into this evening. Power outages from the strong winds. Lori had the pictures and videos from up around Pawhuska, and power poles are just snapped. So the strong winds today really did some damage. We've had images come in of trees on top of mobile homes around the Tulsa metro. 16,000 customers still in Tulsa County without power right now, 1,000 over in Creek County. We've had an increase in Muskogee earlier today to about 1,000 customers. That number is coming down. McIntosh County, it looks like you guys have had a boost up to about 700 customers. Of course, when you don't have power, we hope that folks will stream us online or on our News on 6 app. But it's been a rough afternoon, of course, with air quality, with the fires, and that's going to continue, Trav, for a few more hours.
Okay. My mic was on. Okay, good. For a second, I thought my mic was off. I just got a new battery, so I'm all excited. All right, so Michaela's back in the Manford area as well as Reagan. Let's go to Michaela first, find out a little bit more about what she has with the latest update coming in from out of Manford. Michaela.
Yeah, hey Travis. Now, we were on Evans and Greenwood Avenue at Manford Elementary, and police came in. We were interviewing a guy, and they swooped us out of that parking lot and told us to go. So now we've moved maybe 100, 200 yards. I think we're safer now. We're right by or behind police. That's a park ranger, I believe. You can see those lights. They've been going back and forth in that area. They did tell us that there was some fire that they saw that had started spreading, and that's why they asked us to move. I also want to point out this person right here in this truck. Now, it seems like a lot of neighbors around this area are kind of sitting still, just waiting to see what's happening in their neighborhood. But I did want to point out that hopefully we can talk to them here shortly after we get off with you, Travis. But it's really bad here in Manford, and it seems like we're continuing to get asked to move back, and we want to respect the park rangers and police who are patrolling this area. But this is what we know for now, hoping to talk to some more residents that we see that are just hanging out around here, probably concerned about their homes. Such a sad situation. My heart goes out to the families here in Manford.
Amen. Thank you, Michaela. Appreciate it in Manford right now. And so we're continuing to do the coverage of what's going on for you guys around the Manford area. And again, this is not spreading eastward. So that's the only, I guess, good information we can kind of pass along now, because everything else is pretty bad as far as what's happening with some of this, with some of these fires. Emory continues to have some other information. So we will get, let's go back to Emory, and then we're going to go up to Cleveland area after that and get some information for you guys around Cleveland. So Emory, take it away. What do you have for us?
Yeah, Travis, the fire continues to approach the city of Manford. We've seen some reinforcements coming in here just in the last few minutes with tanker trucks of water and some firefighters, but there are not enough firefighters to completely stop this. Now, I'm hearing that sounds. I think I hear a helicopter. I can't believe they'd be flying in this wind, but the firefight continues on the south side of town, but you could tell the wind is just incredible out here. But the fire is approaching the city of Manford. We understand that some apartment buildings on the south side have burned. I talked to some very upset folks who lived there just a few minutes ago. They said they were able to get a few things out, but they believe their building is gone. There'll be a lot of stories like that happening in Manford of people that have lost houses. We have confirmed that houses have burned, large apartment buildings are on fire. We can only pray at this moment that everybody was evacuated. There's a dramatic effort to evacuate that continues right now, but firefighters are trying to get down there, trying to stop this fire. But you can tell with this unrelenting wind, it's just an impossible task. You can't even spray water and get it down on the ground, as one of our storm trackers would say. But they're continuing the firefight here in Manford, but it's almost to town. I mean, pretty soon the fire, what's left of it, oh, wait, go this way. Okay, look at it, here it is. Here's the fire. Here's the fire. It's right there. It's right there.
Is that over the...
Okay, that's a church. This is just by the water tower in Manford. So you see the fire's approaching there. These are people that were watching for it. Now they're leaving. But this fire, we are in Manford. This is not a rural area. It may look a little empty back there. This is the town of Manford that is about to burn unless someone can stop that. And you can see there's a bulldozer working right there behind that church building to try and stop it. But I don't see how.
Wow.
I think that noise I heard was the bulldozer. It sounded just like a Chinook helicopter.
Hey, I can feel that.
But
you can
just feel the heat here.
Yeah, hey, Emory, we'll just stay on that shot for a minute. Again, and you can, if you need to.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, and that's coming right up on the church. I can't, I'm trying to, Stacia, do you know, that wasn't First Baptist, that's not Manford Assembly.
No.
That's First Christian Church or Manford Church of Christ?
That's Manford Church of Christ.
Yes.
Okay, that's Manford Church.
And First Christian Church, though, is right just to the south of it, too. So there's two churches in that vicinity.
We'll let you go.
Travis, we got to go.
All right,
we got to go.
Yeah, take off. Go. All right. So that's what's going on there. We're going to go. We can go. I need to get up to Cleveland, and let's go up to Cleveland. Then we're going to come back to Reagan. And we got to go to Cleveland for a second. I got to get another quick update for you guys to the north. We haven't talked to you at all. This right now, Brandon's location continues to have fire flare-ups. Brandon, any quick and new information on the fire weather for you guys?
No, Travis, not right now, other than just watching that fire continue to encroach on that building. I'll zoom in there, and you can see in our shot that building is in jeopardy, along with that pump jack. This fire is slow. It's moving this direction. I say slowly, but it's not. It's moving very quickly. The smoke is very thick. It's almost just like Emory scene, just very thick smoke, lots of wind, and just really hard to breathe, Travis.
You. And again, if you're up in this area, please be advised of these fires that are going for you as well. Okay, let's go back to radar for a second there. So this is along the Cimarron and just north of the Cimarron. So this is where Brandon is located. That fire continues to move to the north and to the east with the fire danger for all you guys in this area. This is a fire warning for you as well. So this is evacuation. This isn't the Manford one. This is the one just to the north. We'll go back into Manford right now. Reagan is with that fire. As we've said, Emory's had to move. Michaela's had to move a couple of times. Reagan has another perspective of it, and he can see it to his west. Reagan, what do you have?
Yeah, Trav, we're going to have to move eventually. That's kind of every spot we go to, you have to evacuate because it shifts so quickly. We're actually here at the Manford High School right now. And behind me, this is the First Baptist Church. And just to the southwest of this, that's that neighborhood where Emory's been reporting. I've been reporting that several homes have burned. Now, I just talked with police a second ago and different crews, and they say the concern and the issue is all these old homes in town. Those embers are just hitting these roofs and they're just lighting up in flames. And we're seeing that just one after another in those neighborhoods just southwest of town. And I gotta tell you, Trav, these winds are way stronger at this point of the day than they were a couple hours ago when we were on Highway 48. I mean, the gusts are super strong. And you can just see, look how much darker it gets as that wind takes this smoke our way. Unfortunately, the path of this fire right now and the way it's moved most of the day, it's heading northeast, and that's moving right towards the high school. Crews are going to do their best to keep this area out of danger. But right now, the two buildings that are in danger are First Baptist Church, the Assembly of God. These are the two churches here next to the school. There's also the Manford Elementary School that is over here to my right. It's moving so quickly, and these big, strong gusts make it so challenging for these crews to do anything to get these fires put out. But yeah, it's something out here, Trav. It's just devastating.
All right, it is. All right, Reagan, thanks so much again in Manford, near the high school. And so he's near a couple of the churches that he mentioned, the First Methodist, the First Baptist there, and the Manford Assembly of God. And then just on the west side, you have the Manford Church of Christ that Station and I were just talking about, along with Emory. So those are the ones that are getting hit now as that fire made it up on the south and west sides of town, which is kind of the roughest terrain, so to speak. And that's where the fire has been doing its best work, unfortunately, because again, there's nothing to really stop it. So anything that's on the front line of that is what's getting blasted with these main big fire line issues. And so that continues to push into this area of Manford. So this is one of multiple fires. We also have the fires obviously going on the southwest side right now. Stillwater, that's still, we have a fire warning on that. And then as we said, around the Cleveland area. So these are the main ones that are happening. So from Cleveland to Manford and then extending back. Dow's been around Oilton with fires going on there. And then back further west around the Stillwater area. We'll just quickly get an update. Jeremy and Alan are both basically in that same area. Alan, if you can, give me just a quick update on what you're seeing again from the OSU Equestrian Center.
Yeah, Travis, they're still loading horses here to transport them to a much safer location. With the strong winds and the fire headed roughly this direction, they didn't want to take any chances. I spoke with a few of the representatives from OSU, and they're doing a good job here trying to make sure they they play their cards right, and just to play it safe, get the horses to a safe and stable environment for the night, for the future. I got 42-mile-an-hour gusts right here where I'm at. Doesn't look like to be letting up anytime soon. Back to you.
Hey, thanks, Al. Really appreciate it. Again, that's OSU, west side town, southwest side town. Houses have been burning, unfortunately. Let's go to Brandon, who's back again around the Cleveland area. And so we're going to go back over here for a quick update from Brandon and what's cooking with this as far as, I shouldn't even say that, what's going on with this storm. And we call it a firestorm. Brandon, what do you have for us with this? Hey, Brandon. Go ahead.
Yeah, Travis, sorry, I couldn't hear you between Aaron and Bob talking for some reason. But, yeah, so we're continuing to watch this fire here. Still at the current location of 5200 Road and 64. That fire has now engulfed the pump jack, and firefighters have said that that fire is in the building. So that building is probably going to be a loss, unfortunately. This fire is still continuing to encroach on us. It's moving northeast up the road here. Several agencies still around town. Very smoky. Lots of residents still moving up towards Cleveland, where this area is under mandatory evacuations. And we're still getting wind gusts, Travis. We've come down a little bit, so our gusts now are kind of around 40, 45-ish. So maybe some good news maybe starting to happen, hopefully. Back to you.
Oh, yeah. I mean, even 30 is horrible in these dry conditions. This is the humidity value station was showing us down at 8 to 10%. I mean, that's just unbelievable what's going on. And the fires continue to go across this area. So once again, big picture. Let's do a weather 15 if we could, Stacia. And I want to point out where the fires are primarily having the biggest issues at this time. They're on the north and east sides of Oklahoma City. There's fires out in western Oklahoma, but obviously right now more concerned about what's going on in our area. We haven't seen a big flare-up of fires on the east side of town, which has been good because it has been very dry. We do have looks like a little fire trying to flare up near Holbert at this moment. And then Bob has been on a fire that was near Sperry. Hey, Bob, if you're still there, can you give me a quick update on your just what happened with that Sperry fire? What's going on with that?
Yeah, we found it. It was back. Boy, it was way back. We lost cell service in our video. But it's still burning up the hills on Tulsa Mountain Ranch Road. And it's very hilly back there, very poor reception for us. And they're still fighting the fire back in there. And they're probably going to be in there for a while because it's in some real bad terrain, but there are houses up in there. Back to you, Travis.
All right. Hey, thanks, Bob. I appreciate these guys. They're all over the place. Again, thank you to our storm trackers and obviously all of our reporters that are out. Speaking of reporters, Michaela is still hanging out there in Manford. So we need to get the latest because the fire was approaching the areas on the west side of town. And Michaela's kind of in the center part right now. Michaela, if you would, give us another update from Manford.
Yeah, hey, Travis, we're still in that exact same spot we were just about 15-20 minutes ago. We're actually just a few, like a mile or two down from Reagan. I did want to point out that Park Ranger is still sitting here kind of monitoring people. It seems like they are allowing people to come in and out and back towards that neighborhood, so I'm not really sure what's going on there. But we did hear some popping noises. I don't know if things are kind of catching on fire. Maybe could be some cars. I'm not sure, but we did hear a few popping noises. But I did want to point out, you and Stacia have been talking about this all day, making sure that people stay off the grass. And I did point out this couple sitting in their car. Now, they have been sitting, and you can see their exhaust is right above that grass area. So I just want to remind people to be careful of that because it could spark up and start a fire at any time if it gets super hot. So you all have been saying that all day. I wanted to point that out because there's a great example right there. But again, we're still hanging out here in Manford. It's still pretty bad, very smoky in this area. The winds have calmed down a little bit where I am. Back to you, Travis.
All right. Hey, thanks, Michaela. I appreciate it. Again, the fire has a lot to do with some of the flames and the winds, or with the winds. And so we're going to go to Emory right now. He's not too far from where that fire line was located. It looks like he has moved a little bit to get another view. Emory, what do you have?
Yeah, we've had to keep moving just for our own safety, but there's a building back there burning. I don't honestly know if you can see it through the smoke with the camera, but probably 200 yards away. Earlier, we were just down the road toward that building. Grace Family Worship Center is there. There's several buildings right around it. I can't tell you what's on fire, but there's a large building right by there that's on fire. There was a bulldozer working around it as those flames approached, and it was moving with incredible speed. That fire toward that building, a bulldozer was going around it and trying to create a fire line. But now there's a building on fire right there. I can't confirm what building that is. We can't get down there to it. It's not safe. Firefighters are down there, but they can't stop that. Now this is in Manford. This is where I'm standing is the old by the old police station. So you can't get more in the center of town than this. And the fire's burning in town. In 2012, when that fire was so devastating on the west side of town and all those homes burned, all those people lost houses, the fire didn't get here, and it's here now. Firefighters are doing what they can to try to get a handle on it, try to stop it. They keep losing the line, having to move forward and try to regroup. I want to show you down here now. There's a senior citizen center just for your bearings. The post office will be on camera left. Down that way is City Hall, the new City Hall that's been built. Such a nice building. The fire is right behind it, right on the other side of it. And so they're back trying to defend that. There's homes back there. There's large apartment buildings back there. We know that some have burned. We don't know how many or exactly where. But the fire is right here in town. And that large building, whatever that is down there, I don't know if that's the church or one of those buildings just on this side of it. I can only pray that it is. But there's a large building there on fire just at the end of this road, right before you get to the water tower, and right where that church is. Travis, that's what's happening in Manford. It's still terrible, ongoing, and is not stopping. They do not have this fire under control at the moment.
No, they don't.
Travis.
Emery, thank you so much. I appreciate it. We'll be back with you in a little bit. We're going to move north now from Manford for a minute, and for our friends just to the north where we have the fire continuing. And Brandon is in an area just north of the turnpike. Sage, is the turnpike back open yet? Do you know? I don't know.
I haven't heard.
Okay. We'll check on that. But where Brandon's located, let's get his shot. Brandon, I saw flames all over. It looks like you still got flames. What do you got going on?
Yeah, Travis. So them flames just encroached that building. We don't know what's housed in that building. It looks like that it's going to be okay. The fuel that's around that building is there's also a car back in there. That car has been consumed by fire. Trying to zoom in there, you can't really see it, but you see them cedars? Those cedars are a recipe for disaster. And they're not. You can see right there, them cedars just going up, just a ball of flames. Fire still continuing to move up to the north and east, and we're facing southeast right now. And our winds are starting to come down a little bit, but like you said, it's still a very ongoing, serious situation that we need to continue to watch, Travis.
Okay. Hey, Brandon, again, thank you so much. Appreciate it. So we'll get more information from you in a little bit. We're going to jump on up to Osage County. We haven't been up in Osage County for a little bit. Fires are still going on up in that area. Ethan is right now around Pawhuska. Ethan is west of Pawhuska. If you would, give us an update on what you have there, Ethan.
Yeah, Travis, we are west of Pawhuska. I got to talk with the chief of police just a little bit earlier. He said that this fire has burned west for miles all the way to a senior center. It's burned northwest for miles all the way up to the airport. And actually right here over my shoulder, you can see that the flames are coming over these hills and the winds still really haven't died down that much. We haven't seen crews come over here to even try to tackle this fire. So I'm assuming these flames might just burn on until they hit another burnt spot, but things are not looking any better here in Pawhuska, Travis.
Yep, that fire is still wide. That is a big fire line up there. All right, thank you, Ethan. I appreciate that. That's near and west of Pawhuska, about 5 miles or so. All right, let's go back on down to Manford again, where a lot of the worst of the weather is located. Let's go back, and you can see Reagan is located just in the center part by the high school. Reagan, if you would, give us an update on what you're seeing right now.
Hey, Trav, yeah, I just got an update from Manford Police. I've just learned that OHP is shutting down all traffic on Highway 51 coming in from Tulsa, and Lighthorse Police is shutting all traffic down coming into Manford from the Stillwater area. So basically, you cannot get into Manford on Highway 51. They're shutting that all down. All the side streets to get into Manford are also shut down. They are letting people, of course, leave this area and get out of here. But that's the next step in another road closure, is now shutting down all traffic on the highway here in Manford. Now, behind me, this is the Assembly of God Church, and you can see the top of the roof right there. There's the orange right there, the flames. I mean, we're talking just a couple hundred yards away. And behind the church is where that neighborhood is, where we've heard several homes. That's where Emery's been reporting several homes in that neighborhood over on Greenbrier and Greenwood Avenue. Unfortunately, just up in flames over there. And the concern now is that fire moving quickly our way, which is the Assembly of God Church, and then the Manford Elementary School, and then where we're at right now, the Manford High School. It just rapidly spreading so quickly. I mean, this has turned into an all-hands-on-deck situation here in Manford. I've heard Rogers County fire crews are heading this way. Sand Springs fire crews are here in Manford now. As far as law enforcement and helping knock on doors, we've seen OHP knocking on doors, racing up and down roads, knocking on every door here in town, making sure people are out of here. Police told me there was one situation earlier where they knocked on a door and there was somebody inside, and they didn't have the alerts on their phone and they didn't know, and police were able to get that person out of there. They actually put him into an RV because there weren't any ambulances available, and put him into an RV and got him out of town. So, I mean, just so much effort is going into getting people out of here, getting people safe. OHP's here, Lighthorse Police is here, GRDA's out here. I mean, all Green Country law enforcement agencies are heading here to Manford to help, because just it takes so much effort to keep people safe. And we're just seeing the devastation that something like this can bring. Now, for those that are evacuating Manford, I've been mentioning the Case Community Park in Sand Springs, or Case Community Center in Sand Springs, is available. The Red Cross is there and has resources available. Also, Lakeside Baptist Church. And I've just learned that Church That Matters in Prattville is also a facility that is open for people to go to. So there are places for people to go to if they have to get out of this area. But man, it's just getting worse by the minute. You can see right here. I want to take one more shot and look at this. That fire is just right over the roof of Assembly of God right now. And we've been watching that for the last 30 minutes or so as it moves this way. Emery's on the other side. He's kind of to the west of me, kind of west and north of me. And we're kind of in the line of where that fire's moving. And just we're seeing those just big flashes of orange right over that roof. And that the elementary school is just probably about 200 yards from the church right there. It's just, man, you can't see a thing. Just so much smoke as this fire continues to burn through town. It's just, man, it breaks your heart, Trav.
Yeah, and that's what we're seeing. So again, Manford to the west of Tulsa right now on fire, especially the southwest sides of it, south and southwest sides. We will continue with Manford in a minute. Let's go on up, and I want to get another shot from Brandon, and then we're going to go to Stillwater for a quick update, hopefully. Brandon, I need to hear from you for a little bit. What's the newest information coming in from there in southeast sides of Cleveland? Can't hear you. Is his mic on? Okay, go ahead again.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can now.
Yeah, so we're still currently staging here in this the same area where the flames have now encroached up here. I don't know if the fire had jumped the road. It doesn't look like it, so that's good. But we've got some fire just to our south here. That's on the west side of 64. That's moving up this way. So the fire continues to move off to the northeast, and there doesn't appear to be any damage with that building that was encompassed with fire. So that's a good sign. That's a good thing. And Travis, we're just going to continue to monitor it. We're going to have to move here shortly up 64 to the north. Back to you.
All right. Hey, thanks. I greatly appreciate it. Again, so that's the one that's Cleveland area south. That's still fire warning for you guys in that vicinity. And so that's Cimarron Turnpike Station. Did you find out anything on Cimarron?
I think it's been opened.
You think it's open,
so.
back open, okay. And then, Stacia, I know I want to run out to Stillwater real quick and get an update from Alan about what's going on out in that area. And we have Jeremy in OSU, and we have Alan on the southwest side. Alan, can you give us an update on what's going on down there?
Yes, sir. I have tried to make access to this fire, get you a good view of it. Finally getting on a little bit of it, but this is mainly going to be some of the overshoots, some of the embers from the main body of the fire, from what we can tell. Man, it's just burning like crazy. I'm having a hard time making access to it, but it's because the Stillwater police are doing such an excellent job keeping the roads closed, allowing everybody to work and do their job. So I'm also thankful for that.
Okay.
It's a dangerous spot out here if you're in the area. I'm sorry?
Your shot's frozen a little bit, apparently, right in there. I can't take it right at this moment. But have you? But that's still all closed down in that vicinity, or not?
Yes, we had a difficult time getting to anywhere in this area, quite honestly. Highway 51 is closed all the way from 35, from what I was told by one of the police officers. So
okay.
It's the winds, the raging fires, and just trying to let the crews in here just get to work safely.
All right. Hey, thanks, Al. I appreciate it very much. I've got a video that's on Links 1. Did that come in, Stacia? Do you know much about the OSU one? That's from Cole. That must have been on the southwest side of Stillwater. Those flames are coming in on OSU. So again, I know a lot of kids are gone because of spring break, but still, a lot of folks are probably scared to death of what was going on the southwest side. So there's still evacuations that have been down there on that southwest side. Let's head on back down into the Manford area and get more information as we continue with what's happening there. And then we'll talk to Stacia in a few seconds. But again, for Manford, let's go to radar if we could, Stacia, and talk about a little bit about these fires. So we do have Oilton is still out to the west. We have the Manford fire going on, and that's continuing to move to the north and to the east. Emery's location, is he still available to talk to right now? He isn't. They're moving. Okay. Okay, let's look at his shot then for just a second at what Emery's looking at. Again, he's kind of on the west side of the town. Again, that's Highway 51, and so that's where he's looking back into it. So you just see he's got the raging fire going on right now to his south and west, or I should say south and east, most likely. And so that's what they're fighting. You can see a lot of fire trucks, firefighting equipment, fire folks trying to do the best they can with just horrible breathing conditions. Obviously, they have to have breathing help because they're in the midst of a huge inferno and fire and so much smoke and inhalation of that. Is horrible. And again, if you suffer with asthma any place around Tulsa, you have to be advised for what's going on. So again, this is a fire that is in Manford right now. Michael's got us a shot of trying to see if that's a building that Emery was talking about just a little bit ago. So that's the situation that we see right now, that's part of the fire. And that is not just a fire that's going to be easily put out. You can see that is a really built up fire that's continuing to burn, has a lot to burn with. Stacia, those winds, as we mentioned a little bit, they were gusting right around where these fires were at 45, 55 miles an hour. Can you give us an update on winds at this point too that's coming into these fires?
Yes, Trav. And so keep in mind too, with really large fires, they can almost create their own wind. So some of the wind reports that we've had in Creek County and here in Tulsa now, the latest have been about 35 to almost 40. But again, within this fire, it's such an inferno. It's its own monster, if you will. It can create its own wind, and those wind gusts could be even stronger. So again, the winds right now, 35 to almost probably 50 miles per hour. Winds are out of the southwest. The wind gusts compared to 3-4 hours ago, not as strong, but still when you're battling a fire to this magnitude, even 35 mile per hour winds are not an ideal situation by any means, but still very dangerous. And so the wind gusts again out in Creek County, still about 35. To the south, I want to mention that watching satellite imagery, there are some hot spots that are trying to show up maybe in Cherokee County, Adair County, a few spots to the south from there. The winds have picked up since about 5-6 o'clock across southeast Oklahoma, and you're gusting about 40 to almost 50 at times. Wind gusts are going to fluctuate. You may get a 35-mile-per-hour gust, and then 10 minutes later, you get a 55. So the wind gusts will fluctuate through the rest of this evening, but gradually start to weaken as we get past 9 o'clock. And probably by midnight, wind gusts are down to about 20 to 25. There is a cool front coming in later tonight, and as that cool front comes in, humidity values, Trav, should start to rise. So we're hoping that all of that helps, but it's not helping in the near term. And the near term is when we really need it to help, because these are just devastating situations unfolding in several communities out in Stillwater, Trav, the Walmart, and then some of those hotels on the southwest side of town are having to be evacuated, and there's a lot of people that have come into Stillwater for some pretty big events for this weekend.
There are, and so that's a lot of stuff happening. Stillwater, Manford areas. So that's continuing to be a problem. We have had a request as well. Say, hey, mention Creek County because we've got fires going on. These fires are not quite as bold. They're still fires, so there's a lot of fires that have been in this area down to the south. So again, you can't really see it as much as you can see the major fires that have been going on into portions of eastern Payne County, and then also in northern portions of Creek County and Pawnee County. Fortunately, most of the Tulsa area has been okay, but there are some hot spots that continue to show up in several areas. In fact, one of the reports coming in from one of the fire folks said that near Slick, Bristow to Beggs, Dentonville, Grimes area, Liberty Mounds, these are been fires that have been popping up. Some of these have been being taken care of as they pop up, and that is what is happening across this area to the south. Into Creek County. So again, once you get from Tulsa south and east, we're not seeing the fires nearly as much. And again, this infrared satellite picture showing the hot fires and locations where they are. The only thing that's fired up a little bit more is just to the west of Caney, right on the Oklahoma-Kansas state line. These fires have still been going on. This one's popped up and more powerful than it has been. So again, for this area, not good. The fire that's been around the Pawhuska area, we might get to talk to Ethan in a little bit. Brandon's on a fire. Looks like is Brandon moving right now, Aaron? Is he having to move? Looks like he was awful close to some fire. There, so I'm not going to take his shot right now. He's going to reposition apparently, but Brandon's on the Cleveland fire at this particular moment. We still have the fire east of Pawnee, but the worst you can pretty much tell, Cleveland, Manford, and then we still have the fire around Drumright, Oilton. So that's still a big deal. Who's over at Ron is over there. Hey, let's go to Ron real quick before we go back into Manford. So this is going to be, Ron is just right around the Drumright area. Hey, is there any problems in Drumright right now, Ron, for the folks in Drumright?
Not in Drumright proper, Travis, no. The fire is still just to the east of town, about a mile. The other problem is they're trying to fight this fire to keep it from crossing the road because there is a crude oil tank farm only about a quarter mile away. And so they're hoping that the road will keep the fire from crossing over. But if it does cross over, they're going to have a lot of problems because there is a crude oil tank farm about a quarter mile away. So they're trying to fight it right now, Travis. Back to you.
Hey, thanks. I appreciate it very much. Again, that's Drumright. Let's go back to Manford. Emery's in a position where he's getting some information. Emery, what's going on?
Well, Travis, first let me just show you what we're seeing right here. This is the senior center in Manford. It's across the street from the post office. You can see there's a lot of smoke, black smoke coming up behind that. Right behind that, there's a large apartment building. We can't tell what's on fire. There are firefighters back there working on it, though. But just in the last few minutes, a huge black plume of smoke there. We want to take you further down the road. This road parallels 51, just to the west side of it. The fire that you're seeing down there is the base of the cell phone tower. Now, I went down there just a minute ago to look for myself. First thing, the best news, the Lakeview Christian Church, I believe is the name of it. It has been saved. It's still in danger, but it's been saved. They had the bulldozer working around it. Fire's burned all the way around it, but at the moment it's safe. If you go down this road a little bit further, turn to the right, the Manford History Museum is there. Fire was all the way around it. But when I came back, it was being saved. They were working right around it, and fire was all on the ground, right around surrounding the History Museum. But it appears that they're going to be able to save that. But the fire is here in town. It's still out of control. A lot of people are working on it, and they've done what they can to bring in crews from all over that have come into town to help them. We keep seeing trucks from all over come in, go down this road to try to work, but we have confirmed there are houses back there that are on fire. There are apartment buildings that are on fire, and then you can't see it because some of these buildings are blocking the view, but when I was down this road just a minute ago, you could see structures back there burning. I presume those are houses back maybe a couple of blocks further back, but lots of things still on fire, active, out of control fire here now in the city of Manford, but they're throwing everything they have at it, and lots of reinforcements are arriving to help. And that's the situation right now here in Manford. Travis, back to you.
All right. Hey, Emery, there was a question. Have you seen any Tulsa Fire Department people, TFD folks coming in to help so far as mainly Sand Springs that we hear?
I haven't seen Tulsa, but honestly, we can't see more than about 100 yards away. And look at this smoke. Look at this.
Yeah.
I mean, look at this. I presume there's some kind of oil back there, maybe something, a car that's burned to put out that kind of smoke. But you can just see truck after truck going back there, throwing everything that they have out of fire. But who can be prepared for this? Who can have enough water? Who can have enough bulldozers? The kind of things you need to put out a fire like this. But the firefight is right here in the city of Manford. Travis.
Okay. Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate it. And again, that's a look at what's going on right now across the Manford area. So that fire is the thickest right in the areas where you can basically see it yourself on there. And we're praying and hoping for a lot of folks here. But we do know that this has been hit. So Emery's looking down the street here. So we know that this has been hit really hard right in this zone. So this is the worst part. Thanks, Stace. And so it gives you an idea of the west flank right in there. And we don't know. We had some information that there could have been, this could have been a burnt field. And we could talk to Reagan maybe a little bit later if that's the case. And so that might have been protecting this area a little bit. But we do know that this area down here is not in good shape. We do have, let's see, it looks like Reagan's getting a different shot right now. And then we have Ron that we talked to just a moment ago. I wanted to talk to Brandon again for you guys up in the Cleveland area. It looks like I don't see a fire on Brandon's shot right at this second, but Brandon, looks like you're repositioning. What's going on in your area?
Well, Travis, some good news is that fire that we were watching there at 5200 Road and 64, it didn't cross the road. So if it can continue where it's currently going, it will burn itself out at the edge of the road there. So firefighters are just, I think, they're going to let that burn out. They're going to continue to watch it. We're trying to reposition. I think the majority of the head of the fire is off to our north and east. I don't know if 64 is still shut down further north at this time, but it's still very thick smoke, and we're going to reposition. And our winds are coming down, so there's some good news, but we still got to pay very close attention.
Okay. Hey, that sounds, yeah, I mean, that just sounds good. We've got to watch this. Also, we're going to go to Dal real quick, who's on the other side of the lake, and he's got a vision or a visual. Dal is, where's Dal? Oh, I thought Dal was on the other side of the lake. Who is it? On the other side. Oh, down southwest. Sorry, I thought he had moved. I was like, okay. Dal, if you could you give us an update from your location near Oilton? You there, Dal?
We're sitting here actually on the banks of the Cimarron River, and we're actually on the basically the western or the eastern side of the Cimarron. Get on the other side, but we're seeing flames. Matter of fact, you may see them in our shot there. Basically, it looks like right now the Cimarron River is probably going to protect Oilton from this, but we are seeing a lot of flames starting to shoot as high as 20 to 30 feet just over that tree line. I'm not sure if you can see that in our shot or not.
Did. Yeah. So we're going to keep you in that area if you could. And Aaron and you can kind of coordinate on continuing to watch that. Again, there wasn't a fire. I mentioned earlier a fire near Slick. I didn't mention in Slick. If I did, apologize, because that kind of scared a few folks. And so we want to take a look right now with the fires that are out west. We also going to go back to Manford. Is there something real quick, Aaron, or are we okay?
I think we're all right.
Okay, okay, I'm going to go to Stillwater real quick, and then we're going to go back to Reagan. Let's go to Alan, just real quick, give me an idea of what the fire looks like down there on the southwest side of Stillwater. What do you got?
Travis, we got fire both sides of the road, encroaching on several residential properties here. The county sheriff looks to have just made access to this property. I'm not sure if they went back up on a recon mission to pick up some of the folks in the home to give them a chance to get out, but they drove down the driveway in a hurry. It looks like there's maybe a structure or two that's burning on the back side of this fence over here. So there's, like I said, fires both sides of the road. I assume this is what a lot of Stillwater's experiencing right now, unfortunately.
All right. Yeah, on the south and west sides of town. Thank you, Alan. Okay, let's go back on over to Manford again, where we have the fire going strong. Reagan is there as well now. Reagan, update from Manford, please.
Hey, Trav, yeah, we're still in the high school parking lot right now. We actually just got an eye on the fire line here behind me. Just a few hundred yards away, you can see how wide that fire line is on the ground, spreading this way. Now, this is behind that is where those neighborhoods were, where those several homes caught on fire earlier that Emery was talking about earlier tonight. And that fire line is now making its way this way towards the school, towards the Assembly of God Church, and as well as the First Baptist Church here to the left right now. There are crews over there trying to get that fire put out. One thing I have noticed today, and just being out here all day and being out in the more rural parts of Manford, is a lot of the homes didn't have fire damage that had a mowed yard, and they just didn't have that, fuel for the fire to keep going, and the houses were unharmed. So we could hope that this big field right here between the elementary school and these churches will keep that fire from spreading. It's that tall grass that's like kindling. It's like, fuel for these fires. So we can hope.
Looks like a structure right there behind that truck.
What are you seeing, Blair?
It looks like there's a structure behind that.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, see that?
Yep. Okay. Just to the left of that fire line, we're now seeing big flashes of orange. It appears yep, I can see it. I'm going to step out a little bit. I'm seeing some large flames and some big black smoke. It appears a structure is on fire. Yep. Yeah, we have several crews in that area right now. This is just to the southwest of the First Baptist Church here in Manford. That fire, we've been watching it for the last hour or so, moving this way. You can see to the right over here too, big flashes of orange. That fire is quickly spreading back towards us right now. Now, so much effort has gone into getting everybody out of town. Law enforcement, a lot of agencies came in to help, knocking on doors and getting people out of here before this fire hit. But the problem was,
hey, Reagan, I'm gonna cut you off just for a second because we're going to take Emery shot, which is kind of in another location and has a good angle on what's going on there, and we're going to be back with you. Thank you, Reagan. Let's go to Emery with an update. Emery, you can see it. What's going on there?
Yeah, Travis, that's a tree line of right behind a large apartment building, right behind the senior center in Manford, and there are some buildings burning back there, but we can't tell what they are. But a park ranger was here just a minute ago, and he said there are some structures back there burning. Further up the road, just to our west, over towards the History Museum, that fire is still continuing. The History Museum, fire had burned on the ground all around it, but they were managing to save it when I was last down there. So a lot of firefighters down at the end of the road by the History Museum, and there's a big cell phone tower down there working to protect that area. There was a building that burned on the other side of Lakeview Church over there. The church appeared to be safe, though it had burned all the way around it. And now on the south side of Manford here, and this is just several hundred yards off of Highway 51. A large fire burning back there. There's a lot of cedar trees back there, we know. A lot of, there's some utility equipment back there. We don't know exactly what that is, but there is a large fire burning back there. Fire's still out of control, and we've seen some more fire trucks from Keystone. Sand Springs arriving just in the last few minutes to help fight this amazing battle here in Manford. Travis?
All right. Thank you so much, Emery. Again, just vicious flames, vicious, and the wind is still awful there. All right, that's the latest on Manford. We are going to be moving northward a little bit. We want to catch up with Brandon. Brandon's now just south and east of Cleveland at this particular moment, and he's just on Highway 64. Brandon, update. What do you have? Microphone.
We just came back to this spot that we were at, and that's what I was telling you about, how the fire is moving away from the road and it's moving in on itself. But the winds have just now gusted, as earlier as I was saying they were dying down. They just gusted near 55 miles an hour, and I almost thought that we were going to have some new ignition just across the road here. Thankfully, that has not been the case. But if the fire does get going on the other side of this road, there will be an RV that will be in harm's way, and still lots of firefighters here continuing to watch this. So, and that's what we'll continue to do, Travis.
All right. Hey, thanks, Brandon. Greatly appreciate it. Let's move on up north into Osage County again, because we're going to keep up on what's going on there. Fire's still been around the Pawhuska area. It doesn't show a whole lot of smoke plumes from that, but Ethan's there right now with an update. Ethan, what do you have for us?
Yeah, Travis, so I'm right here off of Highway 60 with Brandon and Susan, and these guys say that they've lost one of the few structures that we've seen burned down here. So Brandon, Susan, tell me what you guys were doing. Where were you guys when you found out that your home was on fire?
Well, we got evacuated about an hour prior, so we had to go to town, and they wouldn't let us back. They had the highway shut down.
And you said that they told you when you guys were evacuated that your barn was on fire, but you said you came back to see that that wasn't the only thing that was on fire,
Correct.
right?
They told us that it was just the barn, and we got back and the house was on fire too.
So you said that you've got a couple of other things that are on fire here as well, right? So what other structures do you guys have that are in this area that you've seen catch fire since you've been back?
Well, other than my truck, my trailer, house, and the barn, across the street we have APAC Rock Quarry. They've got a couple trailers on fire right now. And I've lost a bunch of lead lines on my oil wells across the highway as well.
And Susan, you said that your birthday tomorrow is tomorrow. This isn't the greatest birthday present that you could have gotten, is it?
No, not at all. It's pretty much a nightmare.
So Travis, things, as I have been saying, are getting not much better. Winds are still blowing, flames are still engulfing the Pawhuska area, but we hope that things get better soon, Travis.
All right. Hey, thanks, Ethan. Yeah, and please tell him from us, we're praying for him as well. And God willing, a lot of folks are going to help out and make their lives better than what they are right now, because those fires are awful. It just takes away everything. All right. That's around the Pawhuska area. Again, the fires have moved through some of those areas. And then back down to the south, we're going to go again with the latest on what's going on in the Manford area. Reagan has been looking at some of those fires as well. We have, was going to try and see, are we okay? Is Ron's and also Dell, or do they have any reports that we have to get a hold of real quick?
Nothing new.
Okay. Nothing new. Okay, Matt, what did you say? Okay, Reagan, if we can, we're going to come back to you right now. It looks like Brandon, is that Brandon's, let's go to Brandon's shot first. Sorry, throwing some curveballs. Brandon's in an area right now with trying to get out of a fire area. Brandon, what do you have? What are you seeing? What is that?
Travis, this is the fire that we've been watching. I just crossed 64. Now I'm, give me 1 second here. I'm going to be, I crossed 64, and I am at, what county road is this? Sorry here.
Oh, we can find it.
East Keystone Keys Road.
Okay, 5200 East Keystone Keys Road. Okay.
Yeah, and so this is firefighters are in here, and this has all been consumed, and this is the direction the fire is moving off to. So it's good gosh, that smell is extreme with the windows up. So
yeah, with the filters and everything else. Yeah, this is this is just an inferno out there. This is headed toward the lake. Yeah, I hate to have you go any further. Hold on. Still some. That's a very active fire. So again, that's just near and southeast of Cleveland right now. Thank you. We'll let you just pay attention to what's going on right there. And okay, we'll head there, Matt, in just a second. Just pointing this out. Again, so this is along the Highway 64 going into Cleveland, right in this area. And so this is where Brandon is. Here's the lake. So that's moving north toward the end of the lake. If you live in here, hopefully you've been evacuated. That's all I can say about that, because there's a lot of folks that have houses back in this area. All right, let's go back to Manford, and we have some drone video. Is that live video coming in right now, Matt? Okay. Who's running that? Is that John? Okay. So he's getting a view of what's going on right now with that fire. So we're getting a shot. It looks like he's looking to the south and southwest because that's the flames are pretty much coming right in our direction, or looking off to the west southwest. And you can see that there's a building. It looks like a building on fire. I'm going to have some help on that. So we do have apparently a house right there. It looks like houses, could be not only a house but some outbuildings in the back of those homes that are in the foreground right here. Huge flames off on the right side as well. So again, these are the homes that are on fire. You see the fire trucks that are setting up a fire line right in here, trying to water down these houses, trying to keep these from jumping over onto the roof line for these homes. We're pretty sure that that's going to be, I think that green, is that the, that's I think Greenwood Avenue, if I'm right on that. But again, this is the line that we're looking at from, and I think this might be Greenwood. Can't hold me to that right at this second until we get a little bit more clarification on ground truth. But you can see what's burned back to the south and west, fire trucks here trying to stop what's happened. And so those are homes most likely that have been on fire here, and then extending back over into this area. Those are all homes or outbuildings at the very least. So again, that's they're trying to stop it right in that area. It does appear that I don't know if they can stop it there or not, but they've got enough weapons in their arsenal right now to hopefully keep the roofs from starting on fire. That's one of the major things that we've mentioned before, but notice how the flames and these embers are going to continue to come up across some of these areas. So all they can do is water these down and hope that those embers don't start any fires on these houses. It is awful to see. Power line, transformer right in there. And again, they can't even get to those. Because they've had to stop and let those go in the pretty much just for these other homes, and hope and pray that they can control that. So again, I do think, based on what we see, because it is nighttime now and we're using the fire as our guide to tell us about these homes here, but it does appear that they've given up. All right, and Reagan, if you're in the area, we're looking at that video. Give us an update from your location, if you would, near the high school.
Yeah, Trav, that's actually the area we've been watching. You can see that from the high school parking lot where we're at right now. That video that we were showing from Osage Drone 6, that is the neighborhood right behind the First Baptist Church here in Manford. That's actually Aspen Drive and Birch Drive. Those are the two streets right behind the First Baptist Church. That's what we've seen, these big flames, and I just watched some of the video a second ago. Just devastating to see the destruction in that area, and just the flames and the homes that have been destroyed in that area. As that's all moving this way, the next line would be First Baptist Church. That's just, a few hundred feet from that neighborhood. And then next in line after that, we're here at the high school. We could just hope and pray that the fire, gets put out and is kept from getting this way. But yeah, just seeing that video is just heartbreaking as that fire continues to spread. Several homes and outbuildings up in flames, and as Emery's reported, apartment buildings in town destroyed. As you can see the video right now, this is again the area right behind First Baptist Church here in town. And what I've heard from crews just a little bit ago is they've been able to kind of contain the area to the east of Evans Drive. That's kind of the main road past the high school, heading south through Manford. They were able to contain that area, but the area to the west, over by the church, and what we're just seeing in this video right now, that's the area that has just been, these crews have been battling all night long, and just several homes in these neighborhoods have gone up in flames, and it's so hard to see, and it's now getting harder to see for these crews as it's dark outside now. One reminder for anybody who wants to try to get in this area, Highway 51 is shut down getting into Manford. OHP shut it down coming in from Tulsa, and as well as from coming in from Stillwater. You cannot get into this area. Anybody who still needs to leave can get out. They'll let that happen, but no one getting in here to Manford tonight. Traffic.
All right. Hey, thanks. Appreciate it so much. And so again, with what's going on there, and you can see from Reagan's shot, and this is what he was talking about, and this is what we were saying. So they're right along Greenwood Avenue is where the fire trucks are. So they've been fighting some of these fires, and so we don't know about these homes here, but we do know that this is part of what we were looking basically in this area with Osage Sky News drones. So that's where we're looking, Dogwood Avenue back on through Birch, Aspen, possibly this area, because this was part of the fire issue. Was there anything there, Aaron, else that you wanted to mention while we're in there, or Stacia? Go ahead.
I had something that was outside of a different
Okay.
Allen's fire. He's got a good shot of how these fires are spreading. He has
Okay.
images that are blowing across the road.
All right, hold on for 1 second then. I'm going to have you kind of tell us. So this is the Manford thing. We still have the OSU issue going on, and I say OSU, Stillwater, not so much OSU proper. But if you would, let's move on over there real quick, and then Aaron can kind of give us another quick update on that. So this is back into Stillwater. And what were you saying? You have to talk kind of loud in case your mic wasn't on there.
I was saying Allen over on the Stillwater fire, he has a good shot of embers kind of in the foreground.
Can't hear. Okay, can't hear you for some reason. So whatever that mic thing isn't working. So the embers on Allen's shot. Let's take Alan's shot if we can. And he was mentioning embers are still blowing up. Hey, Alan, are you there? I guess, Alan?
Yes, sir. I'm right here. I'm on 650 Road in Stillwater.
All right. Give me an update on what Aaron was saying, if you would.
You bet. Well, we're discussing the strong winds blowing the fire from one side of the street to the other. What you see in front of me is just a pile of, unfortunately, just burning lumber. That was an outbuilding. There seems to be a house further off to the south of it. There's a vehicle in the driveway just off to the side. This whole area is just absolutely leveled. Back to the east just a little bit, we got another vehicle. Looks like it's about to catch on fire. But the discussion was the embers are not stopping. The fire's not stopping at the road like it typically would. The wind's blowing it so strong that the embers are crossing the road and starting fires, spot fires across 10, 15 feet. To the north of where we're at right now.
Okay.
I'm going to turn real quick and get you a better
Yeah,
view of
give
this
us a
next
real quick shot. We want to get back over to Manford, too, in just a few minutes. We got to continue on that. Again, we're covering Manford fire. This fire, though, is south and southwest right now of Stillwater. And so they've had evacuations, mandatory evacuations in this area. We've had fire warnings, which means you have to get out of there fast. So you can tell these fires still going. So you still got that there. And so this, is it very wide? Can you tell, Alan, you can see the glow. I mean, we can see the fire from your shot, but can you tell if that's just a small area or is there still broader areas as well?
Well, when we still had some daylight here with us, you could see off in the horizon when you get breaks from the wind pushing some of the smoke out of the way. No, it looks like it has been on the ground and pushing some of these finer fuels for a while, been burning quite a bit. It's a big, widespread area, it appears.
All right. Hey, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it a whole lot. All right, let's go on over to, we haven't been to Cleveland. Brandon's over at Cleveland right now. Looks like he's just south of town. Could be there. Hey, Brandon, give me an update out of Cleveland. Any information, anything new for you? Brandon, are you there?
Yeah, sorry, Travis. I was talking with Cleveland police. I'm just about to touch base and figure out what's going on with all the what we're doing here in the intersection.
All right.
So I'll let you know.
All right, thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. All right, let's go back to Manford again. And again, from Cleveland, we go south and southeast to the Manford area where it has been on fire on the south and west sides of town. That's where we're finding most of the damage. And that's where most of the homes have been burning at this time. We have no account of how many homes. We do know that most likely because of the fire originated out to the west and southwest along 48, further south and west, that there's probably some homes that we'll find out about tomorrow. Just praying for them. Emory's right now. Did you say Emory, Matt? Okay, let's go to Emory right now for an update on what he has and what he's seeing right now on the west and southwest sides of town. Emory?
Yeah, Travis, we're still on the south side of town here along Coonrod Road. where this fire is still burning. And this fire that you can see back behind me, that's behind the senior citizens building, apartment building that was built after the 2012 fire. And so it appears to be safe at the moment. They're defending it on the backside, but there's some sort of structure on the backside of it burning. It has been for quite a while. Now, further down Coonrod Road, which runs parallel to Highway 51 in Manford, further down that way, there's another fire burning down there at the base of the old, there's a large cell phone tower, a large tower. Everybody will recognize that if you've been through here. But that is still burning. Firefighters are still working on this area here, but a lot of things that can burn, fortunately, have burned right here. As far as the grass, so it's stopped the spread. There are still firefighters working down there. There's still firefighters working here. But some of the threat has diminished right here because so much of the ground cover has burned. Now, with this wind, of course, there's no telling what will happen. We've seen embers come by here, so those are blowing, and who knows how far they'll go further to the north. But this still is incredible wind, embers blowing through, still an active firefight here, but and just look at the visibility. Now there's a Green Country Fire Department going. We have seen departments from all over responding here to defend the town of Manford. It appears right now that the town is safe, but we know that there are homes on the backside that have burned. We know there are large apartment buildings that have burned on the south side. We just don't know exactly where. We don't know exactly how many. And you can see there's a large fire there, and that is one they're not trying to put out. They're just trying to defend the buildings around it. So, Travis, the wind, I promise you, is as strong as it has ever been. So that means the threat of fire can spread far beyond right where we're standing to everything to the north and northeast of here. Travis, back to you.
Hey, Emery, real quick, that wouldn't be like a natural gas something. It seems like that's been burning that exact same way for the last 30, 45 minutes. You think that's natural gas, or you think that's a building or something else?
I don't know. It's got to be some sort of petroleum because of the black smoke and just how long it's been burning. There could be an oil pump jack back there. I don't know.
Yeah.
There's a lot of back on this road. There's some utility work and a lot of spools of cables and such. And so I don't know exactly what's back there burning, and we can't get back there to it to see. And it's such an active situation here. We haven't been able to stop anyone to ask them.
Okay.
But it has been burning quite a while. They're defending the building right next to it.
Yeah, and that's a great point on the smoke, because that would be more probably associated with crude oil than it would be in natural gas. So thank you. Appreciate it very much. Again, that's Emery on the southwest, kind of the west side of Manford at this point. Fire warnings apparently are going to continue for Manford and then also around the Oilton area. Have we had any information out of Oilton or out of Ron further to the west, or is about the same, Aaron?
Same old.
Okay,
Yeah.
still the fires are hanging in there and still going on. Brandon, let's find out if Brandon has any new information. He probably talked to the police department, fire department. Brandon, what's going on right now in Cleveland?
Yeah, Travis. So right now here in Cleveland proper, so they've just got 64 southbound closed down as a precaution here at 99 and 64. It's just precautionary. Also a mandatory evacuation as a precautionary. The main fire threat is back down at 5200 Road and 64 where we were at earlier. I believe that fire is probably pretty much burned itself out. It was not able to cross the road, so that is some very welcoming news, because had it done so, we'd be dealing with even more fire coming up towards Cleveland. But so far, Travis, the winds here in Cleveland are averaging 15 to 25 currently. So maybe some good news on the winds. Still some strong gusts in there at times that allow these ambers to try to blow across the road. But so far, so good right now. Right now, Travis, we'll continue to watch it.
All right. Hey, Brandon, thank you so much. Again, we're going to take a look at the big picture a little bit here so we can kind of get folks an idea of what's going on. If you're still concerned, so far the Tulsa area has been okay. If you're south and east of Tulsa, overall, you're okay. there hasn't been any significant fire action. There's been occasional fires. We had some of our reporters reporting on some quick fires that occurred on the east side of town, down around Jinx, and then also a couple in Creek County, or I shouldn't say Creek, but in around Muskogee County and Cherokee County. And there's a few that are still around. The worst by far, though, as you can see in the black areas, which are indicative of the hottest fires going on. So that's right around the Cleveland area. So that's where right now Brandon's in Cleveland. So that fire is still hanging in there. The Manford fire continues to be quite hot at this particular moment. And then as we look back toward the Oilton, so the Oilton fire has remained with a warning on that. Stillwater fire still creeping slowly east-northeast towards Stillwater. So that's not fixed. Eastern side of Logan County, northwestern Lincoln County, that's been going strong. Our sister station's been covering all of that as well. So again, the transition zones continue to be just seemingly Highway 75 to the west, highest fire danger to the east, not quite as bad. The fire danger its risk is still high for us from Tulsa to the northeast. Stacia, let's get an update. We haven't checked on power outages or any of that information. If you would, give us an update on what's going on there.
I can do that. So again, with the strong winds all day today, power has really taken a hit in many locations. Tulsa Metro has continuously had 10 to almost 15,000 customers without power. Now it's down to about 10,000, which is the best that I have seen since about 3 o'clock this afternoon. 400 customers up in Washington County, Muskogee County, which did get up to about 1,000. That is now down to around 200 customers. Pittsburgh County, which also spiked earlier this evening, is now down to around 300 customers, along with McIntosh County. Creek County numbers are still very high, about 1,000 customers without power, 600 up in Osage and 800 in Pawnee. 800 customers in Pawnee County has been holding steady throughout this evening. So the winds today gusting 50, 60, 70 miles per hour really put stress on power lines. And so we saw that with sporadic outages across the area really adding up as the day went on. Now the winds are not as strong as they were earlier today, thank goodness, but they're still not good. We still have our winds gusting 35 to 45 miles per hour. Some of the winds are really still very strong even into the evening hours. We're hoping that after the 9 o'clock hour we'll see some improvement here, but it looks like this is pretty stubborn wind gusts that really are not subsiding as much or as quickly as we had hoped. So by midnight, we'll say the winds will be down to about 25 to 30 miles per hour. A cool front is coming in later tonight. That cool front will help humidity values rise. So for fires ongoing now, there's not any relief in the near term in terms of fire conditions, except the winds may be backing off by 10 to 15 miles per hour, which of course would help, but it's still going to be a long fight into tonight with some of these ongoing fires. Humidity values are not in the single digits anymore around Tulsa back to the west. Grove has dropped to about 9% for humidity. It's still extremely low and it's still extremely dry. So as Trav mentioned, the fire threat may not have been as high east of Tulsa. It's still a threat into tonight. We have to be careful. The ongoing fires out to the west, though, those will continue because in terms of environmental conditions, they're just going to keep on raging as the fire crews are working so hard, and we appreciate all the crews that have been going out to help other districts and other communities. It's just been a fight tonight with many areas helping out and helping each other out. Air quality, of course, has been awful today. So you've had the dust and the smoke. Air quality seems to not be as bad east of Tulsa. It's where you're more moderate, but it's really bad out to the west and to the north of Tulsa. It was dust first, and then of course it was the smoke. The maximum wind gusts we have had today have been anywhere from 68 in Tulsa up to 74 in Stillwater. We do still have the ongoing fire southwest of Stillwater. We have Allen Hancock on that. They have had mandatory evacuations on the southwest side of Stillwater tonight. The Walmart, many hotels being evacuated. There's a lot of folks in Stillwater for some big events this weekend. So all of those folks are evacuated tonight. And of course, we have the ongoing situation with Manford, and then also just to the southeast of Cleveland with the fire that Brandon's on, and Oilton as well. So a lot is still happening tonight and will continue into the evening hours. Visibility has been awful today, still bad, especially west of Tulsa with the dust and the fires and the smoke. So back to radar here. Again, we're still battling these fires. Folks are battling these fires out to the west of Tulsa. Not as much has formed east of Tulsa. There's been a few hot spots in Cherokee County tonight, Adair County, and then also a few down to the south in Latimer, Haskell, LaFleur, even Pittsburgh County. But fire crews, Trav, were on those very quickly, able to put those out. But the fires still, of course, rage on, and smoke plumes still very evident on radar out to the west of Tulsa.
All right. Hey, thanks so much again. I appreciate it. And so these fires will continue, and we will continue with our coverage of the fires as we go through the 9 o'clock hour to make sure that you have the latest information. We are talking about around Tulsa. We are still relatively good shape. So for us, we're not doing too bad. Station mentioned this, though. Don't let down your guard because we still have strong winds. The high wind warning is going to be relaxed to wind advisories, but that doesn't really help when wind advisories, still strong winds of over 30 miles an hour. So anytime you have winds of 30 miles an hour and low humidity, it's still a major problem. And so you can see where Bob is located right now. He's keeping an eye on what's going on across some of these areas to the north. We've had a little bit of rekindling of a few fires. And is Ron in a position where he can take a look at what's going on? Yeah, is he got a fire going on right? And his location. All right, let's go over to where Ron is, and he's near the Olive area at this point. So he's just to the east. There's Cushing, and there's Drumright, and Ron is in that area. Ron, it looks like you got a big fire line still going on. What's happening there?
I do, Travis. I mean, right on cue, you said exactly. Some of these are starting to rekindle, and this line had been knocked down about, I'd say 30 minutes ago, but now it's rekindled back up. The wind is still flaming it pretty good, still giving it a lot of fuel, so it's rekindled. And now, as you just saw, the fire truck's coming back by to go down there and fight a bigger fire down there just to the east of me. But this thing is still hanging on right here just east of Drumright. And they're still trying to keep it from crossing the road into that crude oil tank farm there that they have just to the north side of 33 here.
Okay.
But one thing I did notice, Travis, there is a lot of animals that are coming out of the fire and crossing the road. Deer, rabbits, things like that are crossing the road from this fire. I've probably sit here within this last 30, 45 minutes and watched about 2 deer and about 7 or 8 rabbits run across the road. So they're trying to get away from the fire too. Yeah, wildlife and also livestock, just hoping and praying a lot of ranchers and farmers and folks just don't lose very much at all. Thank you, Ron, again. So that's one of the fires that are going on across the area, and that's to the west of the Manford fire. Let's go back to the Manford fire and get a look at what's going on in that area as far as conditions that are still happening, and we still have the fire ongoing across this region. So again, in Manford, we still have our fire warning happening. Of course, that's butted up pretty much against Keystone Lake. We do not have anything going east of Manford at this time. So it's mainly a Manford fire and a Cleveland fire, or east of Cleveland fire, a Westport fire, we could call it. So those are the things we're watching right now. In fact, is Michaela available right now? Is she back into the area? Because I wanted to talk to either, okay, you got Emory at this moment? Okay. Do you have Reagan? Working on that? No one? Okay. All right. That's good to know. All right, because they're just kind of grabbing and moving and getting in position again. But what we did understand, what we do know at this point, is a place on the south and west sides of Manford continue to be on fire, and we continue to have multiple homes and residences that have burnt because of the fire line. And we do believe that's Greenwood Avenue, and it ends right here on Evan Road. So on Evans Road, I should say. And then back to the west of this, then there's just no promises that we're going to end up with housing that's okay. As we mentioned as well, apartment complex in this zone was also affected by that. And then the crude, we're going to call it crude oil at this point. I'm making that call just based on pretty much what we're seeing, because that is a very vicious hot fire. So we do believe that there's something going on with that. An exact location, a little hard. Once we get back to Emory, find out a little bit more information, we'll let you know on that. But this has moved in. And again, the population center kind of is spread out, because Manford is kind of a spread out place in terms of a lot of different housing. Manford itself is pretty compact, but there's so many different housing additions around the lake that kind of use a Manford address, so to speak. So that's what, but we're mainly focused just on the south and west sides. And that fire also originated further back to the south and to the west. So that was one of the biggest things that we had. Brandon is still back up to the north, and we want to go on up to back up to around the areas around Cleveland and find out a little bit more about what's going on. Brandon, if you could, give us another update just from Cleveland, and have you heard of any more information on what's happening south and east of Cleveland?
Well, Travis, I have not heard of any additional information south and east of Cleveland. I know that when I was in Keystone Keys, that area was in an inferno, so That's where the bulk of this fire is going. Eventually, I believe it's going to run to the river, if I'm not mistaken. And our winds, we still have some gusty winds, but the overall sustained winds have come down substantially. So maybe just hopefully we can calm these winds down a little bit more. But we're going to have to worry about the wind direction change next. So we'll continue to watch it. Back to you.
Yeah, and there is a boundary that is going to move through that will have a big impact on that. We're still looking down. I think we're going to go to Reagan here in just a minute. It looks like he's about ready to talk again. So we're going to go back down into the areas right around Manford and get another update. And it looks like Reagan's giving me a thumbs up. So Reagan, if you would give me an idea of what you see, what's going on right now in Manford.
Hey, Trav, yeah, we're still over at the high school right now, keeping an eye on this fire that's moving towards the high school right now. It's in these neighborhoods right behind First Baptist Church that we showed that drone video of a little bit ago. It says Aspen Drive and Birch Drive. Those are the two streets right behind the church. Those are two neighborhood streets, and the video just shows several homes on fire in that area. And the orange, now that it's dark, you can kind of see the orange glow in the sky, and that orange glow just spans quite a ways. This whole southwestern part of town is on fire right now. I see crews just quickly moving back and forth, trying to keep this fire contained and keep it from crossing Evans Avenue. That's the main road that goes north and south through Manford by the high school and heads south towards Manford City Lake. I did hear a little bit ago that there are some spots along Evans Avenue where the fire did cross the road. That's some homes over there, as well as some pasture land just to the east of that road. But for the most part, I've heard that the eastern side of Evans, over by the high school and behind the high school, has been contained for the most part and protected at this point. The focus right now really is this area to the southwest of First Baptist Church. You can just see in this shot right here, the glow above the roof of the church. You know, we're staying as far back as we can as these crews work, and that's so important. There's so many people out here trying to get these fires contained. We want to stay out of their way, but also let people know what's going on. But you can just see, I don't know, Blair, if you can just show this glow, how wide it is, and that's how much they're battling right now, is just this whole area to the southwest part of Manford right now is on fire. This all started, the concern was when it crossed 41st Street heading towards town, and that time that it took from 41st to 31st and into town was so quick. Those winds really whipped up this afternoon, and it moved it right in, and it made it really hard for these crews to be in position to protect these homes. But we have heard that they have called in a task force, a firefighter task force out of Rogers County. They have been deployed here. Several other agencies, Sand Springs Fire Department, they've been called in. I've heard possibly Tulsa Fire Department has sent crews out here. Berry Hill Fire Department has sent crews out here. On top of all the volunteer fire departments that have come in to help, this is really the main focus right now in this area is this Manford fire. So they brought in a lot of different crews. A lot of help has come in. But it just goes to show these strong winds is like putting gasoline on a fire. And even all this manpower, it's still so hard to fight. It's fighting a tough battle, Trav.
And Reagan, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Did get on a Facebook a post that we have had that we did make, said, hey, and it's a guy that lives in the area. He said it could be that those big fires and a lot of the black smoke could be some coated wire that might be burning from the Cimarron telephone maintenance facility, which is in that location. So there's a couple of options out there, and he did mention that, and that is, I do know that area, and so that is a possibility as well. So again, we'll just have to wait and see on that part of it. As Reagan said, though, we've got a lot of things happening still with the fires that are still blowing and going across the area. We do have, trying to look at who is that? Michaela is up next. Michaela, if you would, give us an update on what you have, please.
Yeah, hey Travis, we're on Evans and Greenwood Avenue, so we basically have the same perspective as Reagan, but I'm going to step out of the way and show you what we're seeing. He also mentioned that orange smoky haze now that it's nighttime. As Reagan said, you can really see that smoke there. Now we're right across from Manford Elementary School. That's where I was posted up at for several hours earlier today, and we can't really tell what's happening with the fire, if it's contained, if it's still kind of rolling over to us. But like you said, you can see that orange reddish smoke now that it's dark outside. But I did want to mention that we've also just been seeing a lot of first responders still in this area. We did see some power crews as well in this area. I want to point out a first responder that's about to come down this road as well. Looks like another fire truck that's coming down this way as well to help out. I can't see what fire department that is, but again, it's all hands on deck at this point. Still super windy. The wind just started picking back up again, but this is really what we know for now. Again, I have the same perspective as Reagan. Maybe we can move around here in a little bit. Back to you, Travis.
All right. Yeah, Michaela, thank you so much. I appreciate it. So these guys are breathing a lot of smoke. That's all I can say. Somebody was hoping Emory was going to be okay too, because he's been breathing smoke for a long time. Let's go to Weather 15 one more time, and then we're going to go out to Stillwater, because a lot of folks are asking about Stillwater as well. So this is kind of the bigger picture of what's going on. We've had a fire just near Sperry, and the guys they said they can't really get into that zone. It's been in hilly terrain, so they said it's kind of trapped in there at this particular time. Could be a threat to a few folks. We've been up around the Barnstall area. Not too much, but there's been a fire that won't quit in that area, the Pawhuska fire, Winona areas. And this is still just hanging in there. But the Pawhuska area, we kind of had a flare up kind of on the east side of Pawhuska. We still have the fires going on just now across the border, mainly across Kansas, Chautauqua, southern Chautauqua County. You can see the Oilton fire still going strong besides our Manford fire, and then out around Stillwater. Let's go out to Stillwater right now. That's where Alan is located, and let's find out a little bit more. Alan, give us an update on what's going on out to the west. Stillwater, please.
Yeah, Travis, I'm at 650 Road, west of Sanger Road, just southwest of Stillwater. I've been surrounded by flames both sides of this road. It's been bouncing all around. Had some unfortunate having to dodge the flames coming at us. At this point, we've got fire right surrounding this house, right off the side of the road. It's been doing its best to fight it off. I'm hoping that for the sake of the folks that live here, the structure remains intact, but everything's burning all around it. I figure it's just a matter of time before it ignites the house. Hopefully I'm wrong, but that's what we're looking at right now.
Okay, yeah, Alan, real quick, are a lot of the homes right there, I really haven't driven back in that area, are a lot of those homes kind of a newer home? Are they older ranch homes? Or and then is there just not enough resources going around to help on these homes? Is that what you're estimating?
Well, it looks like the resource has been depleted for a long time, and they're having to just kind of pick their battles. The house to the north of me appears to be newer construction, a little bit larger build, whereas the one that we've got my shot right now seems to be of much older construction, maybe a little smaller in size. Okay. But so I guess to answer that question, a little bit of variety out here, not okay. A cookie cutter neighborhood or just all spread out farmhouses either.
All right.
Back to you.
Hey, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Stacia has a little bit of information about that Stillwater. What's going on there? Stacia, what do you have?
Trav, the winds out in Stillwater looks like they're still gusting 35 to 40, 45 miles per hour. And of course, where Allen was located on the southwest side of town, the fire continues, and so do evacuations. So we'll take a look here at the latest evacuations. Chloe, Aurora, and Jalen, they put this together for us. So from Range Road over to about Country Club Road, and even extending that another mile to the east, those are now evacuation zones from 6th Street to 19th Street. And again, this is on the southwest side of Stillwater. As that fire comes in, we saw crews helping to get the horses out of the OSU Equestrian Center there on the southwest side of town. So again, that's the evacuation part for the Stillwater fire on the southwest side.
All right. Hey, thanks, Stacia. Appreciate that. Let's go on back on over to Manford because we have more updates coming in. Sounds like Emory's got a new position to look at what's going on with it. Emory has moved position somewhat, so maybe you can get a better angle. Emory, what do you have for us on the west side of Manford?
Yeah, Travis, we've moved over to the west side of town. We're in the Phelps Market parking lot, and this is the west side of town. So this big parking lot here is where They are staging equipment. Now, there's not a lot staged because they're all out working, but it brings the point in that there's still help arriving because this is still an active firefight. In fact, just across the road, Highway 51, there's some fire in the woods just right over there, just to the west of the Manford Historical Museum and that big hill as you're coming into town from the west. There's still fire in the woods back there. And another point that even though, you know, the town appears to be protected, there's still things burning over there. But the firefight for the town is okay now. But they still have to put all these embers out and wait for this wind to die down before the threat is over. So there's a lot of work. There are a lot of firefighters still coming here to continue fighting this battle. It's going to be all night to get all of this down. Even once the wind stops, even once the active firefighting stops, they're still going to have to wet it down and protect what's here so it doesn't rekindle. It's going to be a long night. Now, on the south side of Highway 51 there, everything that, all the small things that can burn have burned. We did speak to a man about that fire we were at the last time, where all that black smoke was. He worked for the company, phone company, and he said, yeah, those are large bundles of fiber optic cables. There's a shed back there that they think has burned. That's why it was such big black smoke. It's the petroleum on outside of cables, but we moved out of that area because the air was just getting so bad there. It's bad here, but it's much worse there. The entire town is just blacked out. There's still power, but there's so much smoke you can't see. It looks like the power's out because it's so dark, so smoke-filled, still so dangerous. Now, the wind is blowing a little bit of crossways across Highway 51 and blowing some embers. We have seen fire trucks headed back on the north side of Highway 51. We don't know what's on fire back there, but we can presume that there have been grass fires started there because we've seen embers flying that direction and we've seen fire trucks going that way. But we don't know exactly what's happening over there. We'll try to check it out when we can, but still an active firefight going on here in Manford, even though things have calmed down a little bit. But the wind's still strong and the fire's still there. The embers are still blowing. Travis?
Okay. Hey, Emery, thank you again so much. Appreciate it. Those winds are still whipping. You can see right around there. Station and I were looking at some winds and how they're kind of looping around. She's also working on a little bit of forecast, or looking at some of our model data to help us kind of determine how much longer this is going to happen. We also have a wind shift that will eventually happen as we go through tonight into the morning hours. And for some fires, that's not going to be a good situation. Aaron, did Brandon get any additional information from out of Cleveland right now?
Nothing new. I was about to talk to him for further info, but nothing too new, but he was about to update me on something.
Okay, all right. Let's. Can I get to him, or is he available?
Yeah, he should be available.
Okay,
yeah.
Let's go on up to Cleveland for a quick update on what's going on there, because we still have had those fire warnings going up around Cleveland in areas just right along the pretty much the west end of Keystone Lake. What do you have for us there, Brandon?
Well, Travis, we're now making our way back down south here along 64. I believe all the fire that is going to be off in the woods, so I think all the fire is probably going to run into that river there. And Cleveland looks to probably be in pretty good shape right now, the actual community of Cleveland. They still got it blocked off, though, there at 99 and 64 in Cleveland, all the way down here to, I believe, 48 potentially. So,
Okay.
But we're going to go down here and investigate and see if there's anything else that we can find, and with further updates, back to you.
All right, thanks, appreciate it. So again, hopefully the winds are dying down a little bit. As I said, we'll talk to Stacia here in just a second to find out a little bit more about what's going on there. Brandon, thank you for your update. A lot of folks appreciate it because not too many people breathe easy when we have fires. Now, if the winds can die down, we're going to be in a lot happier place, I do believe. So a lot of us are going to be kind of hoping that that's the case. Bob has been watching what the weather up to the north. And Bob, I'm going to just go to Bob. He's been keeping an eye on what's happening just kind of with those fires that have been just to the west of Turley, I think. Hey, Bob, update from you. Have you noticed any change with those fires just on the northwest side of the metro? Oh, wait a minute. Go ahead, Bob.
Hey, Travis.
Yeah.
We're up on north 25th West Avenue off of West 53rd Street North. There was fire up here that got going, burned an outbuilding, I believe, back up in here. Right now they have it under control, but we still have that fire further off to the east that was going out near the Sperry area, and it's still up in the hills burning. So they're going to be out here all night catching pop-up fires, I'm afraid, because we still got about a 45-mile-an-hour gusts out here with a sustained about 30, 35.
Okay. Thank you, Bob. Long day for our guys to be tracking, even longer day for the fire department folks who are actually having to be fighting all this stuff all over the area. So again, that's on the northwest side of town. We've had some reports on Facebook and also several other areas. We are not missing you guys south and east. There's been some fires down around Broken Arrow with some different fires that have hit and missed in a few areas that have been put out very quickly. That goes down into Okmulgee County, also into Wagner County. So there have been a few areas in which we have been watching very closely with some of that. Sequoia has really been quiet because this area in southeastern Oklahoma, which I thought would probably flare up a little bit more, has not, thankfully. So nobody's upset about that. Maybe Sequoia, since he's not been able to help out as much as he normally does, but he's near the Muskogee area right now. We're still watching for any additional fires that could develop, because with gusty winds of 30, 35 miles an hour, that's still not out of the realm of possibility that could change. So again, we continue our coverage because we still have the fires going on in Manford. We still have the fires that are going on southeast of Cleveland, but they're not quite as intense as they were. And then around the Oilton area, Dal has been in this area. Dal, and so I'm going to go to, I think I hear Aaron hollering at Dal right now. If I can, I'm going to get a report from Dal, which is on the north side of the river, just north of Oilton. Dal, what do you have for us?
Yeah, Travis, you can probably see the glow of the flames here. We can't go any further back. We just spoke with the Oilton Fire Department. The flames right now are headed towards south 529th West Avenue, and they're also going to be crossing Highway 99 here probably within the next, I would estimate, 20 to 30 minutes. There are structures in that path, so if anybody lives in that area and isn't aware of the situation, they may want to start thinking about evacuation. Back to you, Trav.
Okay. Hey, thanks, Dal. We greatly appreciate it. Ron's not too awful far from that area, so you can see where we're looking at right now with Dal. And then as we look, let's widen out a little bit and get on over to Ron, who's back around the Drumright area. Hey, Ron, I want to get an update from you. Looks like you're on just on the east side of Drumright. You still got your fires going, but has anything changed for you?
Nothing's really changed. You know what, Travis? It did jump the road. It did create a little spot fire, but man, these Drumright firefighters were on it. They knocked it out pretty quick. It did not keep going, so I got pretty lucky. And that's what they've been trying to do, is keep it from jumping the road going toward this tank farm. And they're doing a heck of a job out here tonight, Travis. And fire's trying to die down a little bit, so hopefully it'll keep going down. Back to you, Travis.
All right. That would be some welcome news. Absolutely welcome news. And then we're going to go back to Manford and get an update on what's cooking over there. I got to quit saying that. What's going on over there. Inappropriate for what's going on at this point. In the Manford area, we continue to have those fires on the southwest side. What'd you say, Matt? Okay, that'd be good. Stacia, have you noticed wind directions? Any additional information on the winds? I mean, we just had the report from Ron saying hopefully the winds, he felt like the winds are dropping off a little bit. You mentioned that a little bit ago. Do you see anything else? You know, I've been watching the sensor out by Oilton and the sensor in Bristow for Creek County. Both of those continue with a southwest wind, but they've had their wind gusts drop down to around 25 to 30. Now, within the fire within Manford, obviously fires can almost create their own wind at times, so the wind gusts may be stronger in Manford around the fire, but the winds down back to the west and southwest of Manford have seemed to back off, and our strongest winds at the moment are actually north of Tulsa and northeast, where wind gusts are about 45, occasionally almost to 50. So when you compare that to earlier today, it is much lighter than it was, but still very difficult as these fires continue for crews. Even when you're gusting 35 to 40, that makes it hard. Look at how the wind played out today. So this was this morning at about 9:30. Winds were gusting 25, 35 miles per hour. Then as the day went on, of course, they really spiked, and by about
2 o'clock in the afternoon to 2:30, that's when we had our 68-mile-per-hour gusts here in Tulsa. So those really strong winds just were persistent through the day today. And now as we've headed into the evening hours, it's gotten a little better, especially southeast of Tulsa. But there's still a zone trap that's back to the northwest of probably 40-45-mile-per-hour winds behind a cool front. And those could actually kind of sink back into the area with the front for a couple hours later tonight. So that is something worth watching that I wanted to point out.
All right, and yeah, and we're still not that far away from 50-mile-an-hour wind gust, so that's a situation. So, okay, thank you so much for that update. Reagan we have Emery over here, Michaela, and then Reagan, lost Reagan. Is he right near Michaela? Okay, he's near Michaela. All right, let's go to Reagan right now with another update. Reagan, what do you have?
Hey, Trav, yeah, still kind of keeping an eye on this fire that's moving our way towards the high school right now. Just a band of a glow that goes from basically over here, First Baptist Church, and we're starting to see the fire spread further into town to the north, actually. Blair, if you want to pan over for a second. This is kind of right over the roof of the elementary school here in town, and we've just watched at that orange glow. Now that it's dark, you can kind of see that orange glow has just moved further and further north into town. Now behind that is just more homes. There's some duplexes further up, and then you get into town and you have the corner convenience store, Jiffy Trip. I mean, that's all what's in a line of this fire. These crews are...
Flames peeking up over that tree.
What are you seeing?
Flames peeking up over that tree.
Yeah, if you look close, you can see the flames peeking up. Some of those trees are on fire right there. I mean, this is just right past the Assembly of God Church here in Manford. You can see how close that fire is. Now, we do know that just south of the First Baptist Church, in that neighborhood where it's Aspen Drive and Birch Drive, several homes were burned just a little bit ago. We showed some drone video earlier of that, and now we're just watching as that fire moves further and further north into town. I think Emery's on the other side of where we're at right now. He's getting a different angle. But we're just seeing there's Silver City Fire and Rescue right now. So many different agencies are coming in. I actually just got word that McIntosh County's fire task force, they're also heading here to Manford. So, I mean, just all resources in Green Country are heading here to Manford right now to try to help contain this fire. And man, it would be welcome news right now if these wind gusts would die down a little bit. I know that's supposed to be happening hopefully soon, but man, it's just, these gusts are so strong and it's just like pouring fuel on this fire. Trav?
Thanks so much again, Reagan. Greatly appreciate what you're doing out there, along with Michaela, Ethan, and of course Emery, and then all of our storm trackers, all the fire department people. So again, kudos to the guys. They're out there, men and women. All right, so again, you're looking primarily at the area. If you're just joining us at this point, still want to point out that the fires came in from the southwest, and then they came across Highway 48. And then as that happened, we ended up with the fires hitting through here. And so you can tell it's a rural area, and so there was a lot of burning fuel sitting there. And so that just allowed, with the winds of 50, 60 miles an hour, to continue to blow in. So that's why we're stuck now. It's hit Manford. And I can talk to Emery about this in a minute, but in 2012, those fires came in from out of the west, moving east, and then it was kind of like a wall. They put up a big fire front right at Manford, and were able to stop it from moving on in. It's almost like right now I'm thinking that we need to just get rid of all the trees and stuff there. I'm a tree hugger. I love trees, but I don't love them when we're burning up. So again, that's one of the things that I'm hoping that we don't have any more fire stuff going on. John Jessero's shot from earlier was stunning at some of the places that were on fire. That would include homes. So it has not been good. So we've had so many folks coming into this area, and we still have a lot of fire folks that are coming in. So I think that this is going to kind of balance out, because we said Rogers County was bringing in a whole bunch of folks. Just mentioned, Reagan mentioned a whole bunch of folks coming in McIntosh County. So, I mean, we're at a point where, with the winds dying down, we'll be at a very high amount of resources, and I would imagine that will shut it down pretty quick. The biggest thing that shut it down is the wind. If we could stop the wind, that would be the best thing. Stacia was talking about how that should start to show up a little bit more, even though we'll still have some gusty winds out of a northwest direction. You can see where Emery is located. Let's go to Emery and find out a little bit more of his angle, what he has for us. Emery?
Yeah, Travis, we're still here on the west side of Manford, where in 2012 you were saying that fire came in from the west. This is exactly where it came in and where they successfully defended town. Now that fire that was mainly on the south is burning back to the west. You can see brush trucks rushing now to that scene just past. We're in front of the Phelps Market, which is closed, of course, but fire on that hillside. Wind is still pushing it up. It's coming up over a ridge line right now just past the stoplight there, and brush trucks are responding down there to try and handle that. We're still seeing a lot of very active arrivals of folks coming in. In fact, we're going to spin the camera around. This is this parking lot, big empty parking lot, it's a staging area, and here are some of the people that are saving this town right now. They're refilling this truck. Let me see, where is this truck from? I'm going to step over here. Where are you guys from?
Green Country.
Green Country Fire. Okay.
Yes, sir.
I'm from Channel 6. We're on TV. Let me get your name first.
My name is Jared Carter.
Jared Carter, you're?
And I'm John Maslin.
Okay. All right. You guys are filling up your tanker?
Well, we're filling up tankers, and then we fill trucks as they come up here.
Okay.
And when they run out of water, they come to us, and we'll fill them up.
Okay. Important work. Well, it looks like it's just right over there now.
It is. It's getting close, and hopefully we get it stopped here at the road.
Can you believe it? What you're seeing?
It's crazy. It's crazy, but with this wind, it's tough. And as dry as it is, it's not. It's good fire weather, that's for sure.
Yeah.
So
perfect conditions for a terrible situation. Okay. Well, you guys, any idea how long you're going to be out here?
a whole weekend.
Yeah.
You know, my day job, I'm an engineer, but at night I get to play superhero, I guess.
Well, you're doing good work. We appreciate the work you guys are doing.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And get back to work. We're just trying to keep people informed about what's happening.
Right,
so
good.
thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, we're going to step back and we're going to spin the camera around now. Again, we're going to show you just how quickly that thing has changed. Okay, so turn back around now to the fire. You can see it's a little bit of a gust of wind came up, and here it goes. This is burning to the west, just to the west of the Manford Historical Museum, which is on the hill where that cell phone tower is, big landmark in town. But you can see that fire is just pushing toward there, and they're throwing all the resources at it, but they can't stop it, or they can't control it. They are stopping it before it gets to important things in some cases. But homes have burned, big apartment buildings have burned, and the fire is still burning right here on the west. Now, Travis, one thing I wanted to point out, one disturbing thing, as we were down where that those reels of fiber optics cable were burning, we kept seeing ambulances still coming into the area. So they were taking people out in ambulances still when we were there just a few minutes ago. So there were some people still in the danger area. And even if you're indoors here, it is so smoky that you can't hardly breathe. I've been wearing a mask. It's just saturated and no good anymore. So smoky here in town, even inside. It would be dangerous for people to be here. That's why they have urged people to get out of the way until all this fire and all this smoke clears. But clearly, that's going to be a long time from now, a long overnight. The wind's got to die down, and then to get all this smoke cleared out of here that right now it's hard to breathe. Your eyes water. It's tough, and there's still dirt and embers and ashes blowing. Tough situation remaining here in Manford, and you can see this fire. Look at this, how quickly it grows. Just within a minute or two, it's just raging on a hillside because of this wind.
All right, I tell you,
a lot of firefighters still responding here, but Travis, that's the situation here in Manford.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, I tell you what, I appreciate you doing what you're doing, and get some fresh air sometime there for your lungs and for you. But that fire is still a big problem, and you can tell the winds, even though they're down, as Stacia said, 30 to 45 miles per hour, 47 miles per hour. That's still dangerous, very dangerous for the folks there. So you can see where Emory is located right now, and so that's the latest on that. Did you say Michaela? Because I was busy talking there, Matt. Sorry. Okay, we'll get a different angle now from just south and east of where Emory is located. So Michaela's back by the school, still hanging out there. Michaela, can you give us a kind of a different bird's eye view, I guess you could say, compared to what Emory just had?
Yeah, Travis, we're here at Manford High School, still in the parking lot. I did want to show you some of the first responders here. It looks like Silver City Fire Department. I guess they're getting some relief or something right now. I see Manford Fire Department just pulled up. Not sure what exactly they're doing here, but they just gathered here for a moment. But they all came from this area back here where the fire is. I do want to point out that fire here, if we can show that in the distance. Can we show the fire? Now, some of that fire is still burning. We're making our way to show you all. We do still see some flames coming behind Manford Elementary School. We don't really know what's going on. We're hoping to get the drone up here in a little bit to get a different perspective so we can show you all exactly what's happening. But we don't really know too much, but we do see that orange haze, that smoke from the distance. We've been seeing that for a while now. We have a few of our crews here, and we keep saying it looks like the fire and the smoke is coming towards this elementary school here. So just hoping and praying that that doesn't happen, and that the fire departments are able to go back and continue to contain that fire there. But it does seem like that smoke is making its way this way. But this is what we know for now. Not much has changed. Like Emery said, it's still very windy outside, still smoky. I took my mask off just for the report, but I'm about to put it right back on, Travis.
Amen. Amen on that. Thank you, Michaela, again, reporting in from Manford by the high school. And I wanted to show you some of the drone footage that we've had that John Jessero had for us a little bit ago, just to give you an idea and a perspective. We don't have that as far as this is not going to be live video. This is going to be recorded video that we have. So I'll play that for you in just a second or two. We're going to try to pull that up. But again, that was primarily for an area that ran around Evans Road. This is Evans Road. And so this is the fire line pretty much with all the fire trucks that were along here. And then they're fighting the fire on the south and west sides. I know some of this is a little bit repetitive for some of you who have been watching us for a while, but it seems like it's kind of like stopping right there. And if this is the case, that would be awesome for everybody else. It's just devastating for anybody who's in this zone. Ethan, who we were talking to earlier west of Pawhuska, there was a family there that lost their home. They thought it was their barn, then it was their home. So again, it's just, again, hoping and praying and hoping we all help out is all I can say for those folks, because fires are just as bad as tornadoes and floods and everything else in between. All right, let's show you that video. Again, this is not live. This was from earlier. This is about, Matt, would that be about an hour, 15 minutes ago or so? An hour ago or so? I'm trying to tag it. About an hour ago. So this was a look. This is pretty much what we were talking about, the fire line that's in the foreground. So you see the fire trucks in the foreground. You see the homes and outbuildings burning in the background. So that's the fire line as we had it just a while ago. And so it was coming in on that southwest side. We do believe that there were multiple homes that burned. We hope and pray that there weren't as many as what could happen, but the embers were coming up across some of those homes, and that's what started a lot of the roofs on fire, or just getting the grass on fire near them. That would start maybe a wood picket fence on fire that would lead to their house and start melting siding if it wasn't brick or something like that. So there's so many different ways that fires approach homes and can start, but a lot of it is just flying embers in the air, and then that, unfortunately, with a blowing wind, it helps just keep that going. So that's again on the south and west sides of town. And this is just one location out of many. We're going to go to Stacia for a minute. She can talk about OSU. Then I'm going to talk to Alan for a minute, I think, Aaron, and find out a little bit more about what's going on out at Stillwater. Okay, Stacia.
All right. Well, it's spring break. Probably should have mentioned this quite a bit earlier, but folks coming home from Stillwater obviously take 51 or 412 to get from Stillwater back in towards, say, Tulsa or eastern Oklahoma. Tonight, with the fires still continuing, obviously it's still going to be pretty dangerous, especially taking 51. 51 would not be a good route because you travel pretty much through Manford, and that is a bad idea at this point in time. So for kiddos coming home from school, or kiddos, they're college students, they're college age, but if they were going to do it, which I think the best and safest scenario would just be to stay in Stillwater tonight, even though they do have a fire on the southwest side of town. I want to mention that. But if they are going to come back home tonight, 412 would be the route to take. But just know, do not drive into smoke, and be aware that if something starts, they're going to have their head on a swivel to come home. There are a lot of road closures out to the west of Tulsa for highways, like Highway 64 west of Cleveland, also extending down to Hallett. That is still closed. We had closures intermittently along 64 from Cleveland down down to the Cimarron Turnpike tonight. We've had closures on 412 at times tonight. We also still have Highway 48 west of Manford closed. So there's going to be closures, and at times could be intermittent if fires start again or continue. So just something to note for those college kids coming home from Stillwater tonight. Trav?
Okay. I had my mic off, so I had to find my mic and turn it back on there. I was checking out a few things. All right, so thank you, Stacia, for that information. So again, the biggest fires we have is pretty much what the smoke plumes are showing. So that's still the one that's not too far from where Dal is located, and then back towards Stillwater. Is Dal available? I'd like to get an update on Dal's storm first, firestorm. So this is north of Oilton. He's just north on Highway 51. Dal, if you would give us an update. Have you noticed any changes in the fire characteristics, larger, smaller winds, anything?
The winds have definitely come up, Travis, and also they have just blocked off Highway 51 just a little bit to the east. That looks like South 540th West or 45th West Avenue. It looks like they're going to try to make their stand right in here. It looks like the fire is probably going to cross Highway 51 or try to cross right here. And so they're trying to pick it up. But we've actually noticed the winds picking up again here in the last 15 minutes or so.
All right. Are you looking to your west, or which way are you looking? So you'd be looking to the east.
We're actually pulled right off of 51, and so we're kind of pointed directly at the highway, but we were headed back to the west until we pulled into this driveway. So right now we're just facing right this field right to our north.
Okay.
I'm sorry, to our south.
Yeah, it's like trying to get directions, just difficult here to try to put a perspective on it. So is it to your left or to your right? Is it to your east or to your west? Where it could
Fire
jump
is
around?
actually going to be directly south of us right now.
Just south. Okay. All right. That helps me understand.
South of us, headed right towards 51.
Okay. And what's your estimate of how far?
Probably, I would say we're still probably about a mile out. We were at the head of the fire a little bit earlier. We were a mile back, but we couldn't get to it. And so we came back this way, and it seems to be progressing fairly quickly, but we can no longer see the glow of the flames. But fortunately it missed Oilton to the north. But there are some structures from what the Oilton Fire Department told us back in that area, but we just can't see them right here where we're at.
All right, Dal, thanks. I appreciate it. So once again, in that area, it just looks kind of weird with that kind of smoke all in that location. So he's just off 51 right in here. TP Casino is just off to the west, just east of Yale. There's the Oilton area. The river Cimarron is, so it's just like right in this zone. So there's a lot of kind of rough terrain where that's going to be going through. It's going to be hard to stop it unless they can stop it on 51. That's what Dal was saying. Let's go west to Stillwater and get an idea of what's going on, because that's been going on all day, as Stacia was mentioning, and the kids coming home. A lot of kids going off on spring break. So the fires have been off to the southwest. You see Jeremy and also Alan are back into this zone where the fires have been. Even Val is now entering the fray of the fire. Let's go to Alan, get an update from him. Al, what do you have for us?
Travis, just like we had back earlier when I was up in this southwest of Stillwater, we've got flames all over the south side of these roads. Fortunately, not as much has moved north as we thought. However, there's still quite a bit burning on both sides. It's been going for a while. When you make this turn down this road I'm on now, you can just see a glow from a long ways away. The smoke starting to just show off where the flames are. Some of those fires that might have been hidden earlier are now showing their face thanks to the bright light of the fires. Doesn't appear to be any other structures in danger at this time at my location. Back to you.
All right, thanks. So we do know multiple homes have been burned in that area, and the fire warning that was in effect with evacuations on the southwest side of Stillwater. So again, fire doesn't seem. Hey, one last thing, Alan. Wind speeds. What are you estimating in there?
Travis, I got current wind speeds. Actually, they're doing pretty well. We're right around 8 to 10 miles an hour at this time.
Wow.
We're still getting a couple 20 to
Okay, good.
a couple 20 to 30 mile an hour gusts at times, but they're much lower and more negligible than they were before.
All right, good. All right, we're going to make another big move. This one goes from Stillwater. We're heading on up into Osage County this go around. Of course, the fires have been going strong near Pawhuska, so it's not quite as hopefully quite as bad. but there has to be some help in trying to get things going back. And Ethan's joining us right now from west of Pawhuska. Ethan, what do you have for us? I'm going to say Ethan's there. Matt, do we still have information on Ethan? Oh, yeah, there you are. We see you, Ethan. Go ahead and tell us what's going on over there, will you?
All right, yeah, Travis. So we've got some glows from flames coming from the east, and we've also got some more coming from the northwest. But right here behind me, if you can remember that shot that we sent in from earlier of those power lines that were kind of burning from the ground up, we've got a big team of linemen here that are repairing those lines now behind me. And I've also got this text message from the chief of police. I'm going to read really quickly. He said he's observed these areas suffer from high winds, which will cause power lines to fall, wires crossing each other, causing an arc that started several fires. But in the midst of it all, he's watched the unison come between each and every first responder and their respective departments come together to work collaboratively in an effort to save homes and personal belongings of the community here. And he says that he's hopeful that things will get better very soon, Travis.
Thank you so much, Ethan. I appreciate it. Again, hopefully then power can be restored to some of those folks in those areas. All right, that's Ethan. He's just west of Pawhuska. You can see out there a lot of rangeland. A lot of areas where fires, well, there's prescribed burns anyway, but everybody knew that this was going to be a bad day up in Osage County and even further north. There's a lot of fires up in Kansas too at this point. This is the latest look of fires and fire locations. And again, kind of looks like they're going down. Some of them will be going down because the winds are going down a little bit. But we still have fires ongoing from where pretty much Ethan was talking about. He said, I have some to the east, I have some to my northwest. So he is just right looking at that fire to the north. We still have those fires in southern Chautauqua County. We have the Cleveland fire. We have the Manford fire still there, Oilton fire, Stillwater fire, and then we'll call it the Logan County fires. There's been a bunch of them that have just, you'd think that they burn out, but I'm imagining there's thousands and thousands of acres. This place has almost been in black for the whole course of the afternoon and into the evening now, so it's been quite a bit. There's multiple hot spots across Creek County. If you go to the east, it's not quite as bad. In fact, not bad at all. And Stacia, the good news is that fortunately, we are not dealing with too much. We have a couple minutes here. Just wanted to ask you real quick on humidity values and where we're at with wind and humidity, if you can give me a quick update on that.
Yes, I can. So humidity values are still very low tonight, which is not good. They're sitting at about 10-15%. We are watching it come up, though, in northwest Oklahoma out around Enid. A cool front's coming in, so as that cool front does, humidity values will come up. That will help overnight tonight with fire concerns. Also want to mention the winds, Trav. So we're still going to get some pretty gusty winds overnight. But what we had earlier today, we're not going to see probably over 50, 55 mile per hour gusts anymore. We could still get around 40 to 45, but this is a look at some of the strongest winds now, which have moved north of Tulsa. There is a zone, though, back towards Enid and Alvin Woodward, that those stronger winds behind the front could come back up and bring us more gusts out of the northwest at about 40 to 45 here, probably by midnight until around 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. So fire crews, that's something that they need to be aware of, is that wind shift coming in later tonight, and still going to have some pretty strong gusty winds with it. Not really seeing winds subside drastically until after about the 3 a.m. hour, which of course we were hoping for earlier when we were looking at data this morning and even in this afternoon. So again, with the strong winds today, we've had power outages all over the place. We just saw Ethan's shot up by Pawhuska, where crews were out working on the lines, and power outages still in Tulsa are at about 10,000 customers, 900 out in Creek County, which is much better. A lot of improvement across eastern Oklahoma for power outages, but still quite a few folks without power tonight. Of course, we'll track the winds more headed into the 9 o'clock newscast and more on Future View and what to expect for fire conditions for the rest of tonight coming up in a few minutes.
All right. Thanks, Stacia. I appreciate that. Literally coming up in just a minute or so, I guess you could say, so to speak. We're going to continue our coverage as we go through the 9 o'clock hour, both on Channel 6 and on News on 6 at 9 on our CW. And so, again, we will continue with coverage for you guys that need it. We'd like for you to stay with us as we continue to work through this fire, I guess you could say, event that I hope that we do not have to repeat again. We do have some fire issues. We'll talk about that. We'll be doing weather forecasts as well coming up as we work our way through the 9 o'clock hour. Needless to say, though, right now, the smoke plumes continue to show up primarily to our west and to our west-southwest. So those are the conditions that we have at this point. So as I said, we're going to continue our fire coverage here coming up in just a few moments. This is the latest look at what's happening. We'll have more information coming up in just a few moments. Keep it here. We will keep you advised.
Which is ironic. see the menu. We can't watch something without also watching something else.
Ironic.
Ironic. But look, here's a phone company who wants you to use your phone less.
That's ironic.
Yeah, but in a good way. Let's find us again with Us Mode. U.S. Cellular, built for us. Traffic jam. Ugh, and I'm already late.
When second's making a play, short's got it covered.
A winning insurance strategy doesn't rely on one person.
Good hustle, good hustle.
Communicate with your guys and make sure everyone's in the right coverage.
It takes a team that knows its roles well, working together to provide an exceptional experience.
At that time, but Bob, I'm going to need you.
Hey, mic check 1 2 3 4 5. Tatum Gwynn, mic check 8:58. It's Friday.
Yet for a little bit longer.
See Shelter Agent Mark Lee in Grove, Josh Moore in Tulsa, or Andrea Mabry in Okmulgee today.